Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Friday Fortnite 2019, week number 9, as we are live here from the UMG studio. Myself, Lando Sanders, on hand, and joined by me on the lovely couch that we've got going on here. We've got 9 whole grains along with Ryan Fools. Guys, it has been some time since we've kind of, dove into a little bit of Fortnite action, right? Friday Fortnite is kind of a little bit of a break, but in the meantime, we've seen new locations, new weapons, all kinds of things wrapped up. I'm excited for the learning curve that we're going to be kind of introduced to today.
Yeah, we were talking a little bit in the pregame about what we could expect today, some of the matchmaking changes, and we kind of just realized, okay, let's flip a coin.
Yeah.
Because that's going to be the easiest way to identify what's happening.
Absolutely, and of course, all these great Fortnite changes are all good and all well, but this is also a monumental cast because this is our first time casting together, pals.
Hey,
So
there it is.
been with most of the combinations on the couch, but this is one of the first. So let's make it hot today.
I'm excited. I'm excited. So we got a lot of stuff to kind of dive into. Before we do all of that, though, let's go ahead and make sure that we do cover the format coming in for today. If you've never watched Friday Fortnite, well, hey, no problem. And if you ever kind of forget exactly how the rules work, which they are somewhat simple, but hey, I'll give you a little bit of a pass. You can feel free to use exclamation point rules in chat. But like we said, the format for today will be a double elimination bracket. We will be having 2v2 in normal squad lobbies. Teams will earn 1 point per elimination. The team with the most points after 2 games will advance in the series and also advance in the bracket as well. If both teams are tied after 2 games, overtime will be played until a winner is decided. And while we kind of think about those things a little bit, let's go ahead and take a look now at our participants coming in here for today. Guys, like we said, some interesting names, some combos maybe that we're not the most familiar with, and like I said, some kind of faces maybe even coming back as well. I will say one roster that I'd say a lot of the competition has got to be worried about, though, is going to be team number 1, right? And I'm sure a lot of French fans are going to be in support of Kinstaar along with Teeqzy. These two guys have been so difficult to really deal with, and to no one's surprise, 9, right, we always see kind of phase members be brought up. We've got Thieves and Swan playing together this week.
We do. Splitting up the typical gamer and thieves combo that I think a lot of people know, but very individually skilled on both sides. Take a look down there at Team 11. We love Nick A30 right there. Got to see a little bit of some early play there. Of course, teaming up with FaZe Replays. And Ryan, who are you looking at right here? You see your eyes lighting up a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at team number 7 right now because my guy Benkert is back. Of course, the quarterback on the Atlanta Falcons. Always love to see some of the professional athletes come out and compete in Friday Fortnite. So to me, I'm always looking out for those guys and seeing what kind of splash they can make against some of these pros.
Sure, absolutely right. Can definitely have a little bit of a splash, if you will. But let's go and take a look at our bracket coming on for today. If you're curious how maybe your team is doing, obviously a lot of matches are going to be played out throughout the day. Feel free to use exclamation point bracket in chat as well. But guys, as we kind of look through a few of these early round games, let's talk about a few of these, right? Because they are going to be intense. We are going to be having some major matchups kind of going on. I will say one team that I think could be somewhat slept on for those who maybe are more known when it comes down to personality's sake. They may not know a few of these guys. Ghost Kamo and Cooler Aqua, right? I mean, we've seen Kamo even in the early stages. I think he was the runner-up in week 1 of Friday Fortnite 2019. He and Issa have been a dynamic duo together, but now in comparison, or rather in tandem with Aqua, who is a Fortnite World Champion duo player who also had a fantastic performance when it came down to TwitchCon recently. Those two could have a very good chance at making it to at least the winners finals.
I would agree. And you talk about breaking up a dynamic duo. How do you improve on that? Well, let's just get a world champion to come in there.
Right?
You said stellar performances at TwitchCon. How about Minecraft Monday as
There you
well?
go. Yep.
Aqua performing well. And you said winners finals, I think, because on the bottom of the bracket, you see Aydan and Sway. I think that's the other team we got to worry about.
Yeah, I mean, I was looking at kind of all these first-round matchups, and I always kind of like to look ahead and see some of kind of what the potential, winners round 2 semis look like. And to me, I mean, Aydan and Sway, if you gave me kind of my choice across the board of teams that I would want through the rest of the tournament, of course, like I said, you can't knock a world champion. Of course, Kamo is always going to be a great duos player as well, but that team with Aydan and Sway is the team I'm personally looking out for. I think they're going to clean up that bottom side of the bracket pretty well, and that could be our winners finals for all we know. Looking ahead, right? Kamo and Aqua obviously looking very strong to me on the bottom side, and Aydan and Sway look strong, so we could be in for one hell of a winners finals. But like I said, it is Friday Fortnite. We do know that crazy things happen all the time at any point in the bracket. So I'm excited to be back and excited to kind of watch it all unfold.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we all kind of have our, as we've labeled, our dark horses, our sleeper picks. Taylor, of course, not joining us for this week, but always likes to pick the most well-known team as his dark horse. I'm actually going to go for a dark horse. No one has mentioned this team as of yet. I mentioned them kind of when we were going through the participants list. I'm honestly looking at the team at the top of the bracket, Kinstaar, along with Teeqzy, these guys are actually absurd. Teeqzy has put up a number of different world records when it comes down to regular matches, when it kind of comes into pubs. And I think that's always an interesting conversation that we've dove into throughout all of Friday Fortnite. It's about, having professional players is great, but they have to translate into this pub mentality of knowing how to rotate, maybe not playing as smart, going for what the average player likes to do. And so I think that not only, do Kinstaar and Teeqzy kind of have that professional background, they also have the background of putting up high-level numbers when it comes into public play, which I think could be somewhat of a recipe for success. So I'm looking at those guys, and I think, like we said, a duo that we have to be aware of, Kamo and Aqua. I'm excited to see how Typical Gamer and Exoph do. I'm a little bit disappointed that he and Thieves are not playing with one another. It's been, I think, the first time in Friday Fortnite 2019 that they've not been paired alongside one another. So that could definitely be, somewhat surprising. Maybe it could lead to a good result, or it could lead to them maybe joining back in tandem together. But I want to ask you guys, because like I said, we kind of looked through these early round 1 games. One roster that I am very interested to kind of find out how they will play is Nick A30 and FaZe Replays, right? They're facing off against AlexRami and obviously Benkert, right? Excited to see how they pair off against one another. But Nick A30 and Replays, I feel like, have so much potential. It's just been a matter of them getting through their early struggles. I feel like if they make it into winner semifinals, they could very well move on into the winners finals, if you will. But it's kind of the early round struggles that have kind of led them to maybe not having the greatest placements that they would ever really like to have. As you see right here, player overview for Nick A30. Best placement, top 8. I think they have the ability to improve on that 9.
I think so too. And if you talk about the bracketology of it all, you say they struggle early. Well, very fortunately for them, they won't actually have to play against Aydan Sway, who is the monster on their side of the bracket,
right,
until that winners semifinals round that you were talking about, assuming they make it there. But that could give them enough time to get the ball rolling. And we've seen, if you get momentum in this format, you can carry it all the way to the top.
Yeah, I mean, half the time, too, you got to think about just certain metas, right? We talk about all these new POIs in the map, just the way that Fortnite's constantly changing, right? If you can find a formula that works for you and find a formula that you feel you're very, very dominant, especially in this kind of kill race format, it can, like I said, you can make a huge run, get hot, and then anything can happen.
Yeah, it absolutely can. And it is kind of that swing of the momentum, kind of the ability to know the blueprint for the week. And like I said, I know it's kind of jogging my memory a little bit, but I feel like we always had a sequence for Friday Fortnite in terms of, like, whenever a team was winning, it was because of a particular reason. It was a certain rotation. It was a certain strategy. It was something that, teams are kind of implementing. And I know we obviously have to kind of take the clock back a little bit when it comes down to these two. But Nate Hill and Funk Bomb, it was something new every single week. It was obviously their consistency as a team by staying up, but it was always something a little bit new that was thrown in terms of their ability to maybe even handle the brutes, which I'm sure no one wants to hear that, but just the way that they would handle it, the way that they would utilize it, like the rotations, like it was always something unique. And as obviously, Fortnite almost develops week by week, I feel like the strategies kind of do the same. It's about how you're playing and what things you're kind of throwing in when it comes down to the last seconds.
Right, and it's finding the foundation, too, that you can then add those wrinkles, too. They were changing things up, but like you said, it wasn't the big stuff. They weren't changing their drop. Really, the drop in general start of the game that they always played was the exact same every week. They'd go to Weird Mountain, they'd go to either Salty or Fatal, depending on where they saw more people land, and then they'd build from there. But this week with some of these new POIs, I wonder if it's going to be that simple.
Yeah, I mean, with new POIs also can create, like you mentioned, those rotations, those routes, right? Some of the routes that you might be familiar with, that you might be comfortable with, might no longer really be as effective, might not be possible, might not, like I said, it could be all the same. The game is always changing when it comes to Fortnite. We're always seeing new POIs being added, just new guns being put in the meta, right? Taken in, taken out. We're seeing mechanical changes left and right, certain auto-aim features. I mean, like you said, it's constantly changing, constantly different. Guys like Funk and Naze Hill are I said FaZe and Kill. Funk and Nate Hill are just an incredible duo in any aspect, right? I mean, you look at the competitive scene too; they're one of the best and highest earning duos in the duos world as well. So to me, I mean, like I said, if you have that foundation as a team, that alone can push a lot of these guys through.
Yeah, like I said, I know we have a few newer teams kind of coming through, maybe some rosters who haven't been with one another for a while, so that'll be kind of something that they have to maybe develop over time. It could even lead to some early round dropouts, as that, like I said, could definitely play a factor. But as we kind of take a look through our bracket yet again, I know the conversation that we've been bringing up is POIs, right? We've got some new locations in comparison to the last Friday Fortnite that we were a part of. So we talk about Gotham City, Greasy Grove is now back, Moisty Palms, never going to get over that name, but it's obviously in there as well. We've got Starry Suburbs and obviously the Block, which is currently acting like Pandora. So I'm actually really excited to watch and see how influential Starry Suburbs can be, because we talk about how influential the legendary TAC SMG has been in terms of the meta, the way that players really want to try to get this in their arsenal. I know it's not the biggest place of interest in the world, but there are a lot of players going here all the time. I think you were mentioning it, Ryan, in terms of like watching Booga on stream. His major play in pubs is to go there, and the reason why is because of the amount of action that's taking place.
Yeah, I mean that TAC SMG right now, like you mentioned, rips, right, and have the ability to get a gold one. I mean, these guys go for it even in competitive play, right? Imagine in a world where you're going to be killing, they call them bots. I mean, now we have this kind of skill-based matchmaking world, so the average bot might be a little different in some of these lobbies, but the ability to get something like that gold TAC, I mean, that can be game-changing.
It can, and again, it can go the other way too. It's almost playing roulette wheel out here, trying to hope that the star bit that you eat gives you a good weapon, because you're in there trying to find it, you're not getting anything, and suddenly one of these bots, as we'll call them, gets that. It can end it really quick, but that does really provide an interesting dynamic here. If you are down after round 1, maybe you roll the dice, maybe you go that way.
Yeah, that could turn into one of the hot drops, like you mentioned, like where we were, previously be like, oh, you're going to go salty, and which is still obviously going to be one of the hot drops, but I think this is kind of turning into one of those excess locations, and the most interesting thing is, how long is it going to last, right? Season 11 is just right on the crest of the hill. We don't know exactly how everything is going to be changed up. There are rumors, talking about how the entire map could change. They could cut it in half. I mean, I think I've seen every single rumored YouTube video about this, and it's pretty much everyone has their own idea in terms of what the changes are going to look like. But I'm excited. Like I know when it comes down to future Friday Fortnite weeks, we could obviously kind of be diving into what could be an entirely new map. I mean, I think the possibilities are somewhat endless, but I'm excited to see what the future holds. Like I said, in terms of other locations that we can kind of bring up too, I think that when we kind of departed a little bit from Friday Fortnite, right, when we kind of ended out week 8, which was a few months ago, rather, one of the big things that we were talking about was the slow pace of the game, right? It was players finally starting to play their lives a little bit more. A lot of that did come from the brutes, right, trying to value your life, be super careful of that. I still think that players are still kind of on that high of playing super aggressive, and I think that in Friday Fortnite, sometimes people can forget, you're running up against teams. Skill-based matchmaking is involved. Players maybe aren't as adaptive to that as of yet. You run into one team, and that could be your entire series. That's the scary part. One particular moment where you play a little bit hyper-aggressive could be your decision in moving forward in the tournament or being eliminated.
Right, and it's such an exciting format, but to the same point, it's a very punishing format. We've seen a team drop early, and then another team put up, maybe 15, 20 points, and we almost never see people come back from that. So, again, I agree with what you're saying here, playing a little bit safer, especially with some of these new changes, but I need a little help here from you. I'm going to play the role of Taylor today, asking you guys to help me. What will Taco Time have any influence on today?
No. It will
anytime
at some point.
I mean,
it's going to happen.
As much as I want it to, right? I want to see it. I want to see it on my screen in front of me. I don't think it's going to have the true impact that we probably want it to have.
Yeah,
it's a risk, right? I mean, at the end of the day,
it's going to be crazy. I feel like at some point we'll see someone maybe have like,
if a zone ends there, that
yeah,
how about that?
Oh man,
the ultimate stalemate.
That'd be amazing.
Yeah, literally. Oh man, there are so many different alternatives. Like, which about how you can eat stars, you can turn into a prop if you go to Moisty Palms. Like, you can have tacos randomly rain from the sky. Like every place of interest now has like some additive to it, where it's just like, do I want to go there? Is it worth having taco time? Is it worth turning into a prop? Maybe.
It's wild that Gotham City is the least crazy of all these things. We've been talking about those. We haven't even talked about Gotham City.
Yeah.
I think
it's going to be interesting.
Yeah.
It is.
It's just visually is incredible.
Well, and it's movement based too, because again, you get your glider back out, you can move around, and I think that's what is really enjoyable about a location like that. It's movement.
Well, and that was one thing too that we were bringing up, a few weeks ago. It was a matter of, hey, Tilted Town, no one really wants to go there. Like it was a very high risk type play to go to, because obviously you couldn't build. You had limited weapons. Sure, you could escape from the brutes, but still, we even saw players having struggles with rotating. Sometimes brutes would literally just wait outside of the zone, or rather outside of the location, just for you to come out. So I think that it definitely could kind of turn into the Tilted of old. Just in terms of player rotations and player retention, we still saw players even go there when it came down to Friday Fortnite, when you could argue it was at its least populated. But I think now, I mean, there's so many advantages to go in there. We talk about how fast-paced it is. That tends to be, a driving force. That tends to be something that people actually like whenever they go to Tilted, is the fast-pacedness that it has. And I think that only increases with the way that Gotham City's performing right now.
Yeah, I think there's I've noticed just from all the Friday Fortnites dating back to the first one, there seems to be two styles of teams, right? Some teams like to land on those outskirts, right? And some teams like to land right in the middle and get it started, right? So those two kind of schools of thought of like, do I want to be right in there, play a little bit of the RNG game, right? Play a little bit of, do I get the better weapon? I'll be at close range. If I get the shotgun, chances are I'm the better player. I'll kill these players up front. Or do you play that kind of outskirts way of, okay, I'm going to make sure I value my life first, right? Rather than going for a lead, try and get one of these weapons and then kind of play the outside of the map. So to me, I mean, I look out to kind of see these new areas in the map to see if teams find better success playing outside of the new POIs or getting directly in there and into the fight on the new POI.
Sure. Yeah, and I got to say, one thing that I'm very excited about, I know kind of getting away from the conversation about POIs just for a moment, and I know we're probably going to run into a time where we are going to be able to talk about it a little bit more. I'm excited the Flint Knock pistol is back. I don't know about anyone else.
Content pistol.
The content pistol. I tell you what, like that, whenever it was removed from the game, I was so disappointed because I was like, that is so unique. Like that is a gun that fills a role that, you know, you can't really have if you want to try to, you know, quickly run up a few flights of stairs or a few flights of builds. You could instantly kind of hop back into the action. I don't know, I feel like it was literally like the perfect gun, and I'm super excited to see that it's back. And like I said, you know, it sometimes can provide a usage. It may not be something that we see in the inventory all the time, but I feel like it, you know, can definitely kind of prove its worth given the right opportunity.
Well, yeah, and especially now that we have Gotham City as well, and on top of that, the grappling hook.
Yeah.
The grapple, we haven't even talked about that. All these movement options here. I really hope we see some of these teams. I know it's going to be fun to see how they opt to play on the outside. I want to see people go right in. I want to see all the content, all the crazy plays being made in Gotham City right from the get-go. That is my plea.
I got to say, too, based on what I know we're kind of talking about movement for the time, in terms of what we've seen previously from Friday Fortnite, because we kind of end things out on week 8 with everyone playing slow, everyone kind of roaming around, staying away from the mechs. Now that the mechs are gone, I know they're still exploding on impact, but are we thinking that teams ramp up the pace? Or like, where are our thoughts on rotations? Because I feel like some teams, like even early on in Friday Fortnite, there were certain rosters who actually were winning early who were all about aggressiveness. We talked about the FaZe boys, the guys from NRG. Like they were very, very fast-paced, always moving, and a lot of the times that's all success. But kind of toward the end, I guess you could say, of Friday Fortnite, or rather, what was it, week 6, 7, and 8, that's when the Nate Hill and Funk Bomb kind of dynasty started to form, where it was all about slowness. With mechs now being somewhat out of the game, obviously, do we think that pace ramps back up, or do we think it's going to be kind of where it was at the end of things?
I would think personally, if I was, you know, one of these competitors, right, because of the new kind of skill-based matchmaking sort of era that we're in, the average player by day, like I said, it's been a few months since we last ran one of these tournaments. The average player is getting so much stronger day by day. So to me, if it was me, I'd personally play on the slower end just because I think some of these players, whether they like it or not, have to sort of respect what the average player is on the map, even in these regular pub games, right? Even outside of sort of the arena playlist, the average player is just so much better. And keep in mind, these are going to be essentially duo squads, right? So you do have the potential to face against 4 players at once who definitely know what they're doing, know how to build edit, know how to take your wall, know how to do all these moves that their favorite pro players do, because Fortnite's been out for a little while now.
Just a little while.
Just a tad.
I
mean,
think
if Taylor was here, I would say that, you know, it's been since 2012.
Oh,
but
no.
My goodness.
Man.
I do think on the final remark on pacing here, I think this team on the left is going to be the big deciding factor. What kind of scores are they going to put up? They might end up forcing the other teams to play more aggressive. That is what we saw Nate Hill and Funk Bomb do because of the scores they were putting up even by playing slow.
Yeah.
They forced the other teams to play more aggressively. I know that sounds counterintuitive, but trust me, the VODs are out there.
Yeah, they absolutely are. We'll see exactly how things start to form out, as right now in terms of Aydan Sway, they actually have decided to make their presence felt when it comes in a Pleasant Park. Already tossing in a few of those stink bombs. Like we said, wanting to get in the action early will be the key for them. And like we said, versus a very difficult roster, right? Shipping and along with Diggy, very talented players. We've seen Diggy play previously with Benny, both of FaZe, and those guys can absolutely put up some numbers. And really, just in one tournament, they were instantly a top 4 type squad and already getting involved in the fight as Aydan actually drops what has a ton of players around him. But thankfully, Sway will be there for the pickup. So that's going to be nice for them a little bit early, having some issues, but they rather stay alive for now.
Yeah, he did that with a great pistol as well, right? So that could have gotten dicey. You could see the player above him built pretty quickly. It looked like they did have a pump shotgun. Of course, that will be now in the hands likely of Aydan and Sway. But like I mentioned earlier, the average player is quick. That build that came up, that wasn't from his teammate. That was from the opponents. That's why I say that obviously it's been a few months. And if it's me, like, you have to, at least in the beginning, start respecting the average player because you never know. Like, you could get caught off guard.
Right, performing as advertised are these players. And This is, again, really where you have to hit these shots. And some nice peppering right there. There we go. Get the knot. Great shot right there. And, you know, this is one of the areas that hasn't changed a ton. And we saw this become a more popular rotation in the later weeks of Friday Fortnite back before we went on hiatus. But Loot Lake's still pretty profitable, especially if you come here in the mid-game.
See exactly what these guys kind of have in the bag right now. It looks as if, oh, someone just above, and of course with the TAC SMG, low health, and that will instantly be exploited. As we'll kind of watch Diggy's reaction to this, and so obviously instantly decides to pepper up that player who exists just above, and thankfully does have a TAC SMG in his arsenal as well. Trying to figure out exactly where the enemy happens to be at, floating away. And trying to get someone of a different point of view, considering, like we said, his teammate is down, having a lot of work still to be done. And a lot of thoughts, I'm sure, happening at this moment. Still hanging from above 30 HP, but he does take him down. One shot makes it land, even with a great attack shotty. He will just narrowly make it work. But I got to say it, both of our teams so far have struggled in some capacity, as Aydan just gets pretty much sidelined off the top of those builds.
This
guy chokeslam.
Go ahead and save his teammate once again. This is the second time now that Aydan has gone down. He got him the first time. Can he do it again? Getting shot, but it sounded like the content pistol was into play, whether it was his opponent's. He's got very, very low health. Currently kind of surrounded. Yeah, it seems to be a bubble shield. He's going to use that as sort of a blocker right now for him. As he heals up, all he has is bandages. One more bubble shield in his arsenal. Got to play this slowly, though. Aydan about halfway through his health before his reboot card comes up.
What's so difficult about this, too, is they've been stuck in this same general area this entire time as they've been fighting. It's really just kind of been fighting for their lives at this point. They haven't even had the opportunity to move out. They've had to use all their builds just to stay up right now. And looking like, again, more of it's going to have to go down there. So you guys talked about the skill-based matchmaking and the change it would have. I was not expecting the team to have this much trouble getting out of Pleasant.
And a great play by Sway so far.
Wow.
It looks like, however, that Aydan will have to be rebooted. Looks like Sway has gone ahead and picked up everyone over in Pleasant Park, at least for now. Every time we think that the area is cleared, more players seem to come and find them.
I think the quote from Sway was, "That was scuffed." Like, literally, just that entire time was so stressful. Hopefully we could just move forward and maybe get out of here. But we'll actually take a look at this again. I know we saw it on Aydan's perspective. Diggy instantly, just a shot and a half, brought down to 24 health, as every single one of our players right now is surviving on very low amounts of HP.
I'm getting jumped on.
And you hear Diggy giving the call out saying he may in fact being attacked, so we're going to have to give that one out.
He's looking for me as southeast.
Give that call out and hope that his teammate can get there in time. You see Shipping still holding on to that top point of view. But still, guys, this is so hard for our rosters to really just progress forward.
Been stuck. I mean, just moving out and even start. We haven't even gotten to talk about rotations. Every rotation the teams have made have been out of necessity.
Sway just got knocked.
For their life. There goes Sway. So that's going to be it right there. And I don't think that they had that many elims to their name at that point anyway. Maybe 4 or 5, a handful certainly. This is actually a great opportunity. You see still plenty of elims left on the map to have, and this is a great opportunity for Diggy and Shippings to maybe put a little lead on one of our favorite teams.
Yeah, I mean, and the pacing, like I said, has been so slow because they've been under duress the whole time. If you take a look, there's already only 38 players remaining on the server in general. So we talk about some of these score lines right beforehand. We were thinking about maybe, are we going to see some of the same kind of high-tier score lines that we used to see in Friday Fortnite? It looks like with these lobbies going as fast as they are, these players might only end with, like I said, somewhere between like 8 and 10, right? Just it seems like whether it's all the mobility, all the new POIs, new weapons, like I said, the skill-based matchmaking, just lobbies are going so much quicker than we're used to.
And I got to say, too, right, FaZe, Tilt, and Ship, these guys are actually very talented. So even if Aydan Sway do come into this second game with a disadvantage or maybe even could be eliminated by these guys, all things considered, these guys are very talented, right? I mean, you look at the Fortnite Scout, right, the numbers at the bottom, 164,000 elims, 10,000-plus wins, obviously known as one of the best Xbox controller players out there. I mean, this guy is literally unreal. And I was actually taking a look a little bit further at his stats coming into today, a 40% win ratio, which is crazy to think about. All the matchups, all the history, this guy has a 40% win ratio. Unbelievable. As we'll see if he and Tilt, who, by the way, or excuse me, Diggy, I apologize. We're going to see if they can kind of progress forward and keep up the same level of play because they have been fantastic up to this point in terms of staying alive. But this is where things could start to get dicey, right? You enter in toward Gotham City, and instantly you start to feel a little bit more pressure. The wings are on, and we'll see if they can keep it up, though.
It's a very, very bold play here, I would say. Again, they see, again, we're only down to, what, 24 elims now? But this is the moment that they have to move in if they do want to put up any points. And I think the time that they had right there to get themselves geared up is going to at least help them for the start. But you see, they're having a hard time even moving in right now. There's a lot of metal. That's a big hit.
What did he get hit by? Looked like there was no players in
Not
front
a
of
brick,
him.
I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, his teammates seem to have gotten the kills. Curious kind of what hit him. Maybe another team is kind of watching them from above. We do know that obviously Gotham City always has the opportunity for players to come from all over the place. You mentioned how popular of a spot it has been so far. It's definitely one of those places where you can never quite feel safe. Luckily, they do have some mobility in their arsenal. Seems trying to loot up, get more of those grapplers. Of course, that trusty TAC SMG that I'm sure we're going to be seeing for the rest of the day.
That's for sure, right?
Searching.
19 players still available. So they can absolutely kind of increase this. Look at that range on the grapple gun. Obviously, the earlier grappler was great, but this thing, I tell you what, takes it to a whole nother level. As the scenery, the weather has changed, but they're still moving on pretty rapidly. And that's the thing to be worried about this roster is they start to kind of learn the strategies more over time. I think, like I said, Diggy, I think he's only played in Friday Fortnite once, so it can kind of provide a little bit of a learning curve. Shipping as well, I think has been in 1 or 2, so for these guys to kind of get maybe a few of the early struggles out of the way, kind of get a few of these strategies unlocked in terms of where they want to drop, what's their ideal landing spot, could be very beneficial. Like we said, having this grappling gun is so important to escape from situations like that. But here come the shots already. Suppressed AR, and that's going to do all the damage that he needs, taking down the first. But here comes a player just below, instantly grabbing that high ground advantage. As that's going to be call-outs surely coming through from Diggy, but Shipping, unfortunately, is not going to be able to grab or help him out in time as he's so low on health. A player decides to vacate the area, but can't manage to do so without losing their life. That's going to be pretty much smooth sailing, no pun intended, for these two, as there is, I believe, what, maybe 1, 2 players left.
Yeah, Shipping's pretty low on health right here. Has to be careful. You can see Diggy trying to locate their opponents. Shipping does, in fact, go down. So Diggy left to kind of clean up the rest of his teammates' fight right now. They are going to need the full elim as well. First shot comes in with the pump. Staircase made right above him. Gets good for the reload. We don't know exactly how many players is in front of him. That's going to be a down on one of them. Teammate, you can kind of hear to his left. Takes one shot. It's going to be a miss. It's going to be a big kill right now. Get that reboot card. Try to finish off these last few elims. Couple missed shots. He does get taken down to 60 HP right now. One more pump shotgun would likely do it for me. You see him start to reset. Happens to find a slurp juice sitting right at the bottom. Make that 2, actually. Go ahead and heal up, reset. Looks like his opponents are playing it pretty slow as well. Or maybe even a third party might have just come in. One of his downs, I believe, did just get cleaned up.
And you hear some other shots. There was only one left, so this has to be a 3P opportunity. And
it's a blessing.
Yeah, I get an opportunity to heal up there. And like you said, 2 slurp juices, not too bad there when you're running away. And yeah, I like this idea. Just at worst reset, but someone happened to be right there. Talk about luck or lack thereof. I think right now just escaping with his life to have a true reset opportunity right here to come back and engage as he chooses is probably the best call of action.
Can't get away from him.
And man, an end game in shifty shafts. We have not seen this too often.
Yeah, that's for sure, right? This seems to be maybe a location early game, but end game definitely not all that common, as he'll pretty much wait out the rest of this game, seeing Ship's reboot card.
Oh, he didn't grab it. I thought he grabbed it.
Yeah, fortunately, it ends up going away. And these are players who are still on him right now. Shockwave Grenade pretty much sends someone eastward. And he said, I'm going to do all I can right now, which common last words, if you will. But we'll see if he can keep it up. Losing a little bit of health, but like we said, does have that slurp juice, which is going to continually give him some much-needed HP being targeted from all point of views. And that TAC SMG is doing so much work. And despite holding on for as long as they did, it will be still slim numbers and slim advantages for either which way. As that was what, just kind of 14 elims across the entire table for these two rosters. And like we said, even in the early stages it began, it wasn't just one random fight. It was continually throughout the entirety of this map, guys.
Yeah, and if you're Aydan and Sway, I mean, you're definitely doing a little sigh of relief right now, right? That they went out fairly early. That game had the potential to kind of get away from them. Luckily, their opponents ran into, like I said, one of those teams that is just, again, the average Fortnite player is a little better than we're used to seeing. So Aydan and Sway, you've been forgiven. You got out. The Fortnite gods have forgiven you. Now, game number 2 is your chance to kind of pull away because, again, you cannot go down that early again.
No, you can't. And I think the conversation that we were having earlier about do you go fast, I think you have to go slow by necessity right here. And again, Taylor, if he was here, would be screaming about this Pleasant Park drop. But I have to imagine it's even more dangerous in this kind of new matchmaking system.
Yeah. Like I said, for me, it's kind of still dependent because with all the new locations, like maybe Pleasant Park is now a good play, but still even there, it's just for some reason, Friday Fortnite, it is not, the Friday Fortnite gods are not a fan of that location, and clearly, and rather unfortunately, Aydan Sway had to deal with the implications in that moment, but I'm glad we were kind of instantly talking about the idea of that slow pace style, because even in relation to playing slower pace, just because of the amount of eliminations that came through in that first game, every elimination matters so much. It's not a matter of, oh, I can easily get dropped and rebooted. No, like, imagine the average player is increased in skill. That means that every single elim that you're walking away with, if it's a random knock, whatever it may be, is that much more influential. I mean, what, Ship and Diggy, they had a ton of time to really kind of increase the lead. I think, they found 4 eliminations during that time. And that's probably decent considering how the rest of the day will go, but they're going to be having an 8-6 advantage coming into this next matchup. So I think valuing your life, being aware of that is very important, and you could look at that scoreboard and say, oh, well, they only have a 2 elim advantage, but that very well could be, like I said, a continuing factor throughout the rest of today. And here we go. Landing locations for game number 2. We'll have to see what is in the cards. Are we going back to Pleasant Park? Is it time to maybe even hit up Tilted? That wouldn't be too uncommon for that man in the top left of the screen. Often called that his home.
Starting to edge towards it.
I say Tilted, it's Gotham, but it's.
I feel like it's always going to be Tilted in our hearts, though.
It will be.
Right, they can name it whatever they want. Batman can come over and do his thing. Like that's always going to be, at least in my mind, that's always going to be Tilted Towers until they, I don't know, a new map. Like you said, there's a new map rumored all the time.
Right.
Until that happens, this is always Tilted Towers to me. And he's back. He's back home.
He is.
I think 3 of the 4 players
and
there
it has not.
instantly.
No.
I'm good.
What a homecoming.
Yeah, exactly, right? Everyone was ready for it. Scoped assault rifle and Sway. Can he catch a ledge? He's got to be so careful. I was going to say, he actually could use redeploy if need be. And he's just looking for ammo, right? The scoped assault rifle, by no means something that you want to have at this moment. It could definitely be a nice featurette for your inventory, but you hear the call out saying, hey, just do whatever. Do whatever you can. Try to stay alive. The reboot would be great, almost necessary. But the one problem for Sway is that going to this location, the Boogie Bomb actually comes out. I'm going to have to pause for a moment. Double Boogie Bombs. They want to watch Sway dance away, as he'll have to go ahead and head on into shelter.
He's right here, right behind that. He's right on the other side of the building.
They need call-outs. They need some support. Low amount of resources, which could be the issue for Sway. We know how talented he can be when those things are put up. And he will win it regardless, back in Gotham City, just on the outskirts, but living on the edge indeed.
Well, I mean, you don't need
Very narrow situations, but Sway is still holding on, and thank God he just found those minis, guys.
Thank goodness indeed. And again, we talked so much about how these are low elim counts. Look at how hard these elims are to come by. I think 3 of the 4
double Boogie Bomb
that Diggy got last time were basically fighting for his life in that situation, and we see the same right here. So fewer elims and harder elims to come by, and my goodness, that was so close to ending that run right there.
Yeah, but lucky for him that was a solo player. And imagine if that player had even one teammate. That situation changes so much. It looks like with 12 seconds to spare, the reboot card will be secured. So it looks like, at least for now, Aydan Sway will live to see another day. Of course, we know there's always people lurking around in Tilted Towers in Gotham City, so he's not out of dodge just yet.
You could just, you're good.
Try and lit up a little more. If it's me, I mean, I'd want to get Aydan back on the battlefield as soon as I can, right? You want to make sure you have your resources together. Those 1v4 situations can be very, very deadly. And you can see he's already under duress right now, getting shot in that cone. Throw the bubble shield up. It's going to give him some protection for now, but he's got to figure out something. He's got to get away. He's got to get Aydan back up as quick as possible.
Looks as if Ship and Diggy, they actually end up going toward Pleasant Park. In the meantime, I know we've been focusing a lot on Gotham City, but in the meantime of that, kind of the roles reversed in this situation is maybe on the other side. little bit of a better situation, at least in terms of overall health. They seem to be sitting pretty decently, like already having the advantage coming into this game. And that could put even more pressure on Sway's shoulders, right? To say, hey, I've only got so much amount of time. We're in a very high prominent location. This is where we can really pick up the kills. And I'm having to just play my life. I'm just trying to bring my teammate back in this game. That really could slow the pace down for them. But we'll see what they're up to. We'll see what they can try and make happen, at least in terms of Ship and Diggy. Looks as if some Junkrifts actually tossed out. I was going to say, I think that definitely could spoil the party a little bit. Shipping instantly focuses attention towards someone just on the outer
right here on me, Diggy.
roof.
Building up this guy.
They're getting targeted from all angles right now, guys.
Yeah, we talk about how Pleasant Park can sometimes be a death wish. We saw it, just kind of the damage it did for their opponents. Now they find themselves in a similar situation, being surrounded. They're going to, however, go ahead and get some safety. You can see taking a pretty low health right now, no shield. Diggy kind of right in the mix, right in between a number of players surrounding him. Shots coming from all directions. He gets hit in the back. The content pistol, we see it normally used as mobility. Now we're seeing it used offensively. That's going to take down one of Aydan Sway's opponents right now. Can Diggy make the clutch? Going to go for one. The shot's going to come in. There's only 50% health left. Make that 12 HP. Gets one down. Can he make the second? One more shot would likely kill him. And it does, in fact, take him out.
Oh, man.
Diggy and Shippings did not learn the lesson. If you play Friday Fortnite, do not go to Pleasant Park. It once again potentially ends the dreams of another team. Aydan Sway, the work's cut out for him.
It is, and barely able to get Aydan up, so now they have plenty of time to work with. I think that a lot of the players have already rotated out of Gotham, so they're going to get the opportunity here to get themselves kitted up, find whatever they want in this situation, and really just all on them right now. You see right there at the bottom, only 3 elims for the tie, 4 elims for the outright win. You can see 40 left available on the map for them to get. They have a great chance to do it, I'd say.
Yeah, absolutely do, right? And even just in terms of saying, oh, there's 40 players left. I feel like in what, weeks ago, this would be, oh, there's 5 players alive. Like, it just seems as if the pace has really slowed down for everybody after the recent updates that have come through. But here we go. Like we said, 3 eliminations is what they need to go for the tie, and they've seemed to be in a great situation to already make that happen, as Aydan will be a part of a double.
Wait, they're alive? Oh, no, they're not.
Sway had like 10 HP at the end of that fight. Goodness, that could have changed the whole thing.
That's 2 out of 4 needed right now.
Like, how did he come
2
back
more
all the way?
eliminations, obviously 1 more to tie, 2 more to win. What's funny is, like I said, back in the old sort of Friday Fortnite days, to have, you know, 3 or 4 kills needed to win with your opponent instead, you're like, oh, they're going to course get that. That's no problem at all, right?
We'd like switch to another team. Like, okay,
right,
this
but
is
we've
over.
seen now just how difficult sometimes those 2 to 4 eliminations can be, right? Before it's like, oh, that's only 1 team. That's only 1 team wipe. That's easy for these guys.
Right.
That team wipe now, you got to earn it.
How many do you have?
I have 4.
Hear them adding up the scores right now, just trying to get somewhat of an idea for the blueprint of where they currently stand.
Another kill after they died or something.
Like I said, pretty much since players have rotated out of Gotham City, they have a lot of opportunity to kind of dive into this, as you mentioned, Nine, right? Maybe some opportunities that could have been missed, maybe some chests, maybe even a few rogue players as well. They could be in a really good situation, as
Yeah, just go ahead and lay. You should be good.
not much work left to accomplish. As we'll go ahead to the movie theater, and Sway's going to go ahead and pile up a few of those resources, which we know, and resources are in this man's hands. What he can really put up, right, known as one of the most skilled players in the entire world, all with a controller. The young architect, as I know, a lot of people kind of have that title. I'm not trying to take that one away from Myth, but you get the point. The guy's solid when it comes down to resources, and maybe expending those is, like we said, not a whole lot left to do.
No reason to really rotate out here until they're really comfortable with it. This is a spot that I feel like we will see rotations here. I know it's difficult for us to get eyes on exactly where the circle is going to end up at this point, but this is still a spot where players can generally be found all game, and if they only need 2 more, which they do, right there, your score's on the screen, I'm not sure that they start to rotate out at all. I mean, maybe they can just a little bit, but I think as long as they're set up here, they should be A-okay in at least finding 1,
Maybe
preferably
play
2.
spoiler almost?
Yeah, play spoiler, and again, really no reason for them to go into a spot where another team might be set up, because people will come to them, as we see right now.
Oh, and there comes that grapple gun. Great usage of it coming in from Aydan, as we'll have to see whether or not he can take down this player, Sway. Nice opportunity for a flank. Shots being made, echoing all throughout Gotham City as there's the first knock, and that should be the tie. Manages to get it done, and there are more shots still to be had. Once a top point of view.
One's all the way high. One's all the way high.
You hear Sway getting the call out saying, hey, someone's got the height advantage, taking some shots in the meantime, but the damage coming in from them is all the more expressive as there's the knock, and that will do it. Sway and Aydan, despite having some issues, even despite dropping early on in game number 1, will come through and just narrowly take down a very solid roster that sat on the other side, and Ship and Diggy. As like we said, that's a sweat off the brow type situation. Going down to losers round 1, at least off the start, would not be oh so kind, but like I said, a lot of that came from this early on play, right? If Sway drops in this situation, the entire game is all but different. Comes up clutch for the roster, gets Aydan back in the fray, and they managed to hold on.
Yeah, we talked about, just like I said, they got one more chance. They went down early in game number 1. We knew they would not be able to win the game, obviously, if they did that again. And so, like I said, the big play coming in from Sway was obviously the difference maker. They took their second chance. They made the best of it. Of course, the little bit of luck on their side as well as their teammates went to, at this point, we got to rename Pleasant Park like the Reaper or something. Like, there has to be a name for it because it just continues.
It's not pleasant at all,
Yeah,
actually.
there's nothing pleasant about that park at this point. So congratulations, of course, to Aydan Sway for moving on. They were sort of our favorite coming into this. So, I mean, I guess it's kind of a sweat off the brow at this point because that was a match that if they had gone out in round 1, we would have been very, very surprised with.
We would have, and so many of these fights are in the old format. I know we always talk about what old Friday Fortnite used to be, but these are fights that you would see at the end. This is where you'd run into maybe 2, maybe 3 big teams against our players right here at the end. We're seeing this now in mid-game. 40 people left, and it seems like every squad is able to put this up. So if you are a fan of high-speed gameplay and high-quality gameplay, even if it isn't as aggressive, you will still see the fights that you want to see.
Yeah, like right, slow and steady is pretty much maybe the label for this week, because you've already seen a few teams right kind of going down to that losers bracket, which we'll be updating you guys with here in just a few moments. Maybe some rosters that we could be maybe somewhat surprised about. I'm not gonna lie, take a quick little gainer at the bracket, and I'm gonna say I'm somewhat interested in it, but I am curious to see exactly who can make a few of those loser bracket runs, which isn't too uncommon, right? We've seen certain rosters. I think it was Mongrel Mitro who came through and won Friday Fortnite 2019 off of coming from losers round 1. So it has happened in the past, and like we said, if a few of your favorite teams or rosters, personalities are already knocked into that losers bracket, they still do have a chance. And if you want to follow along with them, you can feel free to use !bracket in the chat to stay up to date with how things are going when we're obviously in the midst of all kinds of different series. But I am excited, like we said, Aydan Sway, they do come out clutch, and they are definitely a favorite coming into today. It's by no means surprising that this roster makes it into the second round, but you could argue it is surprising the result in which it ended up happening. But guys, we're actually going to go ahead and throw it to a quick little commercial break. Like we said, some more awesome matches to come. Make sure to check out the bracket because we'll have a lot more updates to come right after this. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Friday Fortnite 2019, week number 9, as we're live here from the UMG studio. Myself, Landon Lano Sanders on hand, joined in part by 9hole Grains and Ryan Fools. Guys, we just got to explore a pretty interesting game, right? Aydan and Sway narrowly make it into the next round, but they are obviously one roster who maybe is somewhat unique, right? As a lot of rosters have unfortunately made it down to the losers bracket. Let's go and pull up our bracket to get somewhat affiliated with how a few of the matches have already broken down. Like we said, guys, feel free, use !bracket in the chats. Like we said, some interesting matchups going through. We've got Kinstaar along with Teeqzy making it forward as they will now face off against the qualifier winners there at the top, Skills and Co. We've also got Kamo and Aqua moving forward, and I believe that their next matchup should be against Typical Gamer and Exoph, as I believe they have in fact won that game, so we'll get that one updated here on the graphic here shortly. Along with that, we've got Thieves and Swan moving forward, as well as Aydan and Sway. Still a few matches kind of to go, but any surprises, maybe any just interesting notes to think about a few of the matches that have already gone down?
I would say the top 4 seeds, or at least the teams that we would probably have put there, have made it, which tells me that even with all these changes, they were able to at least adapt quick enough, or maybe mitigate the damage is the best way to call it. Certainly not a clean win that we got to see on stream. Of course, we didn't get to see the others, but I think so far it's business as usual for these top teams.
For me and Landon, you know I love these guys. The qualifier teams.
Yep.
Those are always my favorite to watch throughout these tournaments. Obviously, within Friday Fortnite, with other stuff we did Sunday Showdown, I always love seeing the qualifier teams because there are still, and I even believe this still, Fortnite's been out for quite some time now, there are still so many unknown players out there, so much unknown talent that is waiting to show itself. And tournaments like these can be where they do that. And so we're starting to see qualifier teams. We've seen them for many, many times now upset, top-ranking pros, right? Upset, big content creators, whatever it may be. And now we're seeing another team with 2 people from the qualifier showing out and trying to make a run. And their next matchup is one that I know you were looking out for quite a bit, right? A team that you said was sort of your dark horse land. And so I'm looking forward to potentially seeing the scoreline from those 2 teams duking it out.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that could be one that is incredibly close. I would be interested to kind of see maybe even the regions, whether or not the qualifier team, where they kind of come from in comparison to what will most likely be an EU host. But like I said, I kind of agree with you guys. I think, a lot of the teams that have kind of made forward, not too much of a surprise to see those names on paper into the next round. But still, one match that we are waiting on in terms of winners round 1 is actually AlexRami and Benkert, right, versus Nick A30 and FaZe Replays. I'll be honest, I would be somewhat surprised if Nick A30 and FaZe Replays didn't move forward, but you never know, right? Kurt, maybe he's coming through, giving the calls, helping out alongside AlexRami, who we know is a fantastic player as well. Maybe kind of venture on into the next round. The only problem, though, is whoever makes it into the next round has to take on Thieves and Sway. So it's, or rather Thieves and Swan, excuse me. So that's not going to be the easiest matchup for anybody to have to try to wheel and deal on. But like I said, so far, nothing really too shocking in terms of the bracket. But I think maybe a few of these games could have been closer to what they allude to on the bracket. We say, oh, this guy moved forward. We can even say the same thing with Aydan and Sway. Oh, no surprise, right? Those guys are in the next round. But we look at the details and we see, oh, they were down in Game 1. They managed to make a comeback in Game 2, thankfully, because one roster struggled in Pleasant Park, as they tend to do. It's like I said, we obviously look at these teams, we kind of write them off and say, oh, they moved on to the next round. But little do we know the little intricacies that actually did happen and were involved in the gameplay. I imagine a lot of those games that happened in Winners Round 1 were probably very similar to the ones that we just had as well.
Yeah, I mean, there's going to be a sort of a phase right now where these teams have to sort of readapt to the way that this kill race has been played, right? We haven't seen kill race for, like I said, we've been, a couple months landed since we ran our last Friday Fortnite, so there hasn't been a lot of other kill race tournaments. So a lot of these guys are used to sort of, whether it's the new, Zone War stuff or whether it's just like some of the actual competitive stuff through Fortnite itself. There's been no kill race for a while, so they got to kind of not relearn, of course. I mean, they've done this for long enough, but they have to kind of readapt to how this world plays.
Right, and in the process of readapting, they also have to invent new stuff because, again, all the new POIs, but also just the new difficulties that this format produces. So I think that's why, even though, like you said, you never know exactly how these games go, it's why we're still seeing the top teams come in. There's just so many little things you have to be able to control, and it takes a very strong foundational gameplay.
Yeah, I got to say, too, I think what we were even kind of mentioning this during the break a little bit, how different the gameplay felt, like how watching it, the way that players were even just trying to be aware of their positions. Like I thought going to, toward Gotham City was a little bit surprising, just considering the way that the pace of the game worked. But like, I think you were mentioning it, Ryan. You were like, hey, like everything is different. Like the way that players are kind of even communicating, the way that they're building their resources, like how they're kind of managing everything. The game is different now that we kind of have this skill-based matchmaking, along with how the game has kind of progressed just in general. This is a totally different Fortnite than what we left it a few months ago. It is a much different game, and I know that can obviously be looked upon by a lot of the community as maybe not what they want, but just in general, it makes, I think our bracket right now that much more intense.
Yeah, I mean, people are respecting the average play right now and in a multitude of ways, right? So not only are they respecting, you see a lot of times players won't really push now until they start to get those kind of first initial shots in, right? Remember back in old Friday Fortnite where the second someone sees a player, they are after him, right? They're building right up in a straight line to him, or they're whatever mobility they do to get to him. They are pushing those players instantly, right? Now you're seeing kind of survey out, trading some shots in. Okay, I hit a couple shots there. Now we can push on that. Now we can grapple on that. And even in the build fights themselves, right? We're seeing these players play so much slower, right? Waiting to kind of break some builds, get an idea of where they are, kind of maybe play around them versus just playing in a straight line, right? People would always just break through the wall, try to get in a build fight, take the wall, edit the wall, shoot him, right? That was this textbook play, and now they're playing just much more careful.
They are indeed. Let's go and take a look at our bracket just to kind of make sure that we are somewhat up to date, right? A few more updates just in terms of the first round, as it looks as if it is, in fact, Sceptic and EwOk that do move forward into the next one. Along with that, I believe it was Nick A30 and Replays who did take down AlexRami along with Benkert. So we were kind of curious if the quarterback could come through. Now, unfortunately, he's going to dive into that losers bracket, which, like we said, is already going to be filled with a number of different top caliber rosters. But one game that we're actually getting ready to dive into, right, is in the sheer center of winners round 2. We're going to be watching Ghost, Kamo, and Cooler Aqua versus good old TG and Exo, guys. This is going to be a difficult game, I think it's fair to say, for Typical and Co., just considering the guys that are on the other side, the talent that they possess. And like you kind of mentioned earlier, Nine, it's not even just one game for Aqua. Like, he came through in Minecraft Monday and dominated almost everybody. He's a Fortnite duo world champion. He went to TwitchCon and dominated that one as well. I mean, this guy is out of this world. And in comparison, right, in combo with a guy like Kamo, who we know is very talented as well, this is a team that could easily contend for a championship today.
Oh, absolutely. They're one of our top seeds. And when you got skills, you got skills. That's the summary of everything you said right there. But again, it does, I think, come down to how these teams opt to play with each other. We haven't even talked about different strategies that can come if you opt to split or something like that. I don't think that, unless it's a true Hail Mary pass, sheer desperation, we're going to see any of that. And typically in the past when we would see Kamo and former partner Issa play together, they were one of the teams that would separate a little bit. Even if they went to the same drop, they might be on different sides of Gotham City, for example, or Neo as it was back then. I don't think we're going to see that now. I think you have to opt to play very close and close to the chest as well, because if you don't, you could get punished and already starting out big, and that is a painful way to get elimed, I'd imagine.
Yeah, speaking of Gotham City, here we are right in the beginning. Talking about just sort of the risk involved with landing and sort of the hot drop. Of course, Gotham City doesn't quite give me the same vibes that Tilted Towers did in terms of just the mass amount of people showing up, but still a very crowded area. A lot of little nooks and crannies everywhere, too. A lot of players could be hiding in all different areas. Looks like it's going to be Aqua. Does get the party started, like you mentioned, with that first elim. Spotted a few more. Some quick communication coming in as well.
Oh, that was a very confident sniper rifle shot, trying to take down those brick walls, and it looks as if that might have been an opportunity to maybe utilize that shockwave grenade. And speaking of items, Stink Bomb doing a little bit of excess HP onto Aqua, who now has the opportunity to go and dive on in, go a floor lower, and grab all the loot. That could be possible, so maybe having the pressure be taken off for now, along with that minigun, which never, hurts. Legendary minigun can definitely put it to usage. We've seen some powerful weapons do some work in what is labeled as tilted before. Like we said, maybe different name, same location.
Okay, nice.
But definitely a different approach for both of these teams, right? A much more kind of slower, methodical play from the opposition. Kamo, Aqua, they're getting right into it early on, which, like we said, could be determined in multiple ways. We've seen TG and even Thieves, right, the regular dual partner, do tons of work in the past where they've ran through, roster after roster, and they kind of get to the pinnacle, and they fall just short to these top caliber rosters. But in the process of doing that, they took down some fast-paced teams, and they were able to kind of work off the mistakes from their opponents. We'll have to see exactly how this one dives through, as it is a typical game of fast versus slow.
Yeah, the Junk Junction. I land there a lot of times when I want to get some challenges done, right? I can just turtle up and wait for that top 50 or take the challenge. So definitely don't expect a lot of people to be landing there. Meanwhile, though, in Gotham City, players are still approaching our competitors. Looks like Aqua is going to be able to get that with the help of his teammate.
Look how close they're playing together right now. They are right next to each other because of the communication. We haven't really even talked about, I mean, we've talked about how important it is, but you hear all these call-outs right now, understanding that it takes two to secure these elims in an efficient way. One isn't enough anymore.
It takes two to make a good thing go right, is that?
I think that's the...
Two to tango?
Ich habe ihn auf Metall gehört.
Possibly. I think we're in the right vein of things.
A lot of things take two.
It's
I
true.
think that's what we're getting at.
It is indeed true. Look at TG rocking. Is that a season? It's season 2 skin? Are we on the 2s again? Possibly.
Throwing it back.
Maybe. I could be totally wrong on that. Seasons lore of Fortnite. It's a lot to dive into. Regardless, though, TG taking down a player, one shot to the dome, and I think Exo's maybe said, "I'm the best, man." Did TG get credit for the kill? He may have, but look at that. 5 eliminations just for Typical Gamer already. That's pretty impressive, all things considered, for both these guys. That's, what, 7 to the opposition. Aqua's currently enjoying a new subscriber, so shout out to Jack. But what, that's going to be 5 for them. So advantage kind of going toward the slow pace, but this is where it can really start to pay off, is in moments such as this. Currently between a rock and a hard place, and they dive in at the right moment, expose a player, but there's still shots to be had. Watching each one of these walls, but a player dives right in and takes down Aqua. And now it is up to Kamo to pick up the pieces. 9 lives, no big deal. Grabs the reboot card and ventures elsewhere. Regardless, though, loses a big piece, as that is not going to be the nicest of things to deal with. Like we said, guys, they're down in overall score. Sure, they just took down a squad, but now they have to worry about the reboot van.
To worry about the reboot van. And, you know, we were talking about Junk Junction earlier and maybe laughing at it a little bit. One thing that's important to note, that is by Starry. So we've talked about all of these different rotations and, okay, where are people going to go? The strategy that Nate Hill and Funk Bomb used is they would drop on the outskirts of those hot drops, get geared up, and then go in. I'm wondering if Junk going into Starry might not be the heady play right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's basically exactly what they did, right? We saw they were running around Junction with no players in sight, so they got to pretty much get some mats, get some loot, and then from there they made the quick play. A lot of times the mistake we see teams make is they do that strategy, but they spend too much time looting, right? Too much time getting mats, too much time looking for the right guns that they wanted, the most optimal guns. But I like what they did here. They got the loot, they got what they needed, and they moved to the spots where they knew they're going to have, you know, kind of fresh players who might not have the best loot themselves, and it seems to be paying off for them.
I'm going to say that shot kind of jarred my memory a little bit. Reason being is it kind of alluded to a little bit of a delay. The reason for that delay is they are, in fact, playing on European servers, which is something to make note of. I think I saw for a moment, what, 150-plus ping that typical gamer and Exo are going to have to deal with. So them kind of getting out to a strong start is actually fantastic, considering that they will have an internet advantage coming into this second matchup. So that's something that we always talk about. Certain rosters, certain players, they're not familiar with playing off host or off of their typical server. And right now, TG and Exo, they're taking advantage of the situation given. Pleasant Park, we talked about it, not the greatest place to start off in, but they are in fact the rotators. So who knows, maybe that could be the Friday Fortnite gods looking at a loophole and kind of taking it with a grain of salt. But all 4 players back up, the res is in play, and Kamo and Co are doing some work outside of Loot Lake.
I mean, the scoreline actually still looks about tied. I think that we are somewhere around the 9 to 12 kills per each team. So despite it looking like TG and Co are kind of starting to pull away, it actually does seem that we are very, very near a tie game. The reboot van, of course, was put in use. They have moved pretty quickly. They found some good eliminations, and I think we have a game on our hands, guys.
I think so, too. And again, when you are able to get kitted up here, you have a fighting chance against some of these strong teams because everyone's fighting for the same limited pool of resources right now, and all we've talked about, these good players running into each other early on, applies to everybody else too. So it stands to reason as you get these elims later, you're going to get better gear. You're going to be able to really build the momentum that we talked about there. And I think that's why we've had such a close game, despite the fact that it's been rough. And take a look right there. Typical gamer goes down. It's up to Exo now.
Yeah, the tides are starting to turn right now. We saw Kamo and Aqua start to kind of go down early, both in score and obviously a player going down. Now the tides have started to turn a little bit. It's going to be actually typical gamer who is going to go down himself. It is going to be up to his teammate. Can't tell if he got the reboot card ready or not. The way he's running, he either abandoned it or already has it.
Possibly playing scared. We'll have to see
Looks
what
like
he has going, and he may actually go and dodge that one out.
He
We'll have to
abandoned
see.
it.
Yeah.
Looks like there's still players back over in Pleasant where the reboot card was, so it looks like decided to kind of cut the losses and rather than fighting for the reboot card, just try to get away and secure as many eliminations on the way out as possible.
Yeah, we saw for a moment Storm being involved, actually for all of our players at this moment. That's going to be a nice little addition. Skyrocketing forward, and Aqua actually having a few enemies just behind him. Rather, I say enemies, it's going to be Exo in that situation. It's going to be a nice elim to find just on the edge of where that storm has started to dissipate. So good work, and like you said, just to confirm, typical gamer. Unfortunately, reboot card will be gone in just a matter of a few seconds. So it will be a 1v2 for the rest of this match. And say, Aqua, does he have that kind of vision? He does. Pixel perfect, sniper's coming through, but he'll get it done regardless. That's a nice frag to find for Aqua. As we talk about, those are somewhat few, far in between. Like I said, this game a lot more higher scoring as now we enter in toward Gotham.
It's crazy to think this team already has more elims than both of the top scorers from our last round, but that's just the way it goes. And now I think it is a matter of mirroring here, saying, you guys just lead me to the elims, and you know, if you're feeling charitable, give me a couple, please. Please, make it a game.
Trying to hold on to that grapple gun does not want the enemy to see it. And they're actually
Well,
going to go for the rocket ride. I love it. Kamo trying to escape, and Exo saying, hey, I don't want to miss out on a great opportunity. And he will actually find a random Joe, if you will, just kind of toward the bottom. So, yeah, Exo does, in fact, come through with the knock. So maybe a a benefit, which looked to be Exo kind of on the outer edges, not really having as much success, but in reality, he's the one who finds the elim first. It looks as if Kamo does, in fact, at the same time, take someone down from 100 meters away. And I do say take down. I mean, there could be other players, other enemies toward that position. And like I said, it's always an awkward part when you're in a 1v2 and you're thinking, which player do I hang with? If they separate, who do I try to stick with? Do I go off by myself? Do I try to cut off any eliminations that they could have? A lot of ways to play it. Looks as if Exo's going to go and Vin to stay alongside Kamo for now.
That's probably the safe play right now, just for the fact, like we said, the 1v4 nowadays is so much harder than it used to be. So to try to go out there and maybe either play for picks or play to try to, solo squad 4 players, it might be easier to try to get your picks while your opponents and in the game your teammates, but your opponents are already shooting at some of these people. Maybe try to get your own little 3-piece in there and try to just steal as many as you can. Only 21 players left on the map, of course, 3 of them being our competitors, so really only 18 kills left for grabs. You actually just want to kind of make sure you hang around.
That's at least 3. Camo's got a squad just in front of him already, peppering them up a solid amount. Not missing a beat as here comes the bubble shield. Unfortunately, though, the enemy's already in there with you. Defeats the whole purpose. The TAC SMG gets everything done. Exo, everything he can muster up into these last bit of eliminations. An interesting situation where the flip knock actually gets put into use outside of the skeleton, which will turn into one of the unfortunate souls that Kamo will take along the way. A great journey, but the path to success continues as that storm, like we said, is just on their heels, having to move forward, and the communication is not stopping. Aqua, Exo, Kamo, everybody looking for every bit of advantage that they can get at this point.
Exo's actually done a pretty good job here. I think that's 2 elims stolen at this point, and I know that doesn't seem like a lot, but yeah, given the horrible situation that he's in right now, that's pretty good, and almost stole that one too. So we'll see. This is scary right now. It seems like everyone's coming up on this mountain. Who can play the better gatekeeper role? It looks like Exo gets one, and Aqua gets one as well. So it's, again, a wash.
A lot of loot in the ground right there as well. Some bounce pads, some campfire, a lot of mobility in play. Hearing a language I don't understand. Trying to get some of that communication, but it's
it's gamer. That's the language.
There you have it. Seems intense. We're just going to roll on with that. We'll right at the intensity right now. It looks as if Kamo does place down the bubble shield, and they have maybe somewhat of an idea in play for what they want to try and do. Like I said, they've got those bounce pads, but they've also are starting to feel a little bit of the pressure. As here comes what could be a little bit of a flank opportunity, right? It's going to be Aqua from the skies, Kamo coming in from really the front. So they'll just going right up the mountain, no questions asked. Bubble shields are plenty.
That was a 5,000 IQ play.
The new tech right there, riding missiles and mobile bubble shields.
He was boarding the bubble shield so he couldn't get hit up the mountain.
7 HP, still holding on. TAC SMG is out. Goes for the quick little edit, and looks as if it will be Aqua who finds them all. Look at that kill feed, just filled with this man Aqua as they get the job done, right? He's got 10 eliminations in double figures. I'm not sure how often we'll see that happen tonight. But you see them instantly, like I know we can't obviously understand what they're saying, but you kind of get the idea, right? They're rocket riding, they're instantly targeting. As soon as they take down a team, it's where do we go next, right? Where is the next target? And by having that second player to shoot off that rocket, they ultimately have the advantage when it comes down to mobility.
They haven't found anyone just yet. I'm trying to survey the map. Looks like maybe towards Happy Hamel they might have spotted someone. You can see the use of the bounce pad and the grappler. I'm starting to hear some shots. Here comes the 3P right here. It's going to be at least one that he gets some shots in on. Another player in the sights. It's going to be 2 at least. That's the first down. Nice shot on the second player. Here comes his teammates. It's going to be a clean set of kills for Aqua and Kamo. Now, talking about pulling away, they are definitely trying to pull away. It looks like Exo's trying to get in there himself to get in the little 3P of his own. Unfortunately, he is going to actually be dropped. So now, TG and Exo have nothing left on the server. It's going to be all up to Aqua and Kamo to get that kind of extra credit we talk about, right? Get as much of a lead as possible.
I heard a word. I heard the word reboot. I think that's what they're doing. They're trying to back up, allow for the res to come through so they can go and steal away those eliminations again.
A little Apex strategy right there.
Yep.
It is. Well, and just how boldly their Aqua jumped in. We said earlier, like, okay, taking it slow, going in there, making sure they won't be running at each other. Aqua's like, nah. Dove right in there.
Hold my beer.
Into the middle of the fight. And I get that it was a fight that had been going on for a little while, playing the 3P. But, guys, 25. 15 would have beaten both teams' overall score. It's got them 10 down right now against this Dynamite roster.
These guys, unreal stuff, unreal talent and ability. As they have the opportunity, here comes the bubble shield, and here comes the aggressive play. Aqua, no surprise, taking down the first. The other one's just trying to enjoy a cozy little campfire, but Aqua has other intentions, other business to attend to. As these are only knocks, so still one more player left. You hear the Let's Go's coming out. And for good reason, as the way that they've been playing up to this point has been absolutely stellar. Kamo, an opportunity for a flank, loses the high ground, but based off of what these guys have done, I'm not sure if that really matters all that much.
Nochmal weit. Ich will den Pickaxen. Hab ihn.
Going for the pickaxe just for good measure. As that
He
should
called
be
the shot, too.
that should be a few extra points, I think. But
15, ne?
like I said, I don't even know if they're going to need any extra points here. Kamo, 14 elims just by himself, will obviously earn the overall scores here in just a moment. But guys, that was a fantastic, fantastic performance. We thought TG and Exo, fantastic early start for them, which was true. They finished off with 15. Kamo by himself is at 14, 29 together. That's crazy.
It's like a season 1 Friday Fortnite scoreline, right? 29 in just game 1.
Everything that we just set up and talked about has been destroyed.
Yeah.
Everything that we just talked about. And that's why I said at the beginning of the broadcast, right? We're going to be setting up all these wonderful things just to see them go wrong in the coin flip that is Friday Fortnite. But all of these new strategies, everything that come into play, raw skill still gets it done.
I'm here for it too, right? That's the kind of
Yeah.
games I like to watch. I like to see these high kill, kind of high octane games. I love to see the aggression. You're seeing some of the strategy come into play too. You saw them kind of back off, use the reboot strategy we've seen in the past, and so that 29 scoreline, that's going to be very, very difficult to beat if you are a typical gamer and Exo, just for the fact that not only are you behind 14, oh, by the way, Kamo and Aqua aren't going to not kill anyone in game number 2.
Yeah, exactly. It's like you got to rely on a lot of outward opportunities to really kind of pull this off. But when you see someone like this pull off what they do, I mean, it's just peeling back the layers. Just really unbelievable stuff. And the one thing that I really liked about Aqua and Co., he and Kamo in that last game, was their speed, but it was their controlled speed. You never thought that they were kind of getting a little bit too out of their hands. It wasn't as if they were playing way too kind of rapidly. It was as if everything was somewhat controlled. They had the right idea. They were rocket riding. They had some interesting strategies and going up the mountain. Like, they had everything kind of picture perfect, and that's one thing that I liked about this team. And one thing that we kind of maybe over-speculate about some rosters, that they play way too fast. Sometimes they get hyper-aggressive. They challenge things when they're on low HP. I feel like when it came down to that first game for Kamo and Aqua, it was all controlled. It was, hey, we're together. Hey, we know how to challenge this. If we are low in HP, I've got a teammate right behind me to help secure this. Like, whenever they were playing fast, it looked as if they had the resources available to slow it up if they wanted to, which I think was honestly one of the scariest things that you could attest to, is that you know, normally a team's success can also lead to a little bit of their kryptonite. For this team, I'm not sure if they have that right now. At least that hasn't been shown as of yet.
Yeah, I mean, it always seemed like when they were in those fights, they were fighting sort of in close proximity to each other, right? They weren't really super disconnected. Of course, when you get in those big build fights, a lot of times, just because of the nature of a build fight, you can get kind of disconnected from your teammate. And while you're still shooting at the same people, you're still not super close to each other, but it seemed like they were very, very close as they were kind of fighting through, as they were taking these walls, as they were going for these elims together. So again, I was very impressed with game number 1. I assume that, like I said, a 14-point lead, you know they're going to probably play a little slower than you'd expect after game number 1, but we've seen crazy things happen.
We have indeed, and that might be the top score we see all day. Like,
It could
I mean,
be. I don't know.
30
Possible.
in the, even back before the skill-based
Yeah,
matchmaking
29
came
is
in,
crazy no
29
matter
would
what.
have been
Yeah,
great
that's a
then.
lot.
So
Sure.
have we seen the best already?
Could have. Who knows? Maybe the highest on broadcast. Or maybe the highest on broadcast. I'm not sure about the entirety of the tournament, but I'm sure it'll be at least in the top 3 scorers of the day. I'd be surprised if it's not up there. But I know we're kind of talking about scores right now. It's all pretty much a paradise, if you will, for Kamo and Aqua. Typical in Exo, though, something different. And that's the thing. When it came down to TG and Thieves and their history, it was still slow-paced, methodical, and that was always the worry for them, is that they always really kind of saw success in game number 1. They never really had too much of a blunder or a big comeback that they needed to really make. This situation, I think, could bring them out of their comfort zone, but how will they attest to it, and what really could be the strategy for these guys? We know how talented that the other roster is. Is it time for a split? Is it time for them to kind of venture elsewhere? We'll kind of have to see exactly what their idea is based off the top right mini-map. You can see that Exo and TG pretty much going on the outskirts of Salty, not in the exact same area, right in close proximity, as you mentioned earlier, Ryan, but regardless, though, they're kind of hanging on and seeing what they can do off the rip, because these early engagements are going to be so massive for them.
I mean, it looks like TG and Exo right now are deciding sort of not to hot drop, sort of to use the traditional sort of strategy, which if had it been game number 1 and do that, I understand, but to go into it with a 14-point deficit and then to start playing slow, I mean, I think you have to play with a little more sense of urgency. Maybe you wait at the beginning and see if the Fortnite gods maybe give you some sort of blessing taking out Kamo and Aqua, but it looks like we sort of predicted, they played a little bit slow themselves, and said the server is going to get smaller and smaller by the second. If you're a TG, you gotta get going.
Decent shots here, but yeah, it is a rough situation when the opponent can force this kind of play out of you, because again, if it's not within your skill set to try and play a really aggressive game, then just forcing it isn't going to get you anywhere. So I agree with you, Ryan. I think they do need to play with a little sense of urgency, but right now it looks like Kamo and Aqua are just kind of chilling around them, or at least in the general vicinity of them. So it seems like they're going to have to fight even more than just the lobby right now. They have to make sure that they don't get 3P too many times by their own squad mates.
Yeah, that could always be an issue for sure, as the choke splashes are coming out, maybe even a few builds just off the distances. Like we said, this early game, it has to be a priority for them. They have to put up a big amount of elims off the rip, or things can already start to get out of hand. As like you talked about, Kamo and Aqua not far away from Salty Springs, maybe even closer. As it looks as if Factories is where typical gaming, or rather typical gamers, deciding to sink his teeth into first. A lot of players, bubble shields out and some shots as well. Losing a decent amount of his shield, right, brought down to 114 in total. As you're starting to hear a few players already falling off and losing their life, trying to cut an enemy off in this situation. One remaining still, and that's where TG will come through big. That's going to be 3 already off the start. But like we said, these have to keep coming.
Sweats on me, holy smokes.
You can hear him call out that there's sweats on him. It's one of those players we talked about, respecting some of the average pub players. Sounds like he's going to definitely try to shy away from those ones. Off to a good start so far.
They don't have any kills? How many do you have?
Doesn't sound like Cooler, sorry, Aqua or Kamo have any kills just yet.
Really reaches that high. Wow.
That hits the Comet.
And I love that play,
That man's
too.
got some tech.
He does. I love that play, too, because he instantly went for the Comet because he knew he would have got the glider redeploy. So very smart strategy. It looks as if everybody in close proximity to one another, kind of enjoying the sleepover that they've currently got going on right now. Maybe not enough elims to go every which way. And you see Exo, even on 3 HP, realizes how important it is just to get a hand at these. So I think, maybe 1 elim gain for TG, 1 elim gain for Aqua. So somewhat of a split, but like we said, for Exo and TG, they need a lot more to go their way. And the thing is right now, since you are in Salty Springs, it's going to be important for them to instantly try and separate from Kamo and Aqua. They stay with these guys, and that's when things can start to get a little bit fluky. Kamo from a close perspective, Aqua from the top of Weird Mountain doing some damage and looking pretty solid at it. Locked up in a box. Here comes that TAC SMG. There comes the knock. Great work coming through from the roster that currently sees a big advantage right now as Exo does get brought down. TG will have to actually go for the reboot, as unfortunately he will be knocked during the meantime.
And TG's down to what looks like about 1 hit as well. Looks like the enemies are going to be cleaned up. Looks like TG is going to be safe for now.
That guy behind you has no ult.
I got him.
Got to see how his teammate did go down. And that content pistol to work, finishing it off with the pump. Does look like he did get the reboot card there. So it's going to be a matter of time. I mean, just when you're at a deficit, even the time it takes to go reboot your teammate, right? Those are the seconds and the minutes that you cannot lose when you are down as much as they were. They got to a pretty good start. We talked about how quickly TG was actually able to find some kills despite that being sort of a slow drop. Now, if they're going to be in this, of course, they have to both be in the map. They're going to have to waste a little bit more time with this reboot. And even still, even with the reboot, you can see TG only has 17 actual HP, 50 shield, of course, but one good pump shot from anyone at the moment, and that's going to be down for him as well.
So we're up by 5, so that means we need 9 kills to tie.
9 kills to tie you here right there, and that actually means that they've done pretty well for themselves here at the start. And if we take a leap forward in time here, we can see that they actually did manage to get some of that health back. So they're going to have a fighting chance here to at least make a chance. But I wonder, Lena, what do you think the rotation is? Do you continue to follow this roster that seems to be able to find elims left and right and try to steal from them and prevent them from getting some? Or do you break off entirely and try to beat them at their own game?
I think you got to split off. I think you have to try to stay away from these guys as much as possible. I mean, like I said, I would at this point have no interest in trying to contest these guys for kills, right? How methodical they've been, how talented they've been, kind of in the trenches, if you will. These guys are going to cover a lot of ground, and that's the scary part about this duo is that they're going to cover a lot of different areas. I think you bank on maybe a little bit of a split at this point, considering how the score is looking. I know we've kind of received a few updates. It's probably around 9 to 11 to 12 elims down. I think that calls for a split. I think it calls for a situation where you try to get out of dodge, going toward a heavy rotation and just hope things work out. It may not be, you know, something that makes the most sense by definition, but I think at this point you've got to play your cards. I think you've got to play the risky game, and it looks as if based off of the rotation that they're making, they're a little bit late to Dusty Depot. They're going to try to utilize a few of these bounce pads to venture elsewhere, but we'll look at the left side of the screen, and I'm seeing a lot more action than I would like to if you're a fan of the other boys. Rather.
This has been a particularly fast lobby as well. You look, only 24 players remaining in the server itself, 4 of them being our competitors. So really, talk about that sort of 9 to 12 kill deficit. There's only 20 kills left on the map in total. So of course, like I said, things are looking very, very grim right now for Typical Gamer and Exo. They're going to need some kind of miracle of Kamo and Aqua going down very, very quickly and then have to go on an absolute tear. But I mean, from you can see on your screen, it looks like that is not going to be the case. Aqua is not stopping. Kamo is not stopping either. He is taking to pretty low health, but his teammate Aqua is picking up all the kills in sight. They're just seem to be dropping right in front of him so he can just take them down, drop them like flies, and we are getting very, very close to mathematical improbability right now. It looks like, again, barring some sort of crazy miracle, we are going to have Kamo and Aqua moving forward.
Yeah, in that scuffle, they actually took the elim lead in this game. So,
yeah, so
that's 17.
Kiss of death right there.
Yeah, 17, 18 that they need to make up right now. Not even that many left on the map. So at this point, we'll see what they can do, what kind of scores they can put up, certainly what kind of momentum they can get built up. But we'll get some confirmation on the exact numbers here for you. But it is looking grim, to say the least.
Yeah, it is for sure, right? And unfortunately, to drop to a team like this, it'd be so nice. I mean, for everybody in the bracket to get Kamo and Aqua out of here, just to kind of venture them toward what would be single elimination territory. It would be nice, but maybe one of the many teams that could fall to these boys today is Exo. Actually, some great work up close. Like we said, the actuality for what this means could be not as influential, but still, it's nice to go out on a high note. And I think this was the right play for them. Despite maybe not seeing the success that they would have wanted, I think going for the original split, as I know TG does get here in time, but going for the split I think was necessary. I think they just kind of ran out of mobility tools. I think they kind of ran out of time. They were constantly on the heels of the opponent when they needed to be in front of them. It was almost as if they got lapped and they weren't chasing the enemy down, as if they continually were behind a guy that was already a lap ahead. So we'll see if they can maybe improve on that when it comes down to the future rounds, but still, a solid team to drop to, as yet again the fast-paced play works out, as I'm sure the verses, if you will, in terms of teams who play slow, in terms of who play fast, I'm sure would probably weigh a lot more towards speed, but regardless, a good opportunity. But like we said, guys, Kamo and Aqua, what a matchup from these two. They came out hot, 29 elims in game number 1. They started off this game a little bit slower. They're already at 12. It's going to be hard for teams to take them down. If they can keep up that same level of play from game 1, I'm not sure if there's a roster here that could deal with them.
yeah, I mean, getting upwards of 20, 25, 29 kills is going to be very, very difficult to top, of course. We got to see if Kamo and Aqua can keep up that pace all day, right? We do have
Bro,
certain
20 bomb.
one-off games at time, but I mean, we know how
nice
aggressive
up
these
front.
guys can play. And again, we've been just, have nothing but good things to say about their
Digga,
teamwork and how well
ich
they've
kann
been
nicht
playing
mal schnell
together.
genug
And
ihn einbauen,
it just seems
weil
like
es
anyone
so
that jumps in front of him
hart
just gets
ist.
put into the blender.
He's playing with his food a little bit right there. That was just, that was rude, the way that one was going, trying to set
go
up
for
the
the
traps
trap,
there
yeah.
after the boogie bomb, and then at the end saying, all right, I'll just finish it the way I was supposed to. But again, we talk so much about the speed that this team plays with. We've seen fast teams before. We've seen aggressive teams before. This combination of speed and precision, though, is what makes this so terrifying. And we could break that down a million ways, but I think just their ability to, like you were talking about, Ryan, even in the scuffle, the kerfluffle even, that they've been, yeah, I know, right? Even in those moments where it seems like just the natural discourse of a fight should take them apart from each other, they don't fall prey to that. And that generally serves you pretty well, and that's what it takes to be a world champion. And luckily, this roster happens to have one. in dubs, in fact.
They do, that's for sure. I got to say, as the Rocket Ride unfortunately just failed a little bit in that moment, Exo, by the way, did finish, I think it was second at the Twitch Rivals Tournament. So still a very talented player in his own regard, as he and TG will try to dive on. But speaking of diving, like we said, we've enjoyed a number of different plays when it comes down to mobility in this matchup. As TG, the boys, they saw early success when it came down to both of these games, but they just could not hold on. The pace, the aggressiveness, and just the overall prestige coming in from their opponents was just something that they could not hold up to. As who knows, like we said, losers bracket runs, they can provide some momentum and they can provide some interesting storylines, but that one at least have to be put on halt for now, as that will be Kamo and Aqua moving forward. As I know we've got some bracket updates, which we'll be providing to you guys shortly. I think all of our top 4 teams have been decided in the winners bracket up to this point, so we were kind of in the midst of what we thought was a fast series. It looks as if all the other games were done before this one, so that's kind of great to see, right? Kind of a faster paced day, and that's not to be maybe too surprising considering the level of talent that exists in these casual lobbies. You're not finding as many elims, you're dropping early. Victory Royales are by no means as prominent as they were previous, but I think that in that last matchup, it kind of surprised us because we were talking about slower pace, not going to see a whole lot of aggressiveness. Kamo and Aqua just said, no, we're not dealing with that today. We're not influenced by any of those issues or anything like that. They started off slow in game 1, and they later, like we talked about, it was early on in game number 1, and we were saying TG and Exo, they were up and they were off host. How big is this for them? And they just turned up and acted as if it did not matter. They're not affected by their surroundings, but like we said, a surrounding now will be Kinstaar and Teeqzy. That is going to be a very intense game. Along with that, toward the bottom side, we've actually got Nick A30 and FaZe Replays taking down Thieves and Swan into that winner semifinals. Like I said, I wouldn't be too surprised if Nick A30 and FaZe Replays could get there, but now they have Aydan and Sway to face off now.
So if I remember correctly from the beginning, I think Nick A30's best placing prior to this was top 8, correct?
Correct.
So this would put him in automatic top 6 winner semis.
It's true.
So that would be, in theory, we're among his highest.
We are.
And it can only go higher, right? It can only get better, but we are currently on or witnessing the run of potentially Nick A30's highest placing on Friday Fortnite. So, of course, congratulations to him. Hopefully they keep it going, too, because everyone loves when Nick A30 wins, right?
Absolutely, man.
What a genuine, just a great guy.
And if I remember correctly, at the start of this, you said that if they got past these first 2 rounds, they'd have a chance.
There you go.
Are you still sticking to your guns on this one?
They beat a good team to get here.
They did.
They beat a very strong team to get here.
It's hard to take down Sway and Aydan, or rather Aydan and Co. It's like, I don't know. It's going to be very difficult. Like, I have confidence in them, but I was kind of banking on maybe Aydan and Sway getting knocked out earlier for them to,
for their run
kind of progress.
Now the pivot starts
I
here.
was. So, like I said, I'm banking on Aydan and Sway, but I would be proud of Nick A30 in replays. But I'm not going to lie. I'm not going to throw out there and say, oh, I had one prediction over the other. But, this is kind of the way that my cards are at for the moment.
I mean, Aydan and Sway, their first game that we watched on stream wasn't super convincing. I mean, of course, it's one game of Friday Fortnite that could mean very, very little in the grand scheme of things. But I mean, if they have another slow-paced game like that, another maybe 12, 13, 14 elimination game, I mean, you could see, like I said, crazy things have happened.
Yeah, it has for sure. Well, guys, we're down to our top 4 teams when it comes down to the winners bracket. Who will move forward into the semifinals? We could see some of the highest placements in these players' careers when it comes down to the vast history that Friday Fortnite has. But like we said, guys, we'll be back right after this quick commercial break. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Friday Fortnite 2019 Week 9 as we are hot and heavy into the winners semifinals as it is Nick A30 and Replays facing off against Sway and Aydan. Of course, joining alongside myself, it is Nine-Hole Grains, Ryan Fools. Boys, I am somewhat shocked as we look toward the top left of our screen. One duo already down for the count. Sway and Aydan, we know that they've had some slow starts when it came down to their prior games, but they were able to pick it up and really make a lot happen. But inside of Gotham City, Replays, Nick A30, they are carrying on very well.
It looks like they are moving through Gotham City right now. Of course, we don't know just how their opponents went down, but this is their opportunity to pull away. We talk about how strong this team was, right? There's not going to be often that you get a blessing like this. They basically have an entire game without an opponent in sight. So if you're Nick A30 in Replays, you want to put the pedal to the metal. Of course, you want to play as smart as you can, right? You want to value your life, make sure you don't go down too, but this could be their chance to really pull away in these semis.
Yeah, like you said, not too many times do you get a gift. And so if I'm, do you guys think that you try to get out of this high pressure area as quickly as you can, or do you think you stay here and try to rack up the elims? Because there's obviously people here. They're still being shot at as we speak. But I don't know. If I'm then, I almost try to retreat right now, group, and then make a rotation here and just try to stack it up as much as I can.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think that probably should be the call. Whether or not they can escape, it may be what hinders them. But I think regardless, the play should be to try and get out of dodge, try to escape, and pretty much just try to hold on to this game for as long as possible. I will say this could have been maybe a little bit of a later rotation. It could have been something where they've been here for a while because of the constant opportunities. But you look at it, 43 players already taken down in this matchup, which should allude to, especially considering the way that Fortnite has worked today, the lobbies are a lot slower in comparison. But for these guys, I think it looks as if they are starting to get toward that employee exit, trying to maybe vacate.
There's 3 minutes here. I can't hold.
You hear Replays maybe think about how they should think of maybe playing the outskirts, maybe think about a different point of view, but I am interested. So if Sway and Aydan did drop off the start, there's 4 elims in total. That could just be 4-0 regardless, best case scenario. I think you need to play the long game, but it looks as if we'll go and take a look at a replay from what happened just a little bit earlier. Aydan Sway went to Salty Springs. Looks as if Aydan did in fact take down one player. And, just got, unfortunately, taken down. Just way too many enemies around the area. So that kind of does suggest us and let us know what exactly the score is. So it will be 3-1 in this current matchup. So Replays Nick A30 looking to vacate, looking to maybe try to get to the orb to push to another point of view.
Yeah, he did. He went towards like the
Yeah, I mentioned anything at this point forward. Pretty much just going to be extra credit, right? It's going to pretty much be their opportunity to build a big lead for game number 2. When that orb use right now, starting to kind of survey the map out, seeing just where they can find some opponents. It looks like Nick A30 spotted a couple.
Are you diving on him, Replays?
And the choice becomes, do they want to dive on the opponent's Nick spotted, or do they want to just continue on? Looks like they are going to choose to stay in the Loot Lake area, at least for now. Nick dives on one. It's going to be a default skin. Couple good shots on the player is going to use that impulse quite far, I'd like to add, before finally being knocked by Replays.
He instantly went 120 meters away.
He was gone.
He almost left render distance. Like, you have to like instantly go to the settings really quick and set that to farthest to make sure that you can spot that guy out. But as you were kind of talking about a little bit earlier, Nine, was it a smart situation for them to try to get out? It looks as if that is the case, but it seems to be something that's worked out very well for them, as Replays is already having, what, 2-3 enemies in front of him right now.
Right, you heard another call out right there. They seem to be positioned very, very well to get a lot of these maybe a little bit more easily than they have typically come here, and gotta clean that one up. Great job there. Did not take that much damage to do so. You see both of them still at full health as well, and they are making this as easy for themselves as they possibly can. It's about sticking together, using each other's builds, and just like that, everything I say goes the other way. Commentator's curse, and it's up to Nick to clean it up. Gets the knock, but you hear the call. Watch out, they got a pump. There's the elim. And the nice thing about this is you have all the time you need. You don't have to worry about the opponent racking up the score as you get the reboot here. So provided he's able to secure the safety here, might be able to get back up here and make it work a second time.
I will say the last player that he took down, which of course took down his teammate Replays, came through with that pump shotgun, but I don't know if that was just a lucky shot because the player was like half sprinting, like not really thinking. But I think like replays was just on the bitter end of a momentum-filled clothesline that may have not come from the strongest of parties, but still came through regardless. And regardless, it's kind of a situation that we look at now and say, hey, you know what? Regardless, Nick A30 does get his squad mate back up, and they've already got a few targets. Maybe hearing of that reboot van, considering that Replays does not have a crazy amount of HP nor weapons, does get taken down. Nick A30 comes to the rescue yet again, but to no avail. Like I said, these are scary situations for these two right here.
I'm pretty sure I got
Hopefully they have some sort of mobility to get out of there. They're not super far from the new zone, but of course that revive is going to come in the zone. To kind of mention that last fight they got into, luckily for them, that last fight, because that replays went all the way down, lucky for them the reboot van was right next to where that fight happened. Otherwise things could be very, very different. Of course, they're going to go ahead and just kind of get out of here right now. You see just how low health replays is right now. Is he going to have enough to get out? It's going to be really, really close. I think Nick A30 is going to have to kind of follow him around a little bit just to make sure.
We'll see.
Kind of waiting, right? Waiting to see kind of what decides to happen. There we go.
Okay.
Yeah, replay's going to probably go down while he's in the air, so
He's close. Oh.
so Nick's have to dive bomb. Nick has enough health, I think, to make this happen.
Right. Keep crawling. Yep. Keep crawling. Keep crawling. Keep crawling.
If range counts.
I can't. That one pump just destroyed my whole game.
Same pump might have been you were talking about, Landon, right? Sometimes it just takes one.
It does. Even from the most random of opponents, you know, you could be on a cell phone, you could be on your PC, and regardless, the result remains the same. There we go, an unfortunate trap, but Nick A30 replays, they will survive to see another day.
Here, we can use the launch. They're putting out a super launch up there. Don't even shoot them. Don't shoot them. Don't shoot them.
It looks like they may have someone spotted just on the top of that mountain, maybe trying to play their cards right. Like we said, both of their HP counts, not the greatest, but that's always clutch, right? Having a cozy campfire at your disposal will always make everybody a little bit more happy, as we'll, of course, get a little bit more of an update. Replays instantly back in the HP game.
Might as well just build, actually.
We gotta get a better lead, though, I think.
Yeah.
It's actually really valuable to know that information, right? Their goal is saying, hey, we need to stack up as many elims as possible despite our kind of mid-round success. That's not going to do it, especially versus a very motivated Aydan and Sway. We know how aggressive those guys can be and how successful they can be as well.
Goodness, all that momentum coming in now.
They called it a super pad earlier. They might have to rock with that.
Yeah, super. Hey, if that's the term, far be it from us to change. Now the rotation into Salty. Reasonably well kitted up. They should at least be able to stack up a couple more. You see 16 more left on the map to get, and it looks like they are going to the outskirts in what was maybe at one point a little battle, and it does look like there is somebody there. Can they clean this up quickly is the question. Nick landed first, got a couple hits. High ground.
Looks like it's potentially two players in front of him at the very least. As he replays, get some edits, try to get his way up there to help his teammate. Nick A30 mid-fight. Replay's going to kind of Harry Potter himself a little bit.
I got one knock.
Sounds like Nick has one of them knocked currently.
I'm at a miss.
Oh, no.
What a time to realize that, too.
Holy crap. Did you get the guy?
No, I didn't.
You see, in the midst of just all the layers in terms of these builds, they finally get an opportunity to communicate with one another, just to reconvene and maybe throw a few high fives.
There's still one. There's still one more replace. He's on Hyatt. He's got to be, unless you just got one.
This is valuable information that they are spreading. This is the one thing that I like about this team so much. Really is their communication. They're so good at pretty much displaying the situations. Is unfortunate. Nick A30 is caught up in bat wings. He is not able to shoot out of it. So he does have the content pistol and makes it work. Lovely execution, but gets brought down to 28 HP. Regardless, though, 30 outweighs 28, and Nick A30 is successful. A lovely play coming through from the kindest man now on Twitch. He's got that grapple gun, and they do hold on to their lives.
My goodness, just what a series of callouts that we got to hear there. Oh God, I'm out of mats, and then not even 30 seconds later, oh God, I shouldn't have done this.
And he found some bandages as well.
Let's watch this again. This is fantastic play from Nick. So it gets brought down to a lot. Like, he loses all of that shield. He was at 128 and went down to 28. That's crazy. That pump, so powerful, as we've seen it take a far few players today, including Nick A30's teammate. But those campfires have really been the major difference maker for the boys, as they've got 8 more still left to go.
You have a lot of mats. I got like
You
nothing.
can hear them talking prior, right? We need to extend
I
this
got
lead. We need to make
300
sure that
total.
we
What do you
win by more points in this first game.
What do you got? What do you got? What do you
Right,
got?
this is a chance. What? This is semifinals right now.
Yes.
This is a chance. This is a chance to
Right there.
secure top
Right there.
3 right now. This is a chance to be in that winners
I got
finals.
switch. Yeah, I'm
So at this
going
point, I
in,
mean,
I'm
your
going in
risk is
replays.
honestly pretty
He's a
low,
newbie,
right?
he's
You
a
already
newbie.
your opponents are already dead. You can't lose any ground. So I like the strategy of moving forward and trying to extend this lead as much as they can. It looks like it's working for him right now. Is able to just absolutely beam that player sitting out in the open.
No, I'm at 2-1-1 right now.
They need a few more mats, like I said. Nick, they're mentioning that right now. Nick's got a little under 200 on all 3 mat categories.
Oh yeah, build. Right over there, right over there.
Another player spotted. They're gonna move.
They're
I like the
basing
strategy.
Okay, you want to just go in?
When you're playing against a team like Aydan Sway, you need to build as much of a lead as possible.
Right, and you said nothing to lose. All this guesswork and everything we're talking about, sometimes it's nice to just have all the guesswork taken away. Like, well, there's really only one way for us to go forward here, and that is to run in and move forward. And I love the plays that we're seeing right now. Let's go, Nick. Great shots.
Hello, yeah, right here.
Fight does not stop here. Thankfully, manages to somehow get out of the 1-by-1. Instantly backs inside of it yet again, but has the pump ready to fire off, and the shots only continue, snapping on everybody in sight. Nick A30 is a one-man wrecking crew,
Nice.
as this is just fantastic work being shown from him, trying to clear out the cornfield as the storm
Extra mats replays by any chance?
starting to make its presence felt, already calling out mats, calling out their inventory, as that is 12 in total for Nick.
Yeah, I did
And I
the
wanted
exact-
to
it's a
say
bug,
that's
dude,
actually
it's a bug.
3
It
for
didn't happen to
replays,
me.
so Nick A30 really carrying the load for these two.
I'll take some mats.
I know replays has kind of had, you know, some obviously good assists from time to time, but
That's perfect, bro. That's perfect.
really in
We
the
only dropped wood and brick,
clutch
right, just to make sure we're not
and in the
losing anything.
depths, Nick A30 has hit the shots that he needs.
They have not stopped talking this entire time either. There's not been more than maybe a second and a half of silence here. They're constantly shuffling around the resources that they need so that both of them have fighting
Oh, yeah, they're
chances
both
in
up there. It's
this.
the final team, dude.
Final team, dude. This is the call.
Surprised didn't say A at the end of that.
So they can
Yeah,
secure
we're
these
gonna
2
play
right
together
now.
just
It's
to
going to put them, what, at a
guarantee
total of
get those
17?
They're loving Nate.
17-1.
Oh my God.
A 16-point lead they would be nursing if they get these 2.
And we just saw, I mean, how difficult it was for even a 14-point lead. And here comes the grapple. Is he going to continue to style on his opponents? It is going to be a fish that finally ends the reign of terror from Nick A30. It is going to be up to FaZe Replays
100%, 100%. I
to
just
take
couldn't
this
build and
2v1.
spot,
Will their
you know,
lead
continue
be
to
solidified at 14, or can he extend it out to 16? Good shot at from a couple players right now. There's going to be the last 2.
That's one of those situations where Nick is just feeling himself and like, let's go, let's make this happen, and then, oh wait, it's a 2v1. Maybe this wasn't my best call, but Replays actually has high ground right here, and if these shots connect, might have an opportunity to at least clean up one. The revenge there gets the knock on the fish. That's an elim. It's a one-on-one here at the very end, and every single one of these points so crucial. We've seen how low scoring these games can be. To get a 16-point lead going into this would be great.
Be fantastic. A lot of people really kind of sleep on replays. I'll tell you what, this guy clearly an edit master just instantly puts all those walls back up and rebuilds the fortress. A decent amount of HP and plenty of mats to spare. As the enemy coming through with that TAC SMG, looks for the opportunity to actually rotate through the builds and actually gets himself stuck on the door.
Wait, how did that happen?
Gets a second to reset. Looks to venture out, utilizes the bounce pad. Actually does not take any damage in the midst of pretty much being shoulder to shoulder with the opposition.
Did you fall down?
Having the same question that I am. I'm actually very curious. Where did the enemy go? Where are they at? Are they in a lonely bush? Are they behind a tree? No, they're actually right in front of you. They're a floor ahead. As here comes a shot. Misses the first. Placing down these cones. Trying to make the enemy's life all the more difficult.
You got nothing on you, bro. You got so many mats on you.
I love that. Nick
So
A30
you
just
get the
coming through with the
gas right now.
positives. Comes with the traps. Is it going to land? It looks as if it might have, in fact. It does trigger itself. Going for that top point of view, and you see replays. He's starting to feel himself. He's feeling good. Confident. Every right to feel that way as he's toward the very top of the mountain. You hear the grapple coming in from the opponents, and he actually fell off. He fell off the entire structure. The pressure got to him, and replays will happily walk away with that elimination. A fight that took at least a minute and a half didn't even involve a final execution.
Can't keep pace. Can't keep pace. And I don't think replays blinked for that entire minute and a half fight. Sometimes I like to have a little blink counter and see how often, if blinking is too slow. Blinking is too slow for this game.
And that puts their lead at 17. You see the scoreline right now, 18-1. So a beautiful game number 1 coming in from Nick A30 and replays. Of course, given the circumstances that Aydan Sway went down early, we just saw how difficult it was in our prior game with a lead that was only 14. Now they have even more of a head start. So, of course, we do have to expect they're going to play some kind of slow-ish game, right, to make sure they at least value their life, stay alive, and monitor how Aydan Sway do in the beginning of the round. But things are looking good right now. Nick A30 with his highest placing so far in Friday Fortnite, currently sitting in top 6. He's 1 game away from sitting in that winners finals and securing that top 3 at minimum.
Yeah, that'd be super impressive for him. Like we said, we've known Nick A30. He's had some amazing moments in his past, and right now could be the opportunity for him to supersede a lot of the expectations that maybe people had on him prior. It's like we said, we'll go and pull up the stats again. Like we talked about previously, his highest placement was top 8. That could instantly be foiled, as you mentioned, Ryan, with a top 3 placement. They win this game, top 3 guaranteed. And more importantly, that championships could possibly gain a 1 next to it. It'd be nice. It'd be his and replays his first. I think we kind of talk about, too. I know we've been giving a lot of positives to Nick A30 and replays, and these will only continue. But Aydan and Sway, we know how talented these guys are. We know the skill that exists with both of these guys. But in both series that we've witnessed from them, early game. They've struggled in the early game. They dropped super early in their last match when it came down to Salty Springs. The aggressiveness has not come without its struggles. Could this game be different?
I'm curious where they're going to drop, because they haven't had a consistent drop. They've gone to Gotham, they've gone to Pleasant, they've gone to Salty. They've tried 3 different ideas, at least that we've seen on our broadcast here. I wonder if they're going to shake it up again. It doesn't seem like they found a comfort pick. Although, as I say that, it looks like they're going to the same place that they went to the last time we saw them up in a game 2, and that is going to be Gotham. If you need to make up some ground, you need to make up some elims, this is the place to do it.
It looks like they're choosing not to go for that split, so they're both going to hit Gotham together.
All 4 players are here.
Nick and replays. If I'm Nick and replays, this is not one of the not on my short list.
I worry about this. I really do.
Double-edged sword, I believe, is the expression here.
Yeah.
A lot more to lose than to gain from dropping here, but you know, we came in a little bit late into the last game too. Maybe this was the drop they went. Maybe this is the drop they've been going all day.
Possible,
What do we know, really?
That's true.
There's a guy on me.
You have a limited opportunity on broadcast. We'll see what they have up their sleeves. Is Aydan Sway put in a position where they have to play aggressive? Not that they would really have an issue with that.
I just like lag. I'm gonna need you if I fight these kids.
Oh, look at that.
Sitting in a
Aydan
box
just saying,
or
I need
whatever.
you, Sway. I need your help,
Can't find no
your
one.
assistance.
Like a guy under me, I'm pushing him.
And it's not a good thing to hear, saying, I can't really find anybody. I'm not having a whole lot of luck spotting any players out.
Sitting here.
Few and far between is not what you want to have happen, especially when it comes into Gotham and when it comes down to what is a 17 elim disadvantage.
If we die, whatever. It's like
Sway, though, still progressing on forward. Like we said, he and Aydan together
Pushing his
in
building.
tandem, making the rotations. It looks as if on the other side, that's going to be an elimination coming through, or rather a knock from replays. Brought down to 4 HP, but still is holding on, and thankfully does have a big pot.
Shot's going to be all around him. Should have time to get that big pot off. Nick's going to try and come give him some support. 2 players right in front of him. He gets taken down.
Stay alive, that's all we need.
There's the communication. Yeah, all replays can do is stay alive. He unfortunately goes down. We talked about the risk associated with this drop and how they should play slow. We were worried about their consequences, and they have unfolded right in front of our eyes. Somehow, some way, despite game 1, Aydan and Sway have a situation now where they can steal this game away. Of course, there's still a lot of work to be done there,
got him.
but
Other one's one shot. I got
these
the
are
one I got
2 of the
that we
best
got
players
35
in the
on.
world.
Yeah.
Their
I'm
work's
one
cut
shot.
out for them.
No,
How do
he's
they
one shot too.
respond?
That's the big thing, too, is that they don't have to worry about the enemy taking
Right, we
their
gotta-
elims. I mean, you could argue that the second best or the best roster
You have
that's in this game is no longer,
can't
they're
see
wiped
the
off the
scoreboard. I
map.
don't
They're
know
not
where
going to
I
be
can
stealing
find
any of your elims for the rest of this game.
Where
You've
do I find
got
the scoreboard?
40-plus players all to yourself.
And And you have 3?
And we have, yeah, we have
So
5. They have 2.
Alright, so 3 minus 17.
So they're up 15
That's
or
14.
17.
We
yeah,
could stay together, I think.
14 kills to tie.
Carry
I
the
only have
6.
180
Yeah,
minutes.
-8. Okay.
But let's,
So they need 14 to
let's
tie,
Shockwave. Come here, come
15
here.
to
Oh,
win.
It's possible. Like it's
know.
very much
Very,
possible. Like,
very.
and like I said, their issues have been their early game. Once they've kind of gotten out of their comfort zone, maybe a little bit, or maybe their issues, they've been just fine. But they have the right mobility, they make the right rotations, and they could very well easily get back into this game. I say easily, of course, with an asterisk next to it, but still,
I don't have grapple.
it's scary when the opposition is taken out of a game and you give these guys a number and they just keep diving into it time and time again. They get the right rotations, maybe they get the right weapons. This is a very nerve-wracking situation for both Nick and Replays at this moment. Situation where we thought not a good idea to go into Gotham clearly does not pay off, and they could be receiving the repercussions from that.
And if you're Nick and Replays right now, you're basically just hoping and praying that this lobby, that bottom left-hand corner of the lobby, starts to cannibalize itself, right? You want eliminations to come in, but you just don't want it to be from these two. You want the rest of the lobby to start firing off at each other, and currently sitting at 40 possible players left, of course, 2 being our competitors, so really only 38 potential eliminations left on the map. Aydan and Sway need 14 to tie, 15 to win, so by no means is that an easy task, right? They definitely got to put the pedal in the metal, I'd say, if they're going to go for this. First player's been in front of him, and he gets tagged up just a little bit. He has likely 1 kill in front of him.
But like, look at the weapons that Aydan has, right? He's got the
Got the
shotty,
kit.
he's got the AR, attack SMG, he's got mobility in the shockwave grenade. He's got 6 minis.
He's got everything you need. Said the work's cut out for him. It's up to them to execute. That's 2 kills. RPG start to come in.
We gotta push this kid. Ready?
Is now the time you start to worry for Nick A30 and Replays?
You're good, you're
Is
good,
now
you're
the
good. I have
time?
a lot of health.
I think it is
I
the
worried.
reason. Well, and the reason why the early game has been scary for these guys is because that's where the luck starts to come in. That's where the RNG starts to come in. You might just happen to drop in the hottest spot and get the worst weapons, get the worst kit.
Another team.
That's
Guys,
not a
right to
problem
right.
anymore.
I'm
You
gonna
have
him.
everything you need. Like you said, Ryan, it's just on them to execute.
Got one,
I
other one
have
play,
to
other
think
play.
this is a team that's going to be able to
That guy's
do
right
that.
there. Got him.
Oh my.
Oh, Aydan!
There's more. I heard more.
That was absolutely perfect. Literally getting the inventory raining from above. It looks like as if it's taco time, but it's just inventory time.
They already have
Not sure how
10.
much you can improve on it, but clearly he has.
They already have 10 elims.
I'm good, I'm fine. Nice. Other one's gonna build up.
Sitting fine in terms of resources, considering
Nice,
this portion of
Sway.
the game, and there we go,
Yeah,
Sway.
pop the chug.
Taking down another, they've got Chug Jugs, they've
we
got
kill
their
both right there?
weapons, and instantly, as soon as we talked about, well, it's possible, there's 40 players, now there's 32, and they've taken out everybody in
They've
sight.
taken pretty much all of them, yeah.
Goodness.
Wait, is that all the loot?
And people are getting rebooted.
Alright.
Yeah,
Keep
rockets.
going.
Spotted
I
a
do
little
have
more
4
loot
here.
in the distance.
How many kills do you have?
I have 6.
And they had 2?
And they're still adding things up right now. Let's watch this replay again from Aydan. Just fantastic execution, right? Player tries to utilize the shockwave grenade. No chance. Incredible talent when it comes down to that controller. Aydan,
I have like 500 here.
thumbs are made of gold.
They're hitting the rift. Down low.
It looks as if those players are, in fact, headed toward the orb, so they actually do have a great opportunity
30.
Oh, it's
no
gonna be
shield.
a
take down a
firing
few of
range.
them. Yeah.
I'm gonna EJ dash to him.
Here come the rockets.
I got him.
Here come the issues if you are the enemy.
He's got RPG.
He does have that rocket ready to go to possibly spoil the party, but instantly knocked.
Where's his body?
Not much of an issue for these boys as they are continually taking down players. And I gotta say, pretty effortlessly. Like, they're not losing crazy amounts of HP. It's not constantly picking up enemies, which I'm gonna bite my tongue quickly as you hear a few rockets coming in, but still, the early fights have been effortless. We'll see if they can keep it up, and look at that TAC SMG, how much damage it does. You get it without resources involved, and it just instantly turns into the perfect weapon to slay with. And Sway, my word, these guys are just rolling through everybody.
I think they just tied it. That's 16 that you see there, and they had
This, I dropped this.
2, or they being Nick A30.
They were down
and
17
Replays.
coming into the game, though, so they're still down by a little bit, but the gap has
I'm gonna hit the rift.
been closed very quickly.
My
I
goodness.
have 6. How about you?
I have 8.
Have they got? They've gotten almost every
Okay, so they
elim
have-
that has happened in the lobby.
They have
14.
14.
You just said they had 14.
They need 17. So
well,
And
it'd be
there's
19
21
because
people.
they got Nick A30 and them got 2. So I think they need 5 right now to tie.
This one right here.
Where?
Oh, they're on course for it.
Let's go.
yeah, all the math in the world tells you
Standing on the roof right here at the very top.
it's looking pretty good for them right now. And look at where they've returned to.
Oh,
One
right
shot
before
in
the
the
player. Oh, actually does hop
Bottom of the
onto
air.
the bounce pad, but
Nice.
had made him
I'm
so
gonna- I'm
one-shot
gonna
it didn't
find
even
them.
matter. Glad to redeploy is a thing, folks. Aydan looking like a superhero, as a matter of fact. Actually, somehow dodging bullets.
Behind the cop car.
Not having any issues.
When it's your day, it's your day.
As a matter of fact, it is. Here comes the trap. Trying to weaken the enemy's builds with that TAC SMG and ruins the party. Losing no HP in that particular situation. He and Sway. Another enemy taken down. Oh, and a great execution actually to
Nice,
put
there's
up that
someone else shooting
shockwave
at you,
grenade.
Bob.
Instantly gets toward his squad mate.
Like straight north.
And Sway did take down that member as well. So that's another 2 players found.
Yep.
And more still to come. Receiving
All
some
the way up
shots.
top.
And somehow
One
Aydan
down
is
there.
not being hit. I don't understand.
I don't either.
Like those bullets are like
All the
Going
credit,
around
all
him.
the credit to these guys for their play, but I swear the opponents
All the way up
just.
top. I'm landing up there.
When it's your day, it's your day. I'm
I-
telling
you
you.
know,
the
that's-
Fortnite gods have
Again, right?
spoken. I think they have a favorite.
I think
in
they
this
do
matchup.
too. And if my math is correct,
Need you have
20 up
Go shoot.
there.
Land on the hill.
Once
have
we get to
18.
21, that will be
We're down one,
19
we're
that
down
they
one.
have got here. That's the tie. So if that hits 22,
We don't have to literally
they're in the
jump
top
shit.
right on the far
Do you
right.
have a campfire?
And
A
with
little bit
15
for,
left
like,
on the
any
map,
shield?
I like their chances.
You have to like their chances here.
I have minis. I have minis. I just didn't have anything. to
Yep,
get past.
there it is.
Like,
No,
hold on that.
no cryptic numbers there for you.
I have a-
20 to 19.
But look at the
I don't know.
difference.
I have 2 pads.
18
You
to
have a pad?
1, 18 to 2.
Alright.
Literally,
I don't think they're here. Yeah, yeah.
my word.
One shot. One shot.
I think we've all started to realize the result
I'm
is
pretty
that
sure.
should.
I'm pretty sure
tie it
we're
up.
tied, but let's just keep playing.
I like that from
You should,
Aydan,
you should
right?
definitely keep playing, pal. I agree with that one.
I do like it though, regardless. Like
Yes.
saying, hey, you know what? Who cares? We could be tied. We could be down 1, up by 1. Let's keep
17
playing
plus
and
2.
not worry about the result. Let's keep this momentum
plus
flowing
2.
and what should be
And I
a
have
top 3 guaranteed
had
position
one.
for them. Like we said, they just need one more
Yeah.
Right here, yeah, yeah.
Let's just
to
play it.
finalize it. But
We'll
we
literally
talked about it, guys. Like literally
break
how
the tree, break the tree, break
it
the
could
tree.
be possible. Like, could they really accomplish that many eliminations in within
Wait, do you have
3
one? Here,
minutes?
here.
Maybe not even 3 minutes. Maybe even like a minute and a half. We were proven.
Sorry about my
Oh, heck yeah, it's possible.
Guide
It
him
is
my left.
absolutely possible indeed. And there we have it. There's the knock.
High.
These guys are flying high.
It has happened.
What a turn of events from one game to the other. Mirrors of each other, but one mirror just a little cleaner, sharper, more
little
reflective.
taller, maybe. I don't
Taller,
know.
whatever our answer is going to be. You can see we said 22 was the number you needed on the right. 24. Right now it's a victory lap, gentlemen.
It is. It is absolutely a victory lap for these guys. And like we talked about it, they get over their early game struggles and they can be an absolute menace. And whenever you have the number, right, whenever you know the number that you have to accomplish, I feel like it instills a confidence because when you're in that first game, it's everything's open. You don't really know the result that you need to get. Should we play overly aggressive? Are we not playing fast enough? Are we playing too slow? This result, they knew the game plan. They knew the execution that they needed to come through with, right? You get the right inventory spots, you get the right weapons, you make the right rotations, and you're instantly in a plan for success. Like we said, a lot easier said than done without question, but right, sequences like this, Aydan, Sway, they began to feel it, if you want to call it that. They began to feel it absolutely. Major credit to these two guys, but we gotta talk about it. As much as I want to try to avoid saying the play from Nick A30 and replays, you are up by 17 eliminations, and you go in Gotham City with the opponents, and you're the one that drops.
Yeah, I mean, to me, that's absolutely what it comes down to is the
Yeah.
choice and drop. And when you have that kind of lead, especially with how some of these lobbies have been playing out, how quickly some of these lobbies have been moving, you want to just make sure you stay alive. Even speaking of mirrors, right? Even use the mirroring strategy and just mirror your opponents at that point, right? Do anything but hot drop, and that's kind of what they chose to do again. Like we know, we didn't see the beginning of game number 1. Maybe that was their strategy in the beginning. Maybe they were just kind of continuing on their game plan. But in those situations, I feel like you have to just play a little, cool down a little bit.
Yeah, I feel like that was the call that we made instantly. Like, I think we are. I think you were in the midst of talking. I mean, interrupt you, Ryan, but I was like, wait, there's 4 people here. Like,
Yeah.
why are we doing this? Like, why is this happening? And I think we all kind of saw it. Like, I think the percentage initially was like, oh well, you know, hopefully they'll escape. I think it should be okay.
And they got a couple kills, or 1 or 2 kills
They
in the
got- yeah,
beginning. We're
yeah.
like, okay, you know, it's just still moving on, and
Sure.
then boom.
And that's the situation.
all it
No matter how Tilted has evolved, from Tilted Towers to Neo Tilted to Tilted Town to Gotham City, for God's sake, literally, it still works the same. Players can hide in all different point of views. They can do crazy things. And I tell you what, it's unfortunate, but hey, losers bracket is where currently these boys are going to sit at. And Kamo,
We're not sure what game this is in, but
Yeah,
if you take a
feel
look
free.
at the top
Feel
right-hand
free.
corner, there is a combined 39 kills in this lobby right now.
and 18 are solely from Kamo. 18.
They have dinked 40% of the lobby, basically.
And
That's
counting.
19. That's okay. I want to keep in mind, Kamo nearly has half of these.
That's
I like
Dead,
that. Just
dead,
dead.
dead.
Just dead. That's it.
If I knew what he was saying right now, it's probably something
Easy
that, like,
money.
I'm the best. Let's go.
Simple. That's what we'll roll with.
replay tab.
Well, there you have it.
That was
Don't know how to like.
a lot of kills.
We're thinking that's game 1. We're not sure.
You know,
Regardless, you'd like to think the momentum is probably shaken from the opponents, but
you would like to imagine during the break we were saying, man, I hope Vegas took the under
Right.
today. Vegas was wrong. I was wrong after seeing that first game.
Yeah.
We thought that was going to be the storyline. It has
It's
been the
just
complete
it's
and
been a
total opposite.
climb, yeah.
okay. Well, apparently that was just game 1. So I'm actually very curious to know what the score is, because we know that Kamo was pretty much 20 for 42, which sounds horrible. It's actually great. Like normally, like in sports terms, it's not the greatest, but in this situation, it's actually very good. So 20 for 42 is Kamo. And I'm not sure how many Aqua had. I'm sure it's probably still
He was
somewhat
alive,
high.
so because
Right.
he was alive at the end, you got to imagine that he had at least, even if it's a moderate 7 or 8 or something. I mean, that's just ridiculous.
Yeah. So I'd imagine for Kinstaar and Co, it's going to be a very difficult mountain to climb. Obviously, we don't know exactly what the scores are as of this moment. Let's say that, you know, what we assume is in fact correct. We'll say that they have a decent advantage coming into this next matchup. The worrisome part is that Aqua and Kamo, despite having leads, they play aggressive. You could say, oh, well, the last series we saw replays, Nick A30 do that and it didn't work out. This is a different breed. These guys, they don't care about anything in relation to the pace of the game right now. A lot of our games have been in the range of 8 to 7, 15 to 12. They are 50 to 8. Like, I don't know how to explain it, but these guys they just don't care about the current meta or what the stakes are. They are willing to play as aggressive as necessary, and that is always going to be a worrisome thing for teams who come into that second matchup with the disadvantage, knowing that the enemy is only going to play at the same pace that you are.
It's nice to have the fastest horse on the track.
Yeah.
It's
Can't argue with that.
It's incredible. And why would you change up what you're doing? If you have the confidence to know that we're just that much better. Sure, the average other player is better. I'm a world champ. Like, you aren't going to get any better than me. That's what that title means. So, yeah, go in there, play your game. And despite all the things that we've talked about, we said it during that last game. Raw skill is still raw skill. If you can play regardless of what the POI is, regardless of what the opponent throws at you. And it's just been a treat to watch them play.
Absolutely. We're seeing a retail road drop.
Interesting.
Another place that can be a little bit risky at times, for sure. Has definitely ended a couple too many Friday Fortnite runs in the past.
It's interesting. This, I guess you would probably consider this a slower drop compared to some of the other ones that we have seen. So I don't know if this is just the game plan or what the idea is, but there you get to see the scores. And all right, 33. You know how earlier I said 29 was going to be the highest that we'd seen? Once again, I was wrong.
Great. Yeah,
I
good.
was wrong again. 33. Make the lobbies whatever you want. It doesn't seem to matter.
So that was 20 for 33 for Kamo. Still impressive, but regardless, of course, you had to deal with the zombies, whatever you want to kind of label them as. When it comes into retail row, everything has its negatives, but still, they're diving in. We'll see if that can work out in their favor. Is what already one elimination found for Kinstaar. As we'll see what Kamo and Aqua actually could be up to. It looks as if they may be just in the sister region of Salty Springs, which you could argue is the far more aggressive play style. Normally that could be negative, but I think in this situation it's only going to be a positive. There we go, that grapple being oh so influential as Kinstar will grab the high advantage, and we'll be grabbing onto that bounce pad, maybe visiting factories, maybe even drifting just to the side. It's actually a long-range knock coming through from Kamo. Very well done from them. 6 players not too far away, but this is the issue. Salty Springs, by far one of the best places to drop, and that seems to be where the guys who have the advantage are going.
You see it's more of a rotation here too, so it wasn't just a straight drop here. They've started to use that same strategy of getting kitted up outside of Salty and then rotate in, get your elims, and go from there. The more things change, the more they stay the same, I'm starting to find.
Yeah, as they continue to rack up even just a few eliminations here and there. I mean, you see the lobby already sitting at 53 players remaining, of course, 4 being our competitors, really only 48 left on the server. And with the lead they had coming into this, as long as they can kind of just maintain an even game for a little while longer, it's going to be mathematically impossible before we even know it.
Man, that's a bad feeling.
Isn't that crazy?
The lobby's halfway gone, and we're already saying almost like
we're nearing mathematical. That first score was so big, and of course we saw Kinstaar and Teeqzy land over at retail, which I mean, with the zombies right now, it definitely isn't the hottest drop. It's kind of a little bit of a trade-off right now because of the zombies. You can leave that area with some crazy loot, right? You can, there's some competitive players who land there in competitive play just because of the fact that you can get out of there with full shield, some gold weapons, some really good stuff, but it takes some time. You got to kill the crystals, you got to kill the zombies, right? It takes time to get there, and when you're down by that many kills, you don't have time, right? Time is not of the essence. You need to get whatever weapon you can find on the ground and start shooting whoever you can see that isn't a computer.
That's for sure. Looks as if Teeqzy and Kinstaar maybe debating on what location to venture to next, thinking about Gotham City. And you see maybe just a bit of a sigh, like saying, hey, like, didn't see anybody there. Back to the orb I go, back to the point of view I go, because they're just struggling to find the enemy. See, kind of rinse and repeat in terms of the locations, putting on those binoculars and just not seeing a whole lot of success. It looks as if it will be more of the north for Kinstaar. Teeqzy having to go and venture back toward Pleasant Park, which could be somewhat fruitful, but in the meantime, as that number in the top right starts to diminish, so do their chances of moving forward.
This is the frustrating part, right? At least if you're fighting and the number goes down, you're saying, okay, well, you know what? At least I'm fighting. At least I'm playing the game. Right now, it's just a matter of trying to find someone, anyone. Look, back to the Rift again. They've been flying around for about a minute or so now. And I mean, look at how far Kamo and Aqua have had to go to try to find anybody. They're already in Shifty Shafts.
Yeah, and only, what, a combined 7 eliminations between our two teams right now. So, of course, things are looking very good. If you are a fan of either Kamo or Aqua, have these two played in the past land, or is this the first time they've played together?
I want to say that this is the first time they've played alongside each other. I could be wrong, and I could double-check on that, but I want to say that this is the first time in Friday Fortnite.
I don't recognize them two together. Could be the start of something very good, right? Could be the start of one of our new power duos.
For sure. Absolutely could be. We actually did receive confirmation from production. This is the first time they have, in fact, played alongside each other. So maybe, like you said, Ryan, I think after the way that they've been rocking out, more of many to come. More of many tournaments to pursue. That's without question.
Is this just a theme with Aqua comes into an already established duo, dominates, wins, and then leaves again? For those of you who don't watch Minecraft Monday, that is exactly what happened to one of our teams there and exactly what Aqua did there. And it looks like history might be repeating itself very shortly. The elims starting to stack up here as we are down to just 20. Oh my gosh, that number went down so fast. 3 people went down instantly. My goodness. And
all them to Aqua.
We'll have to double check the numbers here right now, but only 23 elims left on the map. And guys, they were down by 23 to start this, so.
Yeah, I mean, things aren't looking good,
No.
to say the very least. And of course, I mean, the biggest, honestly, the biggest kind of, you know, as the kids say, the biggest L so far is just the fact that Kamo and Aqua are still alive on the map, right? So in those situations when you are down that many points, like we saw in our previous game, you really do need some sort of string of luck to where your opponents drop early and you get to kind of, like you said, Landon, have that opportunity where you know what the number is and it's like a progress bar you start filling, right? But because those two are still alive, I mean, it just makes the task almost that much more impossible. Especially, I mean, not only is it two players, you know, still on the map, it happens to be a world champion, and of course, you know, Kamo's no slouch himself.
That's for sure, right? Kamo's already seen a number of different phenomenal placements, especially obviously in relation to Friday Fortnite, runner-up in week number 1 of Friday Fortnite 2019. These guys did not want to mess with them as they look to be booking their ticket into the finals versus Aydan Sway. Teeqzy, Kinstaar, still pulling off some magic, but they need a miracle at this point. Still venturing off, and I think they're making honestly the right decision. I think a lot of their issues have honestly come from just not seeing players off of rotation. Like, they've done everything right in terms of how you come into a second game being down 33-10. Is that you split off toward the end of the game. You play a little bit aggressive off the start, which you could argue the aggressiveness off the start may have not been there as much as it needed to when it comes down to a retail row beginning. But even still yet, I feel like toward the late game they have made the right calls. It's just been a matter of players not being there. I've seen plenty of zombies, but not plenty of players.
And that's the frustrating thing about it, right? You can play a good game, a perfectly fine, acceptable game that you could be happy about and still be down 23. That's just how it goes.
Get some HP. Teeqzy, you see, just going through a number of different 1x1s. Fantastic architecture work, as unfortunately one of the walls is being exposed. 71 HP to him. Does have a few minis, but is being targeted from all kinds of different locations. Decides to go for the quick edit. In fact, the wall actually blocks the initial shot. Great work in handling these elims 1x1. Decides to go for the edit, and the trap will knock it down 2 health, and still challenging. We said does have those minis to reference back with, taking his time, shots coming through. Not enough time to go for the second mini as of yet. Just trying to finalize. Trying to be careful of the situation at hand, and just great work. Took down 3-4 players in just the closest of quarters. They made it look easy. Like I said, still escaped with a minor amount of health, but still, even if he would have fell, you can imagine Kinstaar would have been there for the pickup. So great work coming through from Teeqzy. Like I said, these guys, very, very talented. This game has just not been theirs. This series has just not really been theirs, and at least we'll be able to further progress when it comes down to that losers bracket. But
yeah, I mean, this one's already, if you look at the 13 on the left, I'm seeing 11 on the right. So coming with the lead they had, Kamo and Aqua, of course, have already secured that victory now at this point. Like I said, they're doing a little bit of victory lap. On the flip side, Kinstaar and Teeqzy just basically going to finish off this game, get as many eliminations as they can, fill up that stat sheet a little bit, and they will head over to the losers bracket.
Yeah, and, you know, provided they slay out here, this might be in the neighborhood of a 20 elim game, which is a fine game.
This one feels casual right now too, right? This feels like a much more casual game because we just came off the backs of a 40-something elimination game, which is just crazy to think about.
43, just to be exact, you know.
Well, who's counting? Right.
At this point, it's just
half the lobby.
It's such a high number, you just forget about it. It's like, yeah, it was 40-something. Okay, big deal. Big deal. But I'm interested for what will be a very fun winners finals, right? We talk about Kamo and Aqua versus Aydan and Sway.
That's what we're hoping for.
Yeah, it was.
Or at least somewhat predicting, I would say. More
sure,
than anything.
yeah, absolutely. I think to have kind of these 3 teams in particular fighting it out was by no means a shock to a lot of people out there. And Kamo and Aqua, though, are still roaming around with flying colors. Just great work coming in from those two. But I think, for me, in the matchups that we watched from Aqua and Kamo, it's almost been flawless. Like, I don't think they've really skipped too much of the, or they haven't really skipped a beat. They haven't really had too many problems. I think the issues for Aydan and Sway have been very apparent, right? It's a matter of their early game struggles, and in their early landing locations have kind of been the problem. But give them some momentum, you give them an opportunity, and they will absolutely take advantage of it. And we know that errors tend to be exposed whenever you kind of have strategies. They tend to be most exposed when it comes down to the farther progressed moments of a tournament. Like I said, if you have issues dropping early, if you have issues maybe of ones that we haven't been able to see, they will be shown when it comes down to that winners finals and as time does progress. So given the right opportunity, I think that we could see a great situation for Aydan and Sway. It's just a matter of, will that opportunity be presented, and will those early game struggles still be a problem? Because if so, we know how Kamo and Aqua will perform, not just in game ones, but even in game twos. They play just as fast.
Yeah, I mean, both teams in winners finals, while being in the same side of the bracket, have had two very different paths to that top 3 placement, right? You've seen, like you said, Kamo and Aqua have seemed to kind of just what feels like coast through, right? Have pretty relative ease, have just put on some dominant performances. Meanwhile, Aydan and Co have literally clawed for their life to continue to get out of some of these matches, squeeze right through, and they managed to do it, right? It's all about getting there. As long as you get there, how you do it is kind of irrelevant, right? It's going to be up to them to fix those mistakes, because like you said, I do not see a team like Kamo and Aqua allowing you to make those same mistakes and still get away with it.
No, I'm glad you hit on that point. Aydan and Sway will not get the chance to make that same mistake. They just absolutely won't. They're not going to get the opportunity to make the big comeback here. We've seen what happens when 2 teams are up on the map for quite a while here. It's not that you're getting lots of elims and they're not. It's just, oh, no, it just means you'll slay out, but they also took out half the lobby. So that'll be 50 total elims between the 2 of them, seemingly. So it just has to be clean. They are efficient. They aren't making the same mistakes. Even in these micro fights and these small situations here, it's just, you know, the shots that need to be accurate they aren't wasting as much ammo. They aren't using any more resources than they have to.
Sure.
It's just top-level play. It's just another level.
And there you have it, confirmed, official, Kamo Aqua in the winners finals versus Aydan and Sway. One that should be incredibly interesting, one that I'm very intrigued to watch, and I think we kind of all have our favorites as of this moment. Kamo and Aqua, they've yet to really kind of show any major negatives, but I think you guys kind of laid it out right. Aydan and Sway, they're not going to have an opportunity to make mistakes. They're not going to have an opportunity to play slow or to have a rough stint in the early playings, because if we see Kamo and Aqua at least keep it up for this series, they're going to have to pretty much play perfect Fortnite from then on out.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, that's if you're going to fix those mistakes, you're going to kind of change what you're doing, now is the time, right? You've squeaked through, right? You've gotten – the Fortnite gods have blessed you enough, but they can only do so much, right? This is the time where you really have to clean up those mistakes. As we mentioned before, I just don't see the team on the other side of that match allowing them to get through making some of those same mistakes.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, guys, feel free to let us know in the chat what your thoughts are on this upcoming winners finals. It seems to be a fantastic one. Right, like we said, right now it seems to be Kamo and Aqua are in the driver's seat, but can Aydan and Sway pull off some amazing Fortnite action in order to see them be in the finals? Like I said, a lot of interesting, moments and action still to come. Feel free to let us know your thoughts in the chat. And in the meantime, feel free to use !bracket to follow along, not just with the winners bracket, but with the losers bracket as well. Once we kind of venture into the winners finals and have that first team guaranteed into grands, we will be then venturing into that losers bracket to see who exactly will be moving on. But like I said, guys, we're going to go through it to a quick little commercial break. When we come back, it's time to see who will be our first team in the grand finals. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Friday Fortnite 2019 as we are diving into our winners finals, right? Like we said, a grand final position on the line as we've got Kamo and Aqua facing off against Aydan and Sway. Myself, Lando Sanders, joined in part by 9 Whole Grains and Ryan, a.k.a. Ryan Fools. Guys, like we said, a very interesting match to dive into. Let's kind of give a little bit of a background on this matchup to the viewers at home as we see Sway take down one off the rip. The issues have kind of come in the early game from Sway and Aydan. Do we think that they have that potential to really improve on it versus a roster who has looked pretty much unscathed?
I mean, I think, yeah, the potential to improve is there because it's been fairly lackluster so far. So to me, I mean, it seems like they can only really improve on this. Like, you know, they're in the winners finals, right? They're in the top 3, so by no means have they been playing poorly, but they've had a number of struggles in the beginning of games that they've been able to kind of just muster their way out of by a little bit of luck, a lot of bit of skill, right? A lot of just variables coming together for them. But this team that they're playing on the other end are so strong that you cannot have those same kind of early issues against 2 players like this.
Right, we said you can't make mistakes. There's no room for mistakes. It has to be very clean all the way through. It might not have to be perfect all the way through, but you can't make any mistakes, even the small ones. Right now, it does look like they've gotten, at least out of the early game, the 61 remaining players would seem to indicate that the early game is at least passed, and the fact that they aren't currently being fired upon. But I'm a little interested to see where Kamo and Aqua dropped. I believe that it was the same kind of drop that they've ended up doing. They're at retail right now, but I believe this is a rotation, so I think they have adopted the same strategy and sticking with it the entire time. And I can't really blame them here. There hasn't been a lot that you could look at and say, yeah, do that differently when this team plays.
Absolutely right. I mean, like I said, their blueprint has been fantastic, and you can't really critique too much of it until it starts to show somewhat of a chip in the armor. He's finding some great weapons, at least off the rip. Rather, in terms of inventory spots, they seem to be somewhat pretty well on track. Sniper bullets roaming throughout retail row. Kamo taking down a few zombies in the midst of it. Unfortunately, those aren't awarded for elimination, so this would absolutely be the hot spot. Aqua going up top, taking over that high ground point of view. He's trying to choose correctly based off the walls. Is this the right one? Did I make the right decision? Looks as if I have. Wall placed down, taking a shot in the process, loses a little bit of HP, as it actually seems to be two players that could have been around the area. The second one, though, was his teammate. As that will be advantage to these boys. Looking strong off the start.
Hear the call-outs even for the zombies.
Okay.
I'm loving.
That's the biggest
I'm
threat
loving the
they've seen.
teamwork right now, no matter the situation.
That was the most scared their call-outs had sounded this entire time.
The most pressure they've been under the whole time. Probably.
Oh my God.
They've been cruising through everyone so far.
Oh, guys, Pleasant Park. I will say it's a rotation. Sway just found a few.
Reaper Park.
And it is the it is as well the hot zone for this game. So something to consider. Loot will be increased, which is going to be great for them. But
Looks like Sway got a triple in there, though.
I'm just gonna go up a little bit.
I think he did, or at least had a hand in.
Seemed like, yeah, some sort of multi-kill when we saw the kill feed.
Yeah, there's no rift there.
They're going to
Okay,
make it out
they're
quickly.
leaving Pleasant. Cool.
Just before the Reaper shows up, yeah.
We're good.
Got zombies, reapers. This is October.
Spooky season.
Yeah.
Except rotations inbound, like we said, in terms of Aydan and Sway on the other side. Kamo, Aqua, they've still got their hands full. And not just with AI characters, but actually real ones maybe as well. Still time to dive on through. It looks as if they may have an idea for where someone could be. And yes, a little Jonesy spotted off and a teammate as well. That's one thing that you can really kind of take advantage of in retail row, where the zombies are running. Typically associates where an enemy will be as well. And look at all that loot. Look at all of the resources that they've just gained. A legendary heavy sniper. They've also got some TAC SMGs as well. They're sitting somewhat pretty. Like we said, based off the amount of characters are there, you'd like to think, well, really? Are they actually sitting pretty? Yeah, for the most part. Still losing some health, but Aydan at the same time placing down a trap on the other side of the map. Brought down to 18 health. Still surviving. Jiving.
That was his trap. I was very scared for a second there. Okay, we're fine.
We're all good for now.
Nice. Do you have like?
Gets back up on the minis, and looks if Sway, of course, not to anyone's surprise, at the top of the builds. Hands over some bandages, and that will be exactly what Aydan needs. So kind of, for both sides, still somewhat of a strong start. And I will say I have liked the rotations coming through from Aydan and Sway as well, where they've ventured into a number of different places. Salty Springs, though, kind of planting their flag there first, I think is key.
I think so, too.
Just kind of see both teams right now starting to kind of survey where their next move is going to be. It's like Aqua has a player down. Regular health. He's going to go ahead and push with that grappler. Teammate, I believe, is right behind him. It's going to get the down. It's going to be an easy one. Question is, where is his teammate? Haven't spotted him yet. Looks like Kamo, though, is engaged with the fight himself. That player's going to be stuck right in between two of our players.
Goodness.
And there, the final shots come in. That is going to be yet another elimination for Kamo. You see a total of 18 across our two teams so far. Looks like we have, I think we're pretty much, I mean, if we're not tied, we're very, very close to that. Seems like kills are very, very close on both ends.
Talking earlier about how important it is to plant your flag in Salty first. We have seen Fatal be a great rotation this side of the game too, and it is Oh, this is getting a little dicey now. Can you build your way out of this one? Up and away.
I'm low, one tab. I don't know how this dude got me
Don't know
so
where his
low.
teammate is either. This might be a 1v2. And goodness gracious, what a knock there against all odds. A gust of wind will take him down at this point.
It absolutely will.
He's still challenging.
He still is. He just popped his head up for a second.
Uh-oh.
Oh, he's ready for it. He was ready for that little window of opportunity that he gets presented. And that guy has got to be super low on health. Sway is down. And we'll see what Aydan possibly has in hand. And you notice he's actually not at all right next to Sway. I kind of got a little bit over-associated with that. I was thinking, okay, surely Aydan's going to be right just behind him. Not at all the case.
They might go for another reboot, right? Or no?
You see Aydan just trying to gain some information. Could they be going for a reboot? Will they be distracted? What am I kind of running into? And is it worth it trying to go for Sway? Like I said, a lot of variables to kind of think about as Kamo and Aqua will reign on a majority of the map.
They're going to be in here.
You see Aydan just a little bit worried about the venture he has to make, about the journey that it requires in order to bring his teammate back up. Enjoying the quietness, the calmness of the cornfields. That quickly will start to change. Venture's back on in, grabs the reboot here in just a moment. There we go. Big situation done. You look at the scoreboard, 12-11, a neck-and-neck game. Keeping Sway alive will always be the best option. I think the reboot may have just been used based off the horn, and yeah, I believe it has been. A great situation for Aydan to pick up some free kills, but there we go. Shots actually coming in toward his left as he'll steal that one right out from the depths of the opponent. Great reaction there coming in from Aydan.
You can go back there and get that grappler, right? I'm going to reboot you.
Goodness, we said that they didn't have room to make mistakes. You would certainly count this as a mistake, but Aydan making all the plays right now to at least give them a shot here. And you look, this is a fairly low elim game by the normal Kamo and Aqua standards. I wonder if they've been running into some trouble finding some of their enemies here, because you see they've started to rotate over to the same general area. So I think the idea of being the first to plant your flag in the Salty Springs area, like you were saying there, Landon, I think that is really what is working for them right now. They haven't been able to find nearly as many elims, and it does look like they're back at full strength, or at least both back up. Of course, like to get a little bit better kit there onto Sway, but this is certainly a great situation, making the best out of a bad one.
Yeah, I mean, lucky for them, their opponents didn't really take that time to pull a lead or anything or start to pull away, and things are still sitting at right about even. And the lobby down to only 15 players forming our competitors, and now it's Kamo who does get dropped. Let's see if his teammate can go ahead and avenge him. Aqua's going to be surrounded by multiple players getting shot from the side, getting shot from above, going to try to just heal up a little bit as he takes on a number of people at once. Shots start to come in. They're going to break his builds. He's getting shot from all angles once again, trying to get as many kills as he can in the process. Gets the first down to the player with a beautiful pump shot. Going to go ahead and clean that up. Going to try and take them one by one. Play this as methodical as possible. How long can he last? Tries to make it a second one. He has two players in his sights. Here come his opponents slash teammates in game. It's going to be the battle for the kills. He actually gets the second knock as well, turning lemons into lemonade, surely, and somehow manages to get away with at least 2 kills, looking to make it a third and fourth as Aydan is currently in a 1v2. And he gets the third.
Oh my
Wait, there's a fourth too. No way, don't do this. Okay. He got 3 of the 4. And you know, I think this might be the only time that Aqua was very, very happy to see his opponents right next to him. They're like, hey, you guys may have just saved my life. Maybe. And I will repay you by going 3 of 4.
I will indeed. I will indeed. Great stuff coming through from Aqua. Just really fantastic work coming through from him. This looks like Sway already spawning out some opponents. Like we said, slim amounts left, so we're in the single digits.
It's like almost
Still more opponents just below, and looks like a great point of view right now for Sway. An opportunity to find 3, and one enemy decides to go and stand still. They said, you know what, Sway, I'm a big fan, take me down. And Sway will absolutely attend to it. Fantastic work, as that will be 12 eliminations in total for the master builder himself. Enjoying the campfires and enjoying the spoils as well. That man deserves it after the work he just put in.
Talk about the Fortnite gods, as we have been discussing there. Everything is going their way right now. When what's the saying? When it's your day, it's your day. Yeah. Is that?
Seems to be their day so far.
We said that for both teams now.
2 of those players just opted to stop shooting in the middle of that gunfight. That's
I think they knew their fate. They may have
something.
realized something.
Writing was on the wall.
It was.
So let's see. This is what we said that Sway had 12. That means 20 to 12 right now is the score, provided all the numbers you see on the screen are up to date and perfectly accurate. So if they can keep within single digits, you have to imagine that it's going to be a cleaner and stronger game for Aqua and Kamo, but Aqua knows the job is not done yet. There are still 2 more elims, and they are big ones right now.
And I like that call, actually, that I got to hear for a moment. And so I think I'm going to try to stick around Aqua, regardless if that really matters or not, considering that all the fights are pretty much divulged into one area. It is good to hear that even in the situations where they know they have an advantage, they want to try to single him out. Sway taken down, giving the call, saying, hey, he's got to be low on super amounts of low health. And there we go. Aqua will sneak in, takes out the shin guard of the soccer player, and will enter into double-digit territory. As we'll go and add up the scores, make sure we got everything under wraps. Regardless, though, you kind of be looking at that game from Aydan Sway and say, that's exactly what we needed to come out, have a strong presence. The rotations were on point. They stayed alive in the early game. I got to say, guys, that was a very well-played round, and I got to say, I'm a little bit surprised that we see them come through and perform that way based off of how both these rosters have been performing coming up into this. Like we said, both teams are in the winners finals, but their come-up, their story of getting here has been all but different.
Yeah, and that was a 37 elimination lobby, too. I mean, that was quietly almost as high as the one that made us, drop our jaws earlier. And I want to say the scoreline right now is, looks like 21-16, but yeah, for sure. We're seeing definitely a much different look coming out of Aydan Sway, one that we knew that we had to see from them if they were going to move on against a team like this. And like I said, sometimes the Fortnite guys decide, what they want to do with you on the map, and it seems like, it could be things starting to maybe swing in their direction a little bit. They're, of course, playing much better, and they see some of those fights. I mean, some of the ways that, like you said, players were shooting, not shooting. I mean, things were just getting super, super hectic, teams joining together. I mean, it got, absolute mayhem on the server, and that's why they were able to end with a collective 37 eliminations.
Pretty remarkable stuff, and I think really the story of that is that it felt like Aqua and Kamo never really got going in the way that they had in some of their earlier lobbies. Sometimes that can just be having a hard time finding players. They certainly didn't have any real troubles in the early game. It didn't seem like they were forced out of their game plan. They were able to rotate over, take out some zombies, get reasonably well kitted up. But even before Kamo went down, it seemed like it just wasn't quite their game. So I'd look for some sort of improvement, or at least maybe more aggressive play style here in this next one.
I gotta say, too, do we think that the retail row landing spot changes up? Because I think for me, that was one thing where I was like, maybe, not that I was surprised they went to retail row, but I just feel like the way that they've been playing up to this point doesn't signify a retail row drop. I feel like it should have been maybe an outskirts salty, maybe an outskirts of another place. I don't know. I feel like their aggressiveness has been kind of their one strong suit, and by going to retail row, they didn't really have the most of the opposition. And oftentimes, I think they were so locked into taking down zombies and looking for loot that it allowed for that huge rotation that we talked about with Aydan and Sway. They got to go to Salty Springs for free.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to say, they spent so much time, it seemed like, fighting zombies. We even commentated on their communication that was being displayed while they were fighting the zombies. So I do think that while you can get out of there with quite a bit of loot, some good resources, et cetera, it does... That is valuable time you are losing, and with the speed of these current lobbies right now in 2019, and of course with the level of skill on the opposition, it's just not something that you can necessarily, maybe, do.
Look at this.
4-man Gotham City again.
Oh, this has worked out for Aydan Sway previously.
It has, but then there's been other games that they've gone down here. I think both teams had the same idea. Let's get out. Let's get the quick elims and either try to catch up or try to put even more distance away. And if you trust your skill, why not? Trust your training, trust your practice, confidence.
I think it's confidence as well as respect. Like I said, for the enemy that exists, you think, hey, we give these teams, or rather these players, the opportunity to have Gotham to themselves. That can easily wipe away an advantage. You can easily increase an advantage as well. It looks as if Aqua and Co. the first ones to strike. That will be first blood found from Aqua. In fact, 2 in the midst of that as he's continuing on the street. Bat cape and all. So not the greatest in terms of resources, but that's not really all the major problems. He's spotting people through windows, taking them down effortlessly. That's going to be 4. great work coming in from Aqua off the rip, as this has just been utter execution coming through from himself and Kamo, and even losing a little bit of HP. You'd like to think Sway and Aydan, great, you know, they have the advantage when it comes down to health, but a lot of the eliminations that you're looking out for are being taken away. They're being stolen right from out underneath you.
If they get one more, it's tied.
Looks like those are going to come in.
Yeah, there's Kamo. They're in the lead already.
That's all it takes.
Instantly. And Aydan and Sway are in the same location. They're the exact same place. Have they found one yet? If they have it, really hasn't
seemed
come
like it,
and provided too much of an impact.
No, my eyes are glued to the bottom left here, and I'm not seeing.
Okay, so Aydan has one.
Okay.
But still, in comparison to what we just witnessed, that is a
1 point lead then, yeah.
that is a 7-to-1 trade-off.
It's
It's not great.
That's the Kamo and Aqua that we literally expected coming into this matchup. Right? Okay, like Aydan Sway, they can't play super slow in the beginning because of their opponents. We must have just given them the ultimate caster curse, because the second we start gassing their early play, Aqua gets hit by a ton of bricks.
He was a solo, though, so there is
a
that.
Single, so we'll get the reboot.
He's got to get it quick, though. I think that, okay, right over there, and you have to imagine that this is reasonably well cleared out now. It seems like at least 10 people have gone down there, and already the rotation has started to go out here for Aydan and Sway. But, oh my goodness, what a way to start. We talked about the respect and why all 4 players would go there. It was to prevent something like that from happening. That's the whole reason that you go there if your opponent goes there, either to preserve the lead or to make sure that your opponents can't build on their lead. And that is just totally going the other way. And I think that we're probably at least somewhat close to getting Aqua back up. So, yeah, there we see Aqua up right there. And the deficit's gone entirely. Whole new ball game, tied up. This is what we wanted to see in winners finals.
I will say, all things considered, since Sway and Aydan did lose a majority of their advantage, just like I said, obviously in the very early stages, I think they are making the right play. You notice in terms of the mini-map, they're not right next to each other. They're separating. They're trying to dive out and find some new opportunities. Or excuse me, they are right next to each other. I think I said they were splitting. Regardless, though, I like the idea that they are kind of instantly getting into that orb, trying to get out and make plays happen. I think they had already initialized or kind of made known, hey, we want you to venture over towards Salty Springs if we get the chance to. So I think really kind of in terms of counters for both of these rosters, they're actually making the right calls in their respective positions. Aydan and Sway, slow off the rip. Let's increase that. Kamo and Aqua, hey, we just had a little bit of a dip. Let's try to venture out as much territory as we can, blow for blow. Both these teams, as we talked about it, pretty much a tie game as of this moment. They're making the right calls given their circumstances.
A couple players going to be spotted. Kamo's going to start to get a few shots into the first one. Playing it pretty conservative for now.
Yeah, I was just about to say the same thing. Look at how conservatively they're playing. They know
Aqua's
that
coming behind, though.
Yeah, if they make a mistake right now, that could be it. So it's amazing how much the play style changes when you're this close in this kind of a stage.
I think I just noticed in the kill feed, Sway doing a lot of damage, which is going to be great for those two. We step up the rotation to kind of counter off their slow beginning. As Kamo instantly goes from
risky.
The 10 to the opposite 10, covering a lot of territory.
Exactly
in the midst, walks out from cover and goes down to 14 HP.
He's no mats.
The epic tack from range is doing all the work he needs it to. Like we said, so low, and no mats. Still doing what he needs. Hitting on a few resources, and even in the open, he feels confident.
So close.
It did. A little bit too
I got
close
nervous
for
when he went
comfort.
for the grapples. Like, you're just jumping into 3 or 4 people right away. I mean, there's still other lines of sight. And he got close, but he did manage to get the kill. He said hitting up a couple nice shots. Right in the nick of time. Now looks like they're just trying to get out.
I think that's the right call, too. Like I said, if things start to get a little bit desolate in Pleasant Park, that usually means no one's there. Just because of the area of the map that it's on, usually it doesn't signify we're going to have a lot of people rotating into the top left corner of the map. It's usually a good place to vacate. It looks as if Aydan and Sway have already kind of thought about that same strategy, as they've covered a lot of ground, which, like I said, is something that is so good for them as of this moment. Kamo and Aqua, they had the great start. How do you counter that? You rotate effectively and you take advantage of their circumstances. But here we have it. Kamo and Aqua already involved in some engagements on the outskirts of Pleasant. Unfortunately, they have to stay in this area, but they're finding what matters most, which is the frags.
What a beautiful play by Sway to knock that player down, hit him on the way out. Looks like they have been spotted by another either player or team right now.
You need. I don't
Big pot, do you have a big pot?
I don't.
So that legendary assault rifle is not going to hurt anything. Definitely going to help.
We can't sit here.
Siflex on the outskirts, you hear them talking about it, saying, hey, we can't stay here. We have to venture. We have to move forward. So that, from, or rather, the Scar is going to help. I think the Junk Rift actually was tossed out to destroy their builds. Unfortunately, the enemy doesn't realize how much of a stopwatch that they're on.
What's in the storm?
Their pace is impeccable. Aydan decides to go and hang out in the storm a little bit, take on those elims, take on those bits of loot, and maybe even giving a few call-outs as well, letting Sway know where the cutoffs need to happen at, where they need to be. There's the call. Nice range from Sway.
He's a bright bomber.
Taking him down over the crest of the hill and has to continue on with this. Thankfully, the players decided to make a territory here. Sway, the master builder, says that's not the most impressive. I'd like to see at least 4 more stories next time.
Do you need help?
All right, and this is the part that we have to start looking at how many players are up left. Only 18 right now, and of course 4 of those are our players. Now down to just 16, so 12 elims left. See, 25 have currently been taken out. We'd have to double check and see what the score is right now. You have to imagine this is still within striking range, but they don't have that many players left to go for. And look at this gatekeeping position that Aydan and Sway have. If there is a story to this, it has been their ability to identify where the rotations need to be. It seems like they are always engaged in fights.
Yeah, and you see Aydan was looking for a player in the storm who he kept trying to locate him, and the second he stopped looking, he sniped him in the back. So there could be a player just waiting for him in the back and trying to just ruin that game for him. Looks like they're starting to move forward, though. As we head over to Gotham City right now, it's going to be Kamo and Aqua returning to where they started.
Replicating Kamo. Top perspective. Goes for the quick little edit, firing off shots, not wanting to lose any HP because he doesn't have a whole lot to spare. Takes one down. Places down that bounce pad just to make sure that the fall is somewhat cushioned. Definitely on the edge of Gotham City. Cape, no cape, doesn't matter. Still firing off shots as here we come down to the intense moments. Less than 10 players still alive in this game, and that very well could decide absolutely everything. The range with attack SMG and Aqua. He's hungry. He knows how valuable each of these eliminations are. And there we go. Takes him down. 26 health is all that player had left. And Aqua continues forward. Instantly beams another just toward the south. Every which direction Aqua is taking down enemies and making it look oh so simple. Being aware of the enemy and where they could venture to next. Sway on the other side. Unfortunately, falls down the mountain. But the enemy has done the exact same thing. Sway goes down. Aqua walks away with the elim. And Aydan is going to be there for the instant res. But still, a great position right here for Aqua to take control and take mobility away.
Oh my gosh, that was their main way that they were moving around too. What a turn of events. We said that the rotation was so good for Aydan and Sway here, but it might not matter in the end. They've played this so smartly all the way through. What is that, 3 left? 3 elims left.
We're seeing, what, 11 to 20 for Kamo and Aqua.
14.
And the scoreline was, what, I believe a 5-point lead for Aydan and company?
So they have a 1-point lead with 3 elims left.
Wait, who has the lead?
So Kamo and Aqua, if our math is correct here, well, Kamo and Aqua would have a 1-point lead because they were down by 5. They're currently up 6 elims, and there are 3 elims left on the map.
So I think they're up 1, yeah.
Should be the case.
Every single one of these elims is huge. If they get 1 elim, the worst they can do is tie.
Oh! Aqua goes down! And Sway came in! Sway just found one! Sway just did it! And look at this! Kamo, Sway, Aqua! All of them drop! And that's only a positive for Aydan because he can pick up his teammate. In the meantime, through all the carnage, through the slobber knocker, Aydan has to be aware that there's an enemy just on the flank. Can he take him down? And he does! Was it enough?
He died.
I think we won by 1.
No.
He didn't take him down. I thought that he won the game, but in fact, he got dropped.
Wait, they're
No, I
still
think they
2 up.
won.
I think they only got. Are we tied?
16.
I thought the Aiden just won the game, but in fact it was the enemy.
And there's 2 of them up, which means only 1 of the 3 went down.
Oh,
If our
man.
numbers are right, I think we tied.
Yeah, I mean, the down doesn't matter. There's two alive.
What?
We're within 1 point in some direction.
Oh my God, this is crazy. Chat, let us know thoughts because I don't have any. Somewhat speechless, which is kind of hard to make happen for myself. But regardless, my goodness, what a game this was at the end. I mean, blow for blow, both teams executed toward the end. The rotations were on point, and I think it's fair to say, guys, that no matter what the position, both rosters did what was in their best interest. And we talked about how Pleasant Park has been the catalyst for so many deaths. It continues to be that, and it also continues to provide us with so many storylines. One that will be joined alongside many in Friday Fortnite history. And there we have it, 37-36. Aydan and Sway hold on. So regardless of that ending kill, Aydan and co walk away with it. But we went from one perspective to the next, and instantly 3/4 of the lobby was gone. I don't know what happened in this exchange, but it literally just everything went out the door.
I mean, we knew these, like, coming into this tournament, we looked at the bracket, right? Looked at the top, looked at the bottom, said, okay, this is the team that's probably going to come in the top. This is the team that's probably going to come in at the bottom. That's exactly what happened, and we knew on paper, at least, these two teams looked incredibly deadly, right? We have, of course, Aydan and Sway, 2 players who've played incredible across all of Friday Fortnite. Look at the top side, Kamo, of course, ton of Friday Fortnite experience. And by the way, he's joined by a world champion. So we knew that on paper this was going to be an absolute barn burner matchup. And I mean, you can't ask for anything better than that. 36-37, and it came down to a final fight.
Yeah.
I mean, that could have gone literally either way.
And I feel like I said, they were exchanging blows and they were doing what was necessary. We talked about it in the early stages. I mean, literally, it was Kamo and Aqua. Fantastic play, but the one issue they had was that one of them went down, and they had to reference back, go for the reboot van. Instantly, what do Aydan and Sway do? They go for the rotations. They try to lock down every nearby POI to make Aqua and Co's life that much more difficult. Since that's the case, then we see Aqua and Kamo have to reference back the only place of interest that they can go that hasn't been visited recently, Pleasant Park. And that's when they started to kind of pick it up, and it started to get closer and closer. But still, we talk about it. The early game struggles and really kind of coming in from that game 1, that was the cushion that was necessary and one that definitely helped them out a lot, guys. I think that's kind of the storyline for this is not necessarily game 2 because both teams were pretty much equal. It was a matter of that first matchup. Sway and Aydan, they built up their advantage, they held on, and they moved forward in the grand finals.
And by the way, this is not the last that we could see from Kamo and Aqua. Of course, we still have the
definitely.
entire losers bracket. And the way, I mean, pretty much, Kamo and Aqua have run through everyone not named Aydan and Sway so far. So I definitely anticipate they will see some sort of losers bracket run ahead of us. We could even see potentially a rematch in the grand finals.
Sure.
Of course, they still have a number of matches still to potentially get through in order to rematch against Aydan and Sway. But huge congratulations to those two for pushing through. At the very minimum, they get top 2.
Yeah, very minimum top 2, and we said that there weren't room for mistakes. There was no room to make any sort of small slip-up, a big slip-up, and they didn't. They played the way that we knew they were capable of, no major missteps, and when it came down to the final fight, I mean, let's be honest, Sway clutched it. Sway clutched that final fight where, be it Kamo, be it Aqua, they both had chances at that elim. If they had gotten that elim, that would have been it. They would have won. They were not able to get that elim, and Sway did. So, I mean, you talk about nerves and being able to execute in a situation like that. That's why we thought these were the top 2 rosters. That's the exact reason. Yeah. Take a look here at the losers bracket. What do we see, Landon?
Oh, a lot of results, a lot of interesting play. It looks as if we are currently in losers round 4 as we've got Kinstaar and Teeqzy facing off against Cory and Riot. On the bottom side, we do have Nick A30 and replays, right? That is going to be their first game since getting taken down from winner's bracket as they'll be facing off against the qualifier team in Skills and Kalt. And I know, Ryan, you instantly kind of gave a little bit of a fist bump or maybe just some excitement, right? Seeing those qualifier guys make it as far as they have, right? I mean, they instantly entered into that in losers round 2. They've won 2 games straight. they have the potential to move on to loser semis.
Yeah, I mean, they're currently sitting in top 6, so not bad for a set of players that probably nobody knew coming into this tournament,
Sure.
right? So, again, I always love seeing the qualifier teams. It always lets me know that there's always going to be those players out there, the unknown talent that's grinding that people don't know about yet. And just goes to show that if you are a player as well who does feel like you can compete with these guys, we do have qualifiers for Friday Fortnite at umggaming.com. So, I mean, hey, those guys did it, and they're currently sitting in the top 6.
Yeah, they have an opportunity to make a lot of cash, that's for sure. Guys, let us know. What's your interpretations right now? How crazy was that winners final? Feel free to let us know, not just in the chat, but as well on social media. Tweet at us at UMG Events. In the meantime, as Ryan said, feel free to visit our website, learn some more information about all kinds of different games that we have going on at umggaming.com. But like we said, guys, we've got the losers bracket still to come. Some teams are still finding it out, and who will meet up with Aydan Sway in that grand final? We'll have to find out, but we'll have that answer with you when we come back. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Friday Fortnite 2019, week number 9, as we are hopping into a losers round 4 game, as we've got Nick A30 and FaZe Replays facing off against the qualifier boys, as we've got Kalt and Skills looking to try and hold on and keep their losers bracket dreams alive, as this is actually the first game the Nick A30 and Replays have had since losing in that winners bracket, where they nearly had a grand final, or rather a winner's final opportunity in front of them. We'll see what they can do next and see what they're up to. Of course, it's myself, Lando Sanders, joined in part by Nineho Grands, Ryan Fools. Boys, how are we feeling about this current matchup? I know we don't know exactly what's going on in terms of the overall scheme of things, but regardless, though, I know our qualifier guys have really been kind of surprising a decent amount of people just in terms of their results, right? They have taken down Ship and FaZe Diggy. They took down Typical Gamer and Exoph, and now we're looking to do the same versus Nick A30 and Replays.
You saw him bottom left.
No, I didn't.
So definitely excited to see the qualifier guys making a splash right now against one of our top teams in this tournament.
Nick, I would even pop those.
Of course, I don't want to get too ahead of myself, right? I don't want to give them the caster curse, right? They've been doing really well so far without me, so I'm making sure that they continue on forward. But, I mean, from the looks of it, of course, we hopped in a little late. Replays is, like you said, going to be taken down. Not a lot of kills, though, in total, right? 5 among both teams. 3 of them came from just Nick by himself. So definitely a pretty slow game so far.
Yeah, and that's a pretty nice boon if you are Nick here, saying, okay, my teammate's down, but not really being taken advantage of. So I'm curious to see here if he's going to opt to. He doesn't have many mats, and now getting. No, I thought he was getting shot at for a second there. But this is that really difficult situation where you want to go for the reboot. You obviously need to get the reboot, but you can't really approach it without having more mats, without having a better weapon, something along those lines. And I guess you could always try to shoot your way over there. Grenade to get up as well. Let's see, needs to come. Okay, get out of there, Nick. You hear the call out, and I think Nick is all too happy to oblige.
Yeah, I don't think he even blinked once, and there we go, 79 HP, losing a decent amount of shield. In the process of that, Gotham City not at all interested.
Oh my God, I'm perfectly hidden.
And him staying there. Nick A30, he's making the play. He's hiding in the bush. The enemy doesn't see him.
Look at his face.
They don't see him.
They're gonna see my leg though if they come from behind, right?
They won't see anything.
Jack of all trades, Nick.
They'll think it's part of the ground. You're good.
Hanging out.
Tell me this is how we work.
They don't see
So
him.
much time right
He
now.
can't even move to look at them either because that'll turn his player model. He's just letting replays look at it.
I love this.
Oh my God, dude.
It's gonna be hard to win before.
Thank
these
you for
guys.
the call out on
No
Nova.
way.
Can I go now?
They're literally 10 feet behind him in a cozy campfire, having no idea he's just sitting alongside in that bush.
If it's been used.
That's amazing. Props, Nick A30.
And he has the reboot card.
I don't know.
He does.
No, it's not used. It's not used. It's not used. I see
Gonna
it.
bring
Imagine how
replays
confused
back.
the enemy's going to be.
On that bush,
It's like,
bro.
wait, we just trapped
200
this
IQ,
guy.
dude.
We know he's got to be probably
They're gonna
around
do
the
that, right? They're gonna
Loot
come
Lake
back to us,
area.
get in a
They're gonna
building.
come back for sure, and they have grapplers, I think. Maybe.
This is a very risky call, right? Going for
Back where we came from.
replays, but as soon
Okay,
as this
dropping
horn
down,
sounds off, the enemy's going to immediately know where this came from.
They have 7 kills.
And as they called, they said, hey, they've got grapplers. They can instantly get here in just a moment's
There's a
notice.
launch right here, replace.
Maybe have to set up shop, and thankfully they've got
I'm gonna go loot this
a
building
bounce
right here
pad
with
to go and
somebody.
venture elsewhere.
Was it
So
chest
positive
right
still being displayed, but a lot of time being wasted.
Remember, EU ping. I got
Yeah, that
chest
call.
flashes. Can we come?
Remember that it's on EU ping right now.
Okay, pop that, and then come to me.
So, I mean, if you're Nick and Replays, at the very least, you want to just try your best. I mean, of course, you want to obviously build a lead,
Remember,
but
there was a
at the
team
very
shooting
least, you want
too.
to
We
try to
gotta
just
watch
hang
out.
around,
Servers
keep
getting
things as
in.
close as possible, because game number 2 would be on their server. Looks like Replays is back, has some health, starting to build a kit out. They seem to be back, and like I said, it's been a pretty low-scoring game so far, right? 9 total kills between all of our teams. So we see that Nick has 3, which does mean their opponent has a combined of 6. So 6-3 right now with Replays back on the field. They are very much in this.
And I don't think that they were taking any shots at that point, too. I wonder if the other team had already moved away before they even had the chance to hear the horn there. But my goodness, the clutch of all clutches, the pacifist clutch, the hidden clutch.
Definitely got to give him some props for that. I mean, literally, craftiness. In a situation where you thought he's got to be taken down, he's not really going to have an opportunity to do anything. Nick A30 comes out clutch. He's had some of the most amazing moments in Friday Fortnite history for a number of different reasons. And like I said, that's just another one to add to the books. It looks as if right now, Kalt, along with Skill, are pretty much, just like I said, just roaming around the Dusty Depot area since the enemy, a.k.a. their teammates, in terms of Nick A30 and Replays, have been so tied down to Gotham. They've had a pretty decent amount of real estate to pretty much dive into, and it looks as if their main focus will now be atop on factories. Count sitting atop and looking for the future in terms of where those players could have dove into. Maybe they're no longer there, and they're venturing into a lot of different areas, a lot of uncharted territory.
I mean, they're looking, like you can tell, they're surveying, they're looking.
They're just not seeing anybody.
Having a hard time finding anyone.
Once again, what a frustrating situation that must be. See, okay, our opponents are stuck. They just now got reboot. They're just now rotating out. Where is everybody? Why can't we find anybody to try to build our lead? And on the other side, there we go, finding somebody right there, starting to cut back into the lead. Nick A30, and gotta be careful here. Can't take too long to get that elim in the 1x1. And rotating in.
Oh my god, what happened?
Oh no, the trap.
Replays is down, and Nick A30 has 12 HP, and he can't escape.
I was gonna shockwave away.
Both taken down.
I heard a trap?
I pyramided the trap and it's still hitting.
Yeah, it's just too laggy to play, man.
So we said apparently the pyramid of the trap, which should not allow for it to go off, but looks like for some reason it still did anyway. Like I said, of course, that ping does play a factor, right? NA versus EU in this first game, which we still believe is the first game. We'll get official confirmation on that one, but it looks as if Skill actually is taken down, so the only man up right now is going to be Kalt. Not the greatest amount of HP, considering he just took a good shotgun bullet to the chest, and there we have it. In about 15 to 20 seconds, all 4 of our players went from a decent amount of HP to no longer being on the map.
And if you're Nick and Replays, I mean, that's the best case scenario, right? They're pretty disappointed to go down, but luckily for them, their opponents went down on their own server. So now we go into game number 2 on the new server. This is not the worst case scenario by any means if you are Replays and Nick A30, right? They have their work cut out for them, heading back to the NA server, and they're not down by very much.
No, I think it's, what, 8-4 right now? There were 12, and Nick had 4 of them, so 12 minus 4, I think, equals 8. So
usually does,
a
but
4-point deficit going onto your server?
It's a handful. Yeah, I mean, a handful of kills, basically. And
Sure.
at this level, it shouldn't be any deficit for either team.
Yeah, I feel like, too, like I said, one of the biggest issues that we have seen previously with Replays and Nick A30, at least in terms of their prior Friday Fortnights, have been early game. It's been their ability to kind of plant a flag and really see success in certain positions. I feel like outside of their Gotham City drop earlier, their early game has still looked fantastic. So I think for them, they can still feel somewhat confident in their ability. I think they've learned a lot kind of in comparison from previous Friday Fortnite weeks, then into here and week number 9. So I think all things considered, they are going to be in a good spot. As we talked about, they will be now on NA servers, and they come into this only down by just 4. So I think, like I said, all things considered, they're in a great spot. I am interested to see where their new dropping locations are. I hope it's not Gotham City. I wouldn't think that it would be, but you never know. Unfortunately, you never know.
In that game, they were in Gotham.
Right.
So I'm starting to think that it may just be Gotham.
Yeah.
And if they found that much success to get them as far as they did earlier,
Yeah. It's just always a worrisome factor
Yeah.
for me. It's like you just like I almost feel as if the risk is always higher than the reward. Like the majority in terms of the percentages, they just never really work out. And I don't know. I think just in terms of the overall general scores, it usually doesn't apply to a whole lot. Like I think in that one game where we watched, I forget who Typical Gamer and Co were playing off against, but in their early stages, they were great. Like they were fantastic, and they went to Junction. Like you can still see success in a slower drop-off point.
We
It's just a matter of nailing down rotations, yeah.
Honestly, usually do. If you play the outskirts correctly, usually it is much. I mean, the I don't even call it the mortality rate's probably much lower, and of course you still are very close to a number of kills. So, end of the day, though, like I said, it's these teams are trying to maximize as many kills as they can early, and it looks like once again we're gonna see Nick A30 and replays heading over towards Gotham City. It looks like their opponents, however, have chosen to go elsewhere.
It looks as if that one player who did come in is a little bit late. I know they called out saying how the opponents actually got a fantastic drop. I think they said around pressure plant, which seems to be kind of a fan favorite as of recently.
All right, replace. How you doing over there? What do you got?
Yeah, I'm just gonna loot.
There's
I only got an AR shotgun.
probably 3 people to my west.
Okay.
AK30, maybe a little bit of a concerned call out, saying he's got 3 players not too far away.
Oh man, he's right in.
Looking at that top left, we can see Skill a little bit low on health, progressively getting brought back up, so we'll have to see whether or not replays can make somewhat of the heroic moment. Bullets whistling through the windows. Nick A30 back to the home game. Pretty much just try to mat up, do it alongside your teammate, and dive into a few of these elims. But like I said, guys, this is a very scary territory. They have to be aware of it. At any point, players can rush in, they can take you down, and not even bat an eye.
Okay, I got minis replace. Popping minis real quick.
And neither really has a super strong kit. You're gonna see that gray tac shotgun, gray AR.
Be careful, there's people to the west, all right?
They've identified some players.
I think they're lining middle.
Careful by yourself. I'm shockwaving up for Hyatt. Yeah, they're gliding towards our old build.
Players gliding in, Nick A30
Got minis, got minis.
They're chilling underneath.
giving the call outs, firing away, and
How did I not hit those
as if
shots?
maybe
West.
having an opportunity to take someone
We gotta
down.
be careful.
Still
We don't know where anyone else is. I
have
don't like
yet
being
to
up
find
there.
elimination as of yet. Obviously have done
Junk Rip, is that yours?
the necessary damage, and my goodness, hey,
Yeah, I see him. He's to the east.
Junkerov nearly comes through and takes him down. Structures no longer a factor. That's just great awareness from Nick A30, but like we said, the eliminations need to happen soon. Underneath the main points of interest, Nick A30 going back for the re-edit from floor 2 now to ground level, maybe even basement level at this. Gets the first knock, only more elims to come, and there we have it. One solidified. The second one still yet to be found. Missing a few of these shots, and that's the problem. The gray tac, not the greatest weapon in the world. 26 HP, holding on to the pillar as Nick will drop him. Lots of shields to work with. A slurp juice, a big pot, and he and replays will hold on for now.
Well, I was just holding my breath for that entire segment because you kept hearing replay say, drop
there's
down,
more.
drop down. And he's saying he can, and now they're trapped once again, and this is why this is such a scary spot to be.
Wow.
What a great grapple to get out, but I don't know if Nick was able to get out too, and if they weren't able to get out, it might not have been worth it.
I love that idea. Shockwave into the grapple gun. Gets them out of an awkward position, but here you can obviously notice the steps. They're trying to hand off anything that they can. Give a final hug before they could finally meet their maker. You see them just trying to call out the strats, trying to form somewhat of a blueprint and get toward that height advantage.
Yeah, they're all the way down below.
But
right.
like I said, guys, this is the issue. They need to find the elims, and it needs to happen now. Being down in the overall game, you're looking at that kill feed, and you're seeing Kalt instantly popping up time and time again. Looks as if it will be Nick initializing things. Replays not getting the right bits of information. Trying to escape despite not having the greatest mat situation in the world. The resources are plenty for Nick A30 as he is running through and taking down players in stride.
You're good?
got him. Yeah, dead.
Perfect, dude.
And they do manage to stay up. So my goodness, just situation after situation. Was it worth it? We'll have to find out. But like we said, a majority of the lobby has fallen. And depending on where skill and count currently sit, you could argue whether or not those fights did in fact pay off.
What's your heart rate at right now, Ryan?
Pretty freaking high, to be honest. That was like a lot of like individual mayhem on each side. You can see both players under a ton of duress, but they both got the job done. And I think it looks like right now the kills, like I said, are within 1 on this game. Of course, we know that our qualifier team did come in with a bit of a lead. They're just looking to hold it. This lobby's starting to move pretty quickly. Only 37 players remain. 33 possible eliminations left on the map for our competitors. So if you're Nick A30 and Replays, you finish the fight at Gotham City, maybe look for their last kind of straggler, but you kind of got to make your move right now. So I think right now that's what? I think Nick A30 and Replays have 6. Qualifier team has 5. So they're a +1 in this game, and they ended the game with what, a 4? Yep. Is it a 4-point lead? So they're currently up 3. So if you're a qualifier team, you can't play super conservative. You still got to play the game, but you still have a little bit of a lead to work with.
Now you really start to. I think this is really the point of the map where this rotation kind of sets the tone for the rest of it. We've talked about how important it is to be able to go into one of those hot rotation spots and really plant your flag, I believe, as you put it, Landon, and go from there. And I think that now both of these teams are going to get one chance to make a good rotation and identify where the players are coming from, and that could set the tone for the entire rest of the set.
So players starting to meet up with one another. You see the top right yellow arrow being shown. That is going to be Replays. Skill not too far away, so maybe
Have a launch pad if you have any bouncers.
joining in tandem together.
He's grappling to you.
See a lot more communication on this end, at least ones that we can understand, so that's
They're
always
sniping-
nice, right?
sniping at factories
Absolutely.
northeast.
Nick A30 and co. Actually spotting someone over toward the
But that
top
was
side
just
maybe of a
him.
mountain.
Oh my god, he's just baiting.
And I guess Cal actually is going for the bait.
Oh, no, there is
Interesting
someone
call,
in
but
there.
maybe not. Who
Oh, there was just
knows?
one. Okay, keep going fatal. Let's go fatal, right?
Skill does take one. So what seemed to be maybe a bait, maybe an
baiting.
opportunity, turns out to be an elimination regardless. So advantage
Actually,
to
team, north,
the
southeast,
qualifiers
south
yet
south
again.
south
But you
okay?
see one player
Really
on the
close to
top
fight.
of a
We need to get these
platform,
kills. Don't-
and Nick
don't mark.
A30 is aware
I'm just
and
gonna try
ready
get
to
high
go
if
for
I
the
can.
fight. This could be a 3P, and this as well could be 2 different squads who are low in HP and have a lot of items that Nick would love to pick up and grab.
He's whited replays.
Couple players
Whoa, I'm getting
have been
shot
spotted, but he's
third
getting
party.
shot from the back
Oh,
right
no
now. This is
way.
not good for
Might have one
Replays
on
and
me,
Nick.
Replays.
Nick does manage to stay alive for a little bit.
Oh my gosh.
Players are going to surround him. He gets the down.
Okay, I got one knocked.
Good play by Nick.
I wonder if the storm's coming too. Make sure you're.
That's a great
Replays
call.
getting
on
tagged up
Storm.
as well. Yeah, you can
No,
see
no, no,
Replays
coming,
taken
coming,
down
coming.
to just his
Like this.
remaining health. Storm on their back. It is, though,
How many,
going
how
to
many,
be
how many? What they
Replays
have?
who
What they
drops.
have?
Nick trying to save the day. Looks like it's only going to be one. Initial shots come in. They're not fighting in the zone, and Nick goes down as well. And that's going to do it.
No extra shields to pop or anything.
That should be it.
That should
GG's,
be.
guys. Good luck in the rest of the tourney.
Yeah.
You can see the good lucks coming in.
Oh my god.
Oh crap, dude.
That's so like we talk about it. They were and obviously they do get eliminated, unfortunately, in this situation. Obviously a great kind of placement in general. That's top 6 for them, so you got to give them a lot of props. That's Nick A30's highest placement that he's had in Friday Fortnite, but still, you think about what could have been in terms of Gotham City in the winners bracket. They could have saw top 3. And even in this situation, a few eliminations go their way. They stay alive in certain scenarios. Things are different. But regardless, the qualifier squad, they move through. They're still breathing. And I got to say, while I am unfortunate, because I'm obviously a huge fan of Nick A30 Replays, awesome guys, and obviously provide a lot when it comes down to the tournament. It is unfortunate to see them go, but it does provide somewhat of a positive to know that the qualifier boys are still progressing forward.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I'm with you. Like I said, you never want to see the kindest man go down like that. But like I said, I've been hyped for the qualifier kids. I always love when the qualifier kids come out and put on a good show, and it seems like they're doing just that. That is a top 4. Do we know, Landon, what the highest placement for a qualifier team is in Friday Fortnite? We've seen, obviously.
I believe it's second, actually. I want to say that it was Grandma and Co. who at least placed 3rd, if not 2nd. I could be wrong. I can confirm with that one. But I know a qualifier team has at least placed top 4 previously.
Okay,
so.
good to know. Yeah, so I mean,
but they do join alongside great company.
Yeah,
that's for sure.
sure.
It's always rare, But it is always a great opportunity to see what they can kind of provide. Also, it is nice to know that they are, in fact, EU boys, so we weren't really 100% confirmed with that because that was our first series. We really got a chance to take a look at them. So they will be facing off against either Cory and Riot or Kinstaar and Teeqzy. So if they do face off against Kinstaar and Co., that will be an EU versus EU fight. We know that Kinstaar and Teeqzy are obviously a very kind of solid team, as well as Cory and Riot are. So it definitely could allow for an interesting remainder in terms of the matches. But I think that game is still going on, so I have to see kind of how that one dives in. But I am kind of interested to see who does move forward into that losers round of 5, because like we said, we're getting down to the nitty gritty. Like I said, top caliber rosters are starting to fall left and right, and I said my face is continually surprised by saying, oh my gosh, this team is now gone, this roster is now eliminated. But just the way that it goes, that's how unfortunate the losers bracket is at this point.
Can only be one winner.
Absolutely. And like I said, are we in position for any repeat or first time? I'm trying to think back. Of course, I know that some of the players have won in the past, but do we have any players who are in contention for their first time victory? Let's see. I know Sway won one before.
No, Sway has Aydan has won.
Aydan's won. We know Aydan's won, but Sway. I mean, we've seen Sway put on a show so many times.
So
right? We've seen him
Sway
put
has
up
done
so
everything
many
except
crazy
to
numbers,
win.
but I don't think I remember seeing him actually win one. So that'd be pretty cool for him to go ahead and get one. Aqua, I think Aqua did win one. No?
I don't think so, actually. I don't believe he has, or maybe he. No, I think I'm thinking of Booga. I was thinking of like who won right before the
World Cup.
Fortnite World Cup.
Okay.
Booga and Click. That was Clicks and Booga who won that.
Okay.
Well, so we know Camo hasn't won.
Yes, he's only
He's
got
always played
second.
with Issa, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they've got second, fifth, sixth, everywhere. But
So a lot of players
Right.
have been knocking
Yeah.
on the door. This is exciting.
Exactly. They've been kind of just right on the cusp, but just haven't really been able to do it, unfortunately. Let's go and take a look at how the losers bracket is, in fact, lining up. Do we have a crazy amount of updates? It looks as if we're still kind of waiting on those, but just in general, we'll see exactly how things do end up going forward. I believe the bracket says Nick A30 and replays are moving forward. However, it will be the qualifier roster, but I think that did say Kinstaar and Teeqzy did move forward. So if that's the case, like I said, we will be having that EU battle. Kind of guys who have a lot of experience in terms of their pro careers, obviously representing Prism and Solary in terms of Kinstaar and Teeqzy, but now facing off against the qualifier boys. And what an opportunity this would be to face off against some of the biggest names in Europe. To take them down in a format like this, I think would add a lot to the resume.
Oh yeah, I mean, the opportunity, like you were saying earlier, this is a great opportunity for any of these players who haven't had the chance to compete at this level against these teams. There are so many good Fortnite players. A lot of the difference is just the exposure you get. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity.
Absolutely. Like I said, there's still, you look at like the Ghost Gamings and the Phases of the world who have a long slew of Fortnite players, a long list, a big roster. They're always looking to add new players, a ton of organizations out there who are still looking to get into Fortnite. And I always love seeing the qualifier teams show out because, like I said, there's still a ton of talent out there that can be one of the next big players.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, like we said, guys, an interesting matchup still to come. Losers bracket rounds are still starting to form, and we could, in fact, have a qualifier team taking down a very well-known European roster. We'll have to see exactly how all of that rounds out, but Friday Fortnite will still be underway right after this. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Friday Fortnite 2019, week number 9, as we are hopping into Losers Round 5. Winner moves forward, loser is eliminated. As we talked about, kind of a veteran versus new school type battle. We've got our qualifier boys of Kalt and Skills now facing off against the very well-known Kinstaar and Teeqzy. It should be a fantastic game to watch. And, of course, on the call, it's myself, Lando Sanders, joined in part by 9 Grains and Ryan Fools. Guys, some initial thoughts on this one. We talk about prestige, we talk about history, we also talk about new blood. How are we thinking about both of these teams and their opportunities to maybe move forward versus the very difficult Kamo and Aqua?
Two storylines at work right now, right? We kind of have your dark horse, and then we have, of course, the permanent dark horse, right, in the qualifier teams, right? No one ever really expects them to make a big run, and most of the time they don't make a huge run. But we do have those scenarios where the qualifier team comes out and shocks the world. And right now they're doing just that. I mean, they're sitting in the top 4. They're playing against a very, very strong team. And to me, like I said, I think you can't really go wrong with this one either way, right? Both storylines are at play.
And again, the revenge factor as well. We saw, let's see, we saw Kinstaar and Teeqzy put up some pretty good numbers earlier against, I believe it was Kamo and Aqua there. I think they put up almost 20 points in both of those games. But when the opponent's putting up 33, there's not a ton you could do. So we've been talking about the revenge that I know wants to come after that winners finals set. Well, they're saying, hey, we played a fine game. You just play like you did against Aydan Sway against us, and we'll win this time. So
Exactly.
love to see the good competitive spirit come out there. But I'm very curious here what reason you guys think we have seen so many people go into retail. Because if I'm not mistaken, that has been the strategy that Teeqzy and Kinstaar have used the entire time. I know they've rotated out of it a little bit, but I think they've started every game there.
Yeah, I mean, you're pretty much guaranteed to get some, assuming you make out the fight, you're pretty much guaranteed to come out with some really, really good loot. Of course, the zombies are going to give you all kinds of heals, all kinds of good guns. Nice. Looks like right now, making sure they stay alive over there in over at the depot. But no, to answer your question about retail, like I said, the zombies just basically give you all the heals you need in the world, the weapons you need. Just you come out strong.
Yeah, I agree with that. And his count actually does get taken down. We'll have to kind of see what exactly is going on with them. It looks as if the revive is in fact in play, but it's just to kind of, you know, pretty much piggyback off of what Ryan said. Yeah, I think it really is just a matter of wanting to make sure that you have a better kit, kind of more for better items. And Retail Row is as well a place that kind of sits in the very center of the map. It's kind of the heartland, if you will, of the Fortnite map. And with that being the case, you have pretty much easy rotation. So I think, you know, in terms of getting extra items, it's not as if you're off in the random areas. You're not in Moisty Palms. You're not in a Junk Junction, if you will. You're kind of right next to a lot of high intense areas. I will say that does come with a little bit of negatives from time to time. And speaking of negatives, Kalt jumps down, cannot place up the pyramid fast enough, and will receive negative when it comes down to that trap. And if you look toward that kill feed, Kinstaar doing some damage, taking down 2. Gotham City a little bit slow right now for our qualifier boys.
I'm starting to see the wisdom here that you're talking about of this drop that we've talked about here at retail, because I mean, when Salty is a natural rotation for you, you've done okay for yourself. And I guess it sort of seems like the ultimate slow game, understanding that there aren't necessarily going to be a ton of people there. But having, look at this, a great kit here to work with, plenty of mats to work with as well. So I'm seeing the wisdom. Thank you guys for enlightening me.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing that teams just need to make sure they don't do, the biggest mistake I think you can make with that strategy is spending a little too long looting, right? A little too long with the zombies, a little too long building your kit, because you can miss out, like you said, on those rotations. You can miss out on those opportunities to get those players rotating over while you have good weapons. So to me, as long as you can kind of mitigate sort of that, you know, that time necessity, you'd be good.
And I will say, too, I think there's always one big advantage that you can have is that when the enemy does, in fact, go to Tilted, or right now it's called Gotham City, you kind of have Dusty, you have Factories, you have Retail, you have Salty Springs all to your cadence. Like, you can instantly go there whenever you'd like, and when you have someone who fires away like Kinstaar does, they will take advantage of it already with 9 eliminations in this one. Fantastic work coming through from Solary Zone, just really lighting it up when necessary. And that's the thing that we talk about with Gotham, with Tilted in general. You lose a lot for an opportunity at a little bit. And that's the thing that I really kind of look forward to when teams kind of do play, and what I like to call the landing triangle, because you do have Retail, you do have, you know, a number of different opportunities like Salty. You will have first dibs at those locations, especially if the enemy is getting a little bit too handily at Gotham. You have a lot of opportunity to cover a ton of real estate.
I think we've seen exactly that here, too. Just as you guys have been talking about it. I mean, 9 right now. We see 18 total on the map. Just take a look here, only 3. So you have to imagine that's a pretty solid lead right now. Rotation into Pleasant. This has been a natural rotation that we have seen this entire time, and a great job knocking that down. Has to be careful here. Does get away there, and you just hear a nice little word of affirmation right there. Got that one. And again, they finally started to pick it up a little bit and make their rotation after getting stuck back there at the start earlier, having to revive twice. But they're still not too far back here. We've seen already huge gaps made up. If it's maybe within, I don't know, what do you think, 8 to 10? That's about the range that we start to get a little worried?
Yeah, I think that's fair. I think that's kind of a fair range to maybe start to press the panic button. Right now for Kinstaar, I was going to say it has been pretty much the easy button, as unfortunately Teeqzy does fall. He's actually instantly brought down to 9 HP. A sniper rifle from afar bringing him down to a very low amount of health, and just the window of opportunity. Kinstar, unreal type play, traps off in the distance, but this man, unreal work, trying to go for the revive. Does he have the opportunity? Does he have the chance to get this one off? 2 seconds, 1 second, and yes, the revive is through. Resources gained. And hopefully he can grab a few of these minis, but what a play that was from Kinstar.
That play was so massive. He secured the kill, of course, getting the res on his teammate. They can manage to stay alive and get out of the situation. That'll be huge for this team. It looks like they're still going to have a couple players around them.
Let's keep in mind at the same time, though, there are only 6 players left.
That's true. Yeah, at the very least, like I said, I wouldn't have left them in the worst spot in the world, but still, every kill, especially in this far in the bracket, every kill matters so much.
Absolutely.
And it's also a situation where you have to ensure that the elims that are right around here are yours. You can't give the other team enough time to work in. And you see Teeqzy going down. If nothing else, that is a giant beacon that shows the other two, hey, there's people over here. But now we will see. Can Kinstar come up clutch a second time? You have to imagine the res is probably off the table at this point. But one more elim might be enough.
Very well could be. Kinstar working with slim pickings at this moment. From one room to the next. Does have that flip knock pistol, does have one grapple gun shot left. Trying to utilize that pyramid just to gain some information. There are some bandages to his south. But he does have the intel of where players are lying, where they are at. And like this, right? You could have the opportunity to slow things down a little bit. Granted, the enemy is not too far away, so they will be joining alongside here soon. But regardless, though, take your time, work with what you got, and maybe if the enemy starts to leave this area, he could go for a few of those resources.
Yeah, man, I think with his teammate being down, with him being at such low health, I think his best play right now is to wait for his opponents to find some players and maybe go for some kind of 3P unless he's forced to fight, which it looks like might be the case right now if this player does spot him. Haven't seen him just yet. Looks like they're kind of on the hunt for him. Still somehow not seeing him.
He's over here. Where's he at?
It looks like he has been spotted, so he will be sort of forced to either find a way out. And he does hit the edit, get behind the player, and hit him to break the shield. So now a bit more of an even fight. Kinstar versus the player in the lobby. Use the content pistol, get out of dodge, find some bandages in the meantime. Gonna likely use this time to heal up.
Like I say, that's a huge shot that he hits because that allows for him to have an opportunity to even go for these bandages. I mean, if he doesn't hit that shot...
Because that guy needs a heal.
Yeah, I'm saying exactly. Because if he doesn't hit that shot, then he instantly comes over here and probably makes his life so much more difficult to go for these bandages. So we'll be around 100 HP in total. Does have that purple scar, the epic version of the assault rifle still to work with. And you do notice the bottom left, Skill taking down 2. So during the meantime, Kinstar, a fantastic start to this match. Gets the chance and takes another one down. Like we said, 12 eliminations in total for this guy. Kinstar is an absolute beast, I tell you what.
What, 3 clutches this game?
So Kinstar has been Captain Clutch so far. Absolutely.
Ice in the veins right there to make that. And you saw that as soon as that opened up, all 3 shots immediately connected. All 3. There was no wasted effort, no wasted time right there. And to take a look, there's still 5 elims left. And I don't know. We'll have to see exactly how close the score is right now. This is another one of those where it's probably both teams in the teens or somewhere near there. But these elims are big, and we'll see right now the rotations starting to come in, trying to find the last couple of players. Do you think there's time to go for the reboot, Van?
I think there is time. I don't know if it's worth it, though. I think at this moment, considering how these elims could kind of be in stride, I think you could maybe take down 2 or 3 players. And, oh, what a moment this is right now for Kalt. In the midst of trying to take down the zombie areas to actually get better weapons and better equipment. Kalt will find the advantage here. And the player actually gets knocked by I think that was the zombies. Well, there you have it. Doesn't get credit for it, and that's rather unfortunate. Kalt still moving forward. Maybe a little bit of a grittiness now to his gameplay. Actually does venture into a trap, and that's a great moment where he manages to hold on to kind of his headspace. High ground no longer in his advantage, but he'll quickly take that one back over, gets in the face of the opposition. Here comes the trap, still dodging it. Attack SMG is through, and Kalt can't walk away with it. So low on health are the opponents, and here comes Kinstar to maybe save the day. I know he at least took down one, and maybe a smart play to reference back, knowing that he is actually the only person here. Serve, or rather Skill, is not at this location right now. He's got some time to work with. Surprisingly.
Time and max shields here. This is about the best thing you could hope for, and plenty of mats to make this fight happen.
Where is Skill? I'm actually kind of surprised that he's not near Kinstar right now, considering his teammate was taking some HP loss. He could be in the midst of a fight, but we know there was at least two where Kinstar was at prior. If not, he took them down, which is very possible. Actually, he's got 15 eliminations, so he very well could have taken them down. And this is kind of an interesting little play that we've seen a few players actually implement in their gameplays, actually to utilize those stairs to progress themselves forward. It allows for yourself to run just a little bit faster.
So reading this right, we see 7 kills and 4, only 11 out of 31.
All right, well, there's our answer.
So that's going to put it at, I think, what, a 20-point lead or so?
Ooh.
Did I read that correct? 7 and 5, 12, I think it was 32 total.
It could be possible.
So, that'd be an 8-point lead, because that would mean the other team would have 20 elims.
12, 32, yeah. It's a lot of kills.
It is a lot. And, you know, it's so funny.
I'm so
looking
glad
at
you guys are here. I would not be able to do this.
Well, we're barely doing it, too, so I don't think it's
yeah,
too
so
much.
doing a lot. Yeah.
But, I mean, let's just think back to the very first set that we had today and how low scoring that was and how we thought that might be the theme of the day. And everything after that set has gone the other way. Sure, we've seen some early falls from some of our players, but for the most part, it's been big scoring here, and it's kind of been normal Friday Fortnite scoring.
Yeah, definitely started off a little bit slow. And again, keep in mind, these guys, a lot of them haven't played, a kill race style tournament in probably since the last Friday Fortnite, right? So it's probably been a few months. Like I said, there's going to be a little time period where you do have to kind of adapt to the way you're playing, right? It's not going to be the traditional sort of, competitive Fortnite play. If anything, it's quite the opposite, really, in terms of pacing and speed. So, yeah, it's been nice to see some of the faster lobbies, nice to see some of the action unfold and get some of these high, up in the 30-kill lobbies for competitors. And like I said, hopefully we continue to see that.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm kind of curious to see exactly how far down the qualifier guys are for this moment. I mean,
I think it's 10, I want to say.
I think it's around the double-digit margin
10,
for
8
sure.
or 10.
Yeah, it's got to be kind of in that same vein. But just in general, knowing the score, we obviously know that the Kinstar and co will be having the advantage coming into game number 2. Thoughts on their game plan versus what we saw from the qualifiers, or anything that we need to see them kind of tweak? Obviously, they will be down in some capacity, whether that's 7, 8, 9, 10. They're going to be down in some aspects. What do they need to do to change that? Because it's not as if you have to just, tie things up. You have to as well overtake and kind of overcompensate for the lack thereof in that first matchup. So is it a need for more aggressiveness? Is it a need for a new landing location? What are our thoughts right now?
Well, I would assume that we're going to see Kinstar and Co. play about the same way that they have played the entire time. They're probably going to continue to go to retail. They've been doing that in all the sets we've seen. So I think if there is an opportunity for you to make a big play, it's at the start. Maybe going Gotham, which I know very risky considering we've tended to push people away from that, but that's a chance for you to make up something in the early game. And if it doesn't work, they're going to play well in the late game. That's why they go with the slower drop. That's why they opt to build themselves up. They're playing for mid and late game, so why not try to build up some points in the early game to at least give yourself a fighting chance in the late game?
Yeah, I mean, I'm always a fan of the Gotham City Tilted Towers, whatever you want to call it, the hot drop, when you're in the situation where you are at the deficit. When I don't like it is when you're the one with the advantage, and then you're putting yourself in a similar risk, right? So to be down and to go somewhere like Gotham City makes all the sense in the world, or even maybe the split. I don't think 9 kills is enough for the split strategy just yet, but I do think that Gotham is good given the circumstances.
Yeah, we'll see. And I think, honestly, just in my opinion, this drop for a lot of rosters hasn't really been the greatest in terms of retail row. It kind of allows for a little bit more passive play. It's kind of about items. It doesn't really prioritize the beginning of the game. So if you really want to try to expose a particular area, it's when the opposition is going to be at their least interested or at their least kind of aggressive. So I think this is a great moment where Teeqzy and Skill can really come forward and kind of make a big difference in terms of the game plan. Like I said, I'm kind of curious as to where they went. I want to say it was probably around Salty Springs based off of their location. And if that is the case, if they did end up going Salty Springs, that could cut off a very valuable rotation for their opponent. So yeah, this is actually great. So you're going to Salty Springs, which is more aggressive, which I think we all can agree is what they need more of. Plus the major rotation that Kinstar and Co. could have would be to this exact area. So you're kind of killing two birds with one stone by playing aggressive and by also shutting down a major strategy that the opposition could later utilize.
Laid it out quite well for you right there. I think it's just a matter of being efficient here. It doesn't look like there's even any fights that have been going on around here, though. So it looks like both of them, despite their drops, haven't really run into anybody yet. It does look like we finally have the first one, but I think both sides are going to be reasonably well kitted up. How quickly will we see Colt and Skill make the rotation? That's a big question. Is you can't keep them down for long. Kinstar making the presence felt.
We'll see if he can keep putting up the same numbers that he did just the match prior, right? I think it was, what, like 14, 15 eliminations, just fantastic execution. Obviously, we know what this guy can do when it comes into the pro scene and just really when it comes into regular public lobbies. The shot's obviously on point for a reason. I know this is kind of an interesting point to bring up his shot because these are zombies, but still ultimately accurate. 100% accuracy, no big deal.
He's building right now too. Like I said, you just the benefit of going retail is that you do end there with guaranteed full shield, guaranteed good weapons, and you guarantee yourself some sort of heals as well, whether it be campfires, of course, any kind of pots, potions, etc.
But here comes the rotation, right? So they will be getting a little bit.
It's a fast lobby, 57, 56 already.
Oh wait, so they actually went factories. Okay, so I actually like this call. So the qualifier roster, I think, started to kind of realize what the opponents were up to. They locked down Salty, realized, hey, not a whole lot here, which is rather unfortunate for them. Then they instantly hit up Factory. So I like that call. And then in the meantime of that taking place, as they've shut down two major locations, it actually will be Kinstar and Teeqzy going over toward Dusty Depot. So kind of exchanging blows and trying to gauge out different interests. And I think maybe out of the frustration of maybe the lack thereof in terms of overall elims, that could be both teams maybe splitting up a little bit.
I think you have to in this situation, especially if you're the qualifier team. But I kind of like the decision here to split a little bit either. As long as you don't take any fights that you don't really need to, I think that it's okay for you to hold up, wait a little bit, and let your teammate rotate over. And I especially love the fact that they're going to Loot Lake here, because if nothing else, this is at least going to give them even more mobility, which is so important in these low-scoring games.
And take that rip to Loot Lake. Go survey a little, maybe a late push into Gotham. Gotham's one of those places where it always feels like there's some player lurking, right? There's always someone waiting somewhere. It's never fully empty. It looks like that is just what he finds, a player right in front of him. He's going to try and get this high ground from him, makes the first edit. Trap is going to be placed. He gets tagged up a little bit, ends up resetting. Decides to just kind of get out for now, maybe wait for his teammate. Yeah, I like that play. Wait for his teammate. You know the player's there. He's likely not going to go very far.
I think it actually will be Kalt who's on the other side of that, so he could have an opportunity to steal a few of these away. Like we said, Teeqzy has gauged the interest, and like we said, that grapple is so huge to have in the inventory. And I think he's starting to feel the pressure. The qualifier boys are just on his heels, and he is going to have to make some type of work based off the situation at hand. Going for that high ground, decides to go ahead and take out a few of the stairs in the meantime. Drops the first, a crucial knock to say the least. It looks as if Skill maybe having one on him as well. Drops that player, so kind of an even trade, if you will, 1 for 1. And all things considered, if you are the team that has the advantage, you'll happily split. I mean, hey, you're not losing anything, you're not gaining anything. Keeping everything on a level field would not be the worst, I will say. There is still 55 players still left alive, so there's a lot of work to be done. That elimination actually could say a lot, but just in the overall scheme of things, you would be happy with the trade. But just in general, all 4 players kind of somewhat around the same area, kind of outside of Loot Lake, outside of Gotham City. Maybe a stone toss away from one another, but Kalt finding himself in a very interesting spot at the moment, as he's yet to actually find an elim.
Has one right in front of him. Goes for the edit. Takes a lot of damage, but does get the knock. There's only a down though, so there should be another teammate around there somewhere. He does have a med kit. Doesn't have any shield though. Keep in mind he has pretty low ammo on his shotgun as well. Only 7 total shots with that tack. It is only a green tack, so it doesn't hit super hard. He's gonna find some ammo on the ground, luckily. And a fresh blue pump. Okay, so problem diverted. He's got his grappler now. Got the blue pump.
Man, you talk about a hard split to make, too. Being that separated with one of them in Gotham, that's very risky. But, you know, we talked earlier about the luxury of not necessarily having a choice. Means if you have to make that split, well, whether it goes poorly or well, we don't really have a choice. So that is nice. And now we're seeing the team with the advantage, fruits of their labor. The fact that they can stick together in this situation and try to play this out the way that you would ideally like to do it. We'll see right here if they're able to secure these.
Stink grenades coming out from Kinstar. Player does manage to take high ground over him. Spots a different player, maybe a different set of, maybe a couple teams below him as well. So Kinstar has to be careful. You're surrounded by a number of players. Has a teammate with him. Going to go ahead and help him out. Get a nice pump shotgun. Meanwhile, trying to kind of just reset, get a better angle. Meanwhile, Teeqzy surrounded down to 60 HP. He's been hit pretty hard. Has a campfire there. Hit a couple of those mini pots, trying to get his health back. Kinstar and Teeqzy under a lot of pressure right now. Kinstar gets one down. It's going to be their opportunity to push forward. Teeqzy goes to help him out. Can you hear the communication coming in? They've spotted a player below. You see that mark. He's right there waiting for him. Beautiful plays coming in from Kinstar and Teeqzy. I'm loving the teamwork being displayed here, and it looks like it is going to work out, and they will be the ones to finish this fight off, at least for now.
It just immediately, as soon as you saw that first elim, that first knock happen, immediately the call was given to go, go. Now's our chance. One is down. Take that territory, and that's not hesitating is such an important part of precision and efficient play. And it's so cool to see it on display in the manner that it was right there. That was a very dangerous situation that turned into, what, 3 elims that they got right there?
Yeah,
Gotta
definitely.
love it.
And like I said, the communication was definitely on point. You could hear the sense of urgency after that first down was hit, right? They basically got aggressive, moved forward, and they finished the fight. Meanwhile, we have our qualifier team trying to use this kind of rift, use the orb, continue surveying the map, seeing what's on there, seeing where they can find a team to dive bomb on. They do see their opponents. They see them in the bottom left getting some more kills. It looks like over at Dusty, Lanier Dark Horse has found more enemies in front of him. They're looking to continue to build this lead. It looks like it's working.
Yeah, like I said, these guys, given the right opportunity, given the right chance, and the right squad, will take down team after team. 36 players alive, about to make it 35 if Kinstar has anything to say about it, and actually goes in a random corridor and takes one down. Just great execution and great awareness to jump from one fight to the next. Realizes the builds that are coming through actual structures, and says things aren't looking exactly right. So that will be another. Kinstar continues to show off his dominance so far throughout the day. I don't think he's going to escape it without, rather, I don't think he's going to escape out of this game with anything less than double digits.
He was at 1 like a second ago. This is remarkable.
It really is. Teeqzy, along with Kalt, actually getting involved in that kill feed. Right now, if you are a fan of the qualifier boys, or just are them in general, they need to put up some solid numbers. But look at this. Skill, top left of our screen. He is down for the count, and unfortunately right now for Kalt, he does have to reference back. Not a crazy amount of health. Trying to gain that back up right now with the cozy campfire.
So not a good situation for them right now.
No.
We know they came into this game at a deficit, and it looks like Kinstar and Teeqzy have been continuing to kind of maybe even maintain, extend that lead. They've been getting quite a few kills, and right now our qualifier team are left essentially in a 1v2. Very few players left on the map. Only a total of 19 possible eliminations will be left.
We're going to see some absolute heroics coming in from Cult. They're going to try to take this away.
Always a little bit late to the party. Just as soon as he dives back in, it's whenever the enemy had already picked things up. It's all about scraps. Here comes the storm. This is when things start to get a little bit worrisome for these guys.
And you know I love my mathematical improbability, impossibility. I know we are knocking at the door right now because, I mean, if you just look at the total of 28 eliminations, Cult only has 4 of those. Keep in mind, entering the game at an 8-kill deficit, Teeqzy has 11.
So that's what, 11, and then
We don't quite know.
8 or 9, somewhere in that range.
Yeah, so I mean, another total of 9 between the other two. I don't think there's, again, we are knocking at the door of mathematical improbability. Keep in mind, Teeqzy and Kinstaar continue to move forward.
It's another
Teeqzy's getting more kills.
Yeah.
I mean, this is as good as over. I think, what, 10 possible eliminations on the map. Teeqzy and Kinstar both just fragging left and right, light and elimination feed up.
Look at how efficiently they're moving together, too. It just seems like every time one is spotted, the other one is just, it's almost like they are, just have a rubber band on each other, or a string or something. As soon as one moves to go engage in a fight, it just pulls the other one naturally towards them. That's not an accident. That's what happens when you have faith in your teammate, when you are able to work well with them. And it's why we've seen a lot of the situations where some of our teams have gone down. It's because maybe one person went in and called out that they were going in, but their teammate wasn't quite close enough to get there in time, and it has to become a clutch situation. Whereas with some of these other teams, the time that move in is when you're both there. By the time they've called out that they're moving in, well, the other person's already there to make the play happen.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's some great teamwork definitely across the board, and it's going to set them up for potentially one more series if they do want to make the grand finals. We're going to wait to see who they play just yet. I mean, if I was a betting man, you got to imagine that Aqua and Kamo are doing their best to make sure that they get back in that top 3. They get their opportunity to potentially rematch Aydan and Sway. But they got to get through it. You know, for one, they got to get through their, I don't want to cast a curse. They got to get through their loser semi-match first, but let's say they do get through that. They got a tough team in front of them right now.
Yeah, they definitely do, right? These two very motivated. They seem to be hitting stride, right? We see a lot of rather kind of double digits for both of these guys. It's kind of consistency across the board. I know we've been highlighting Kinstar a decent amount just because of his constant ability to be in that double-digit position, but for Teeqzy as well, right? Currently sitting at 13. Fantastic work for both of these guys, but this looks to see, rather this seems to be the bitter end for the qualifier boys. Obviously put up a wonderful performance here today, but just in general, incredibly solid performance. And there we go. Teeqzy actually brought down to 2 health. Thankfully has some minis in the back pocket, so that will at least treat the health loss for now. And instantly firing away, a few players actually running their noggins straight into the hardware.
Well, let's go ahead and get a couple more. Kinstar, why not? The victory lap is afoot. It is official. The mathematical probability is exactly 0.
I love my mathematical improbabilities, impossibilities.
Oh, we were going there for a second. I like the direction that we were in. Rhyming accidentally is one of my favorite things. It doesn't happen very often, but when it does, I get excited. I do. I get very excited about it. There we have it. Teeqzy unfortunately falls, but the dominance is still being displayed as Kinstar is just going to go ahead and destroy everybody who's coming out of the storm right now. No big deal. No issues. This guy literally is lighting it up from start to finish. And this is the thing. These guys are finally starting to get in stride. You finish a game like that, and you're saying, hey, we're in double digits. We're both around the 12, 13, 14, maybe even 15 range. That's great for them, and that's exactly what they need coming into a matchup of which they've struggled in previously versus a squad like Kamo and Aqua, right? They faced off against Aydan and Sway. By no means looked as dominant as they had previously. Are they going to be able to tap into that same ability? And are they going to kind of keep up that same level of play versus a roster who's hot right now? I think this has all the makings of a game that could come down to the very final moments.
Absolutely, and it looks like we do have the losers' final set is going to be Kinstar and Teeqzy versus, of course, Kamo and Aqua from losing that winners' finals match. So definitely going to be a great matchup. Like you said, Teeqzy and Kinstar are hitting their stride. They're hitting at the right time, right? You definitely want to be playing your best Fortnite right towards the end of the bracket when everything is on the line. So, of course, we have a huge match ahead of us. And, of course, whoever wins that does go on to play Aydan and Sway in the grand finals.
And this is really going to be a matchup of the two different styles, right? This is a team that likes to drop in and get aggressive very quickly, maybe go the old salty route of play the outskirts for a second, but then go in and make a little bit of fun happen.
Sure.
Versus a team that is willing to wait for the opponent to maybe make a mistake or something. They're going to be busy getting kitted up. You said leave retail with full shields, with some good weapons, with some bandages. We've seen that strategy work in the past. I wonder if it'll work this time.
Yeah, a lot of questions to be asking and ones that we'll be having here soon. Of course, in the meantime, you guys can feel free to give your own opinions, maybe even the chat as well. Who do you think will walk away with this game and meet Aydan and Sway in the grand finals? But guys, do not go anywhere. We will be back on your browsers in just a moment with the losers finals. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Friday Fortnite 2019 Week 9 as we're about to hop into our losers finals. It is set to be a very, very interesting one as we've got Kamo and Aqua facing off against Kinstaar and Teeqzy. It should be a phenomenal one to watch. And, of course, alongside myself here on the call, myself, Landon Sanders, in part joined by 9-Hole Grains and Ryan Fools. Guys, our thoughts coming into this matchup. I know we kind of have a few different storylines, a lot of different opinions maybe on how this one will play out. But in your guys' opinions, kind of pregame, kind of giving a little bit of talk before the match starts up, who do we see in the finals alongside Aydan and Sway?
I mean, I'm going to go with the boys from, I won't say the boys from Ghost, the single boy from Ghost and his teammate, the world champion himself, Aqua. They've been playing great all day. Like I said, they had a very, very close match to obviously send Aydan and Sway to the grand finals. So I do think they want that rematch. That's what I'm going with. That being said, though, I don't think it'll be easy. We're seeing Kinstaar and Teeqzy playing some really, really good Fortnite at the right time. So I do think you definitely want to peak towards this end of the bracket. So to me, I think it's going to be a really, really good match. But I am going to give the nod over to Kamo and Aqua.
And just to be contrarian, I'm going to go the other
No,
way. But
no,
there's,
you can't.
There's a
You
reason.
have to choose your opinion.
No, okay. So I will go with Kinstaar, with Kinstaar Teeqzy here. But there's a reason for this, okay? And I think that this is actually somewhat legitimate.
Okay.
It took a 33-point game last time for Kamo and Aqua to get their win. I know they had their win by a little bit, but it was not because Kinstaar and Teeqzy played bad. They played quite well. It was just, what are you going to do when your opponent's putting up 33 points? They are hot right now. I think this has all the makings of a potential upset.
What?
And already getting started right now. Elim is Aqua.
Yeah, I'm
and
sorry about that one,
meanwhile-
guys.
yeah, thanks. But
I'm
the
not going to lie. Oh, go ahead.
I
sorry.
was just going to say the slower style prevents mistakes like these, and we see this all the time when a team has been waiting for a little while. They aren't as sharp, and if you drop hot, when you're not playing as sharp, it can get very dangerous.
Or when I predict you, that's even worse than not playing sharp after a
you
while.
jerk.
I have a whole content series in Gears of War, but called Caster's Curse.
I'm not surprised.
I am the curse.
I gotta say, I'm not gonna lie. I was kind of rooting, or I was thinking about rooting for Kinstaar and Teeqzy, but it doesn't matter because I didn't get my vote in time, so I'm not taking any credit for anything. I'm not throwing anything out there, nor am I trying to curse anybody.
The universe knows.
Apparently
Right.
it does.
Wait, you just did it though.
Yeah, I did.
You just said I can't cast my vote after casting your vote.
But I was saying I tried, but I don't take credit.
He pulled the Taylor. He waited till someone went down. Like, yeah, I was thinking of them all along.
I didn't get a chance to even predict. It happened so quick.
Classic.
Wait, I gotta point out, Aqua's very close to losing his card, and if that's the case, this game turns a whole lot differently, trying to build his way back up, and thankfully he'll get there. So 10 seconds in time, Kamo does come out big, but like we said, still one elimination for him. Aqua, a very slow start just in terms of the fact that he was meleeed to death, along with attack SMG that was found from the opposition's chest. So we'll see what he can be up to now. Like we said, a very tall task ahead. Still has to go for the reboot. Still has to really find a progressive inventory and see what he can be up to. Because if he falls, literally, this could be the entire match set in stone already. Not having a presence.
Yeah.
And not having hardly any elims to show for one game could be absolutely it. And based on the way that Kinstaar and Teeqzy have played up to this point, you cannot give them any advantages. They're on a 12 to 13 average elim per game swing.
They are indeed, and there's at least 3 full teams here right now. Kamo's a fantastic player, but this is a tall task to get through, and I think Kamo's got the right idea here. Just well, you know, I probably don't want to be outside right now. Let's let them fight it out a little bit, take some shots while I can, but for now, just get some mats. Give yourself a little bit of time to work with. If there is one weakness to the way that Kinstar and Co play, it's the fact that they aren't going to be getting elims in this first little bit. It's that they want to get kitted up and then move out and play the mid to late game. So it's not necessarily going to be debilitating that they've gotten off slow. Now, I will say, if they get this reboot off successfully, they have to rotate out now. I don't think they can stay here too long and contend with these teams who you know are going to be more kitted up.
It's kind of the call. What do you want to do? It looks as if they will venture to go ahead and go back inside of Gotham. Ryan, I mean, think this is the right move for them, or should they try to vacate?
Yeah, I mean, I guess there's two ideas, right? If you try and run away from it, because obviously one of the players is fresh off the reboot, you have the opportunity to kind of picked off on the way out. At the same time, there's also a lot of risk in fighting this. This is the losers finals, though. I mean, you got to kind of put everything on the line right here. Luckily, he does have that grapple. It's going to give him some element of height. Aqua with nothing but gray weapons until he's able to find that green pump. Teammate has high ground. They're starting to get some kills.
Great shots coming in from Aqua, but still the fights continue. The health loss continues, but the domination and the eliminations more of all continue forward as well. It's just great work coming through from him. And on the other side, it looks as if Kinstar are already sitting at 4, and that's going to be 2. Or excuse me, that's actually just 2 in general. My apologies. I was looking at the overall scheme of things for the entire lobby. This is only just 3 eliminations, actually, for Kinstar and Teeqzy in the meantime. So not a whole lot of progression has been made, despite, what, 30 players being left alive in the lobby. They really haven't made as much progression as you would like to think they should have. But that could obviously continue.
Right. It is true, but that is their strategy, too. It's
Sure.
I mean, it's the same patented strategy that we've seen Nate Hill and Funk Bomb ride to. I don't even know how many victories they have at this point, but it's the same strategy, right? Oftentimes we would say, all right, they're only at 3 or so elims. There's only about 30 people left on the map, and then they get 25 of those 30 people. So I think this is the game plan they're opting to use. I think they're A-okay with it right now, but it does put a lot of pressure on these first couple of rotations that you make here, because if you give the other team time to get kitted up, the stragglers will start to be found by them. And I was completely off base when I said that Kamo Aqua needed to rotate out. Not only did they find a few elims there, it looks like the rest of the team's actually already left, and now they're going to get to loot this entire place for themselves.
It looks like Kinstaar and Teeqzy have located some enemies over towards that lake area. So a couple members actually are going to be flying around there. That could be a couple potential eliminations for him. Again, very, very low scoring game. Only 7 total eliminations between the two teams. Fight starts to come in. Teeqzy getting some initial damage. It's a nice couple shots. It's going to be the first knock. Looks like the enemy's teammates right behind him. Force him forward with that stink bomb. There should be a couple easy kills for Kinstaar and Teeqzy. It is going to be 2 very, very easy kills over by the lake. They're going to likely try and take that orb, look for some mobility, try to survey out where their play is next. Total of 26 eliminations remaining on the map between our 4 competitors. Meanwhile, it looks like Kamo Aqua over towards the lake as well, so players starting to kind of converge together. We usually see this a little later in the round. Kills coming in on both ends. Still, only 11 combined. Things look pretty.
Look at that
mean
inventory
right
from Kamo. That is just straight up legendary and epic items.
Got the Scar as the purple tag, gold shoddy, grapple, gold heavy. I mean, that's the dream.
That is
the dream loadout right now.
Everything you could ask for. We know in the right hands, Kamo, an absolute fiend, has put up 16, 17, 18 eliminations at certain points. Here we go. He might get the opportunity. He actually goes for the quick scope. Love to see it. Fortunately, can't make it land. Would have definitely caused a world of hurt for the opponents, given the right circumstances. But we've got 3, 4 players around the same area, all hunting for nothing, actually. I think I was waiting for the pinnacle, 1 player at the top, and I think they all kind of maybe psyched each other out a little bit, thinking that, wait, was there a guy up here? Looks as if that's not the case. Let's go and enjoy a few chug splashes while we're at it.
All these crazy builds going up, and all the players wondering, where are they at, where are they at, where are they at? And then they all run into each other at the very top.
It's lonely at the top, you know? Lonely at the top. That's deep. I appreciate that. Tend to
Ja,
be
ich wieder
deep
in
from time to
Gotham
time,
Base,
you know. Can get in my feelings a little bit.
Soll ich das Bier mal in die
Poetry
Luft
writing?
haben?
No, not really.
Ich gehe Dings aufs Hoverboard.
I said, kind of on the edge of the storm right now, so somewhat synchronized as to where the few players left. I say few sparingly. Where they could be at seems to be somewhat controlled, and the idea for some seems to be more toward the north. The others seeming to be thinking how Gotham City could be a target as well.
Nice, nice.
It's going to be a nice elimination, I believe, coming through from Aqua.
Ich glaube, wir werden welche sein.
So they'll go and take the rift. So kind of players from either side not too far away from each other. That was Aqua and Teeqzy, who are actually both joined in part with the rift. And look at this. It's taco time, baby.
We got it. 9 is jumping out of his seat right now. He's been waiting for taco time.
I have, and oh my gosh, can you imagine if that one player had survived just long enough
Los bei dir oder wo?
for taco time to come in?
Weiß noch nicht wo.
Love it.
Oh, come on.
Hier.
Oh,
Ich tage
it's taco time! You love it. You absolutely love it.
Er ist one-hit.
Whoa.
Lettuce
okay.
everywhere.
Nee, hab ich nicht.
Tortillas everywhere.
We finally got it. We finally got it. I'm okay with whatever happens
Look,
now.
it broke Twitch.
As it
Taco
should.
time. Oh, it's so good. You love taco time, folks. You really do. And look, nice little taco. I'm gonna be doing that after the tournament's over, probably.
Oh, there's a Taco Bell right up the street that I will be visiting.
There is indeed. And once you actually do get tacos, you do run faster.
Ich glaube, vielleicht.
Does that happen in real life? Probably not. Actually, probably slows you down
Makes
a
me
lot.
run slower.
Wenn's mehrere sind, kann ich ja schon
That's a good point.
Clearly aren't eating the right tacos. Do your tacos fall from the sky?
Nehme ich noch mit dann.
They don't.
Well, there's your problem.
That's the first step.
Cloudy with a chance of tacos.
Nicht rein scope, what the fuck.
Tacos are great, by the way. Not that we really need to kind of jump into this conversation, but
But you've brought it on us anyway.
they are. Have you guys seen Taco Tuesday? It's a thing.
That LeBron is trying to trademark that he absolutely did not make up. Yes, I have seen
Actually,
that.
careful with using that term, by the way. We
That's
don't want
true.
to get sued.
That's
yeah,
true.
right?
Sorry about that.
All right, what is this now?
Also,
12?
don't say happy birthday either.
12 to 10 right now for the score.
Oh, nice shot actually in stride for Kamo. He's actually in stride at the moment. Had a really good moment to maybe take the player down off of the zip line.
Ah, der Impuls.
It looks as if I
Hier ist-
believe
Ah, ich kann ihn halt nicht
that
abschießen.
was the shockwave grenade that was utilized by the opponent, but out in the open, and that's exactly
der
where
war auch der
Kamo will
Instant
come
Hit.
to take you down. The Grim Reaper
Ich hab
in
zwei Launch-Pads.
Fortnite
Wir müssen
form.
die probieren zu kriegen.
Honestly, the MVP to
Yeah.
me in terms of like the MVP weapon throughout the course of the tournament has to be this grappler. I mean,
Yeah.
it's become literally a true necessity across every single player's loadout and every
Ooh.
single match so far. Just the added mobility is the range it has on it, right? The height. I mean, it's just such a useful tool for these players. I mean, you just look across the board. There's never been a time where someone doesn't have one if they have the opportunity to have one.
It's something that I would love to see stay for the rest of the game's duration. I mean, mobility and building is what makes it such a unique game as a whole, and it adds another component of skill. I know the players love that when they're given the opportunity to flex their skills, and you have to imagine they're going to want to keep with that. And that was 3 or 4 elims there at the very end that I think went the way of Kinstar. So we'll see here exactly what the score was. I know sitting at 6-28 total. We were just at, what, 12 to 10 or so. So this is going to be very close. Only a couple elims separating the two.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's probably within a handful of kills either direction. Seem to be pretty close so far. I mean, if for some reason it felt like a fairly slow game, but they got a lot of eliminations, right? It wasn't by any means a low elim game, but it just felt like a very, very slow pacing. Maybe it's just because we've been used to such fast-paced games so far, but definitely a very, very close map number 1 and setting us up for potentially a very, very close deciding match to send one of these teams to the grand finals.
And what a crazy moment it was kind of at the beginning, right, with Kamo and Issa, or rather Kamo, excuse me, and his teammate, right, when they were kind of trying to stay alive in Gotham City. Got a little bit scary off the rip, but they held on and obviously did some damage when necessary. But like we said, we'll have to kind of see exactly what the scores are looking like coming into Game 2. A lot of intensity when it comes down to this matchup because this will be the decider in terms of who moves on into the grand finals. I think to really no one's surprised that this game is going to be close. This one is going to be intense coming into match number 2, regardless of what the lead may be. If it's 5, 6, 7, lower than that, doesn't matter. It's going to be intense, and both these teams are incredibly aware of each other's skill as they matched up just previously in the winter semifinals. So I think this could be a great opportunity for Kinstaar and Co. to kind of get their revenge, and it's so accurate that we're just going to play this one through with everything literally back to 0.
Game 1 didn't count.
It did not.
That's the best you can ask for, honestly, right? We have an even playing
Sure.
field. We have 1 game remaining to send one of these teams to the grand finals, of course. One of the opportunities is for a team to get revenge on the team that did send them to the lower bracket, of course. Obviously, Kinstaar and Teeqzy haven't played them, obviously Aydan Sway just yet, but I know they're chomping at the bit to make a finals as well. And has Kinstaar made a grand finals in Friday Fortnite in the
No,
past?
he's
I don't
not.
think so.
I don't think so.
So this is an opportunity for him to potentially get to his first grand finals as well, obviously alongside his team. And as I look at these drop locations, am I seeing Reaper Park?
What in the world? Are both teams really changing up what they're doing this late in the game?
All right, they're bypassing Reaper Park, thank God.
They are, but this is
Interesting,
still
near-
Starry.
near-
I don't think that we have seen Kamo and Aqua drop here.
I was going to say, this is a great location, Starry Suburbs. It may obviously be kind of off the beaten path, but this is actually a very prominent place where you can see a decent amount of players. But you notice a sniper rifle, a gray pistol. Looks as if there is a heavy assault rifle, at least in Camo's arsenal. But there's a great opportunity at this location, right, to utilize those stars, get better weapons.
And a loot drop from Kinstaar and Teeqzy here. I think this is new drop locations for both. Talk about everything on the line right here. They're changing it up. I thought for sure we would see him stick to the guns, but not the case. Exciting.
Maybe it's like a quarterback sneak. It's like a play that you kind of have in the playbook that you only bring out for rare occasions, but both teams going with their weapons, and what a great opportunity and a great spot that was for Aqua, right? Just had multiple points of view, multiple points of vision for those different stairs, or rather those different floors. That will be early loot found. And a great situation for them. Like we said, the only kind of negative about Starry Suburbs is just the ability of rotations, but they find the loot, and if they find the eliminations, it could deem worth it. But at the same time, Kinstaar, Teeqzy, they find good loot. They rotate effectively. This very well could be an advantage for them.
This is an early rotation into Pleasant as well. The reason we always say Pleasant is so scary is because if you stay there too long, players will rotate over. Well, it's a little bit of a different story if you are the ones kitted up and rotating in. So good opportunity here for them to make some plays happen. And
I want to say, I think this is actually a great opportunity for them because this is cutting off a rotation that the enemy would have. So by going to Starry Suburbs, one of your natural plays is, let's go ahead and go south to Pleasant Park. By cutting this off, this is pretty much making the enemy's path that much more difficult and that much more desolate as well.
Love it. They really, this has really been a matter of playing what the opponent is doing. And now that you bring that up so plainly, I'm almost wondering if they adjusted their drop based on what Kamo and Aqua were doing. I don't know if it's that heady of a play here, but that may be one of the reasons why they've moved away for the first time from the drop they're more used to.
Here we are.
Oh, wow.
4 players in Reaper Park. Taking down a 24 HP. Teeqzy has to be careful. One more shot's going to do it. He does get hit and taken down. Can his teammate go for the save? Kinstaar's clutched up in the past. He's made big plays all day long. Looks like he's doing it yet again. Finishing off that kill, getting the revive on his teammate. He should have some insurance in the fact that his opponents are near, so any player that does come around would likely be attacked by them. And the revive gets off. Things got close. But the Reaper doesn't get the kill this time.
That's so scary. Ice in his veins, Kinstaar. Just great level-headedness. And you notice, didn't even worry, didn't even bat an eye about trying to go for those eliminations. It instantly focused on get Teeqzy up, get this man up, and let's move forward. Let's see if you can kind of have better pace, if you will, for the rotations. And it looks as if going to go ahead and maybe grab a few of these resources from the Der Burger, grab the chest, and maybe even take the Rift as well. A great situation for all these guys to kind of venture on and move on out. Is Pleasant Park, the north, no longer needed? There we have it. So let's see what the target is for all of our players right now. Of course, Kinstaar Teeqzy on the right, Kamo Aqua on the left. And it looks as if Kamo did wait a little bit. They're going to utilize that hoverboard to maybe visit Gotham City again. If not, maybe kind of over toward these pipes. I'm not exactly sure what the call is for him at this moment, but kind of utilizing two different avenues, one from the skies and one on the ground, while the opponents are going solely in the skies.
That makes sense too, right? At least try to check and see if someone here is around loot before they use it to go on their next rotation here. It makes some sense here, although it does look like they've tried to rotate. And what more could you ask for here from a losers final set? A score that is almost tied with all 4 players in the vicinity of each other with half the lobby left. It's exactly how you draw it up.
Aqua
Gotham City,
finding
yeah.
one, yeah. Already off the rip.
Here, a few more players around him. One's going to take high ground on him. Let's try and get this reset in. Build's coming in from Aqua, playing defensively, trying to gain that high ground from his opponent. Looks like he has achieved it. His teammate coming in for the help as well, and that is going to be the elimination. He's getting tagged up to down to 75 HP.
And I believe as we kind of dived out of that 1-by-1, it was actually 4 players all finding elims. It happened to be all 4 players on the roster. So it was Aqua, Kamo, Kinstaar, and Teeqzy all themselves finding an elim at the same time. Bubble shield is out. Pyramid just in the center of that, just to make sure that things are good. And you even hear it, oh my god, I'm somehow alive. I'm somehow still breathing. Having those bandages, he obviously has a great weapon kit right now and will come in for the assistance.
Look how low
Oh, and has a slurp juice. That's huge.
Oh.
That's massive for them right now. Look at Kamo. He's got to be at what, like 10 HP, 15 HP? He's instantly getting back into the fray. That's what you want to see. So kind of a slower pace, more methodical in terms of Kamo and Aqua's current approach, but just in general, Kinstaar and Teeqzy, they are covering ground. Here comes the fight. Enemy trying to break through the walls, and Aqua has the resources necessary to hold on to this. Decides to go and cater on through, and he will assist yet again Kamo and taking down the enemy. Bubble shield actually tossed out just toward their top street. That could be a signifier that, hey, enemies are still around the area. Here comes the grapple gun. Back toward the top side of these builds. Instant high ground advantage of the TAC SMG, just the icing on the cake. Traps placed down, has to be careful of that. The awareness is there, and Aqua's shot is all more superior, as that is just wonderful, wonderful play right now going down in Gotham City.
The crazy thing was, with all those elims going down, every time I looked down at the kill feed, Kinstaar and Teeqzy were getting one too. So talk about the advantage of being on the rotations here. One side opting to stay in one place and clean out everyone there. The other one opting to play the gatekeeper role and move out. And I think they're still about even. I'm trying to see right here. These are small
Wow,
numbers.
Teeqzy just took down at least 2 or 3.
I think it's 14-9 right now.
Okay, so that's still reasonably close. If
Well,
any of the players go down, that could turn the entire thing. I think Teeqzy's pretty low on health right now, too.
I think it's 15-9 now. Well, Kamo just, of course, finds players. Who knows? These are actually huge
I mean, the game, yeah, the
frags
game is,
for them. As I know, at least Kamo and Aqua are the ones that are down, but with those 3, that's bringing it close, guys.
yeah, I mean, the game is, you see the player count moving
What?
so quickly, and just like that, Aqua is dropped. Isn't
How?
It revive?
Did they trade right there? Both just one pumped each other at the same time?
That's crazy. That's a little bit of a delay. That's going to be an opportunity where he has to go for the med kit. He has to go for something. The pace slows down.
It's going to be at, what, 16?
Oh, and Kinstaar and Teeqzy, they're actually on the gatekeeping position. They're actually watching players in rotation. There's going to be at least one, if not a second. Look at all those players light up in the kill feed. That's now 11 for Teeqzy, and there's another one found for Kinstaar. These guys are lining it up toward the ending stages. They are absolutely in the driver's seat for right now. By no means is it 100% solidified, but we need to see something happen. We need to see a good burst of elims coming from the other side, and a sniper rifle from the middle of nowhere, 72 meters to be exact, and I believe Teeqzy will take him down for good measure, watching over his fallen comrade, but goes for the quick 1-by-1, delays on either side, only has minis to give him. And my goodness, back and forth we go. This has to be the situation where Kamo and Aqua turn up. This has to be the moment right now.
20-13.
They've got players.
Yeah.
There's players on them.
They have to get almost every elim that's
I was
left.
going to say, it's
almost
Oh, they
that.
get rifted.
It's almost that time.
And they're in Grove. Is this seriously where their last elims are going to have to come in?
Oh my goodness. Kinstaar and Teeqzy, they just need to get a hand in. They just need to get a hand in at some point. And you notice the urgency in Kamo and Aqua's voice. They have to play as fast as possible and get these elims done before the enemy arrives. And great work in Stride, taking one down in the midst of trying to escape. The TAC SMG is not messing around, especially in Aqua's hands. Rather, Kamo's hands, excuse me. And just trying to be a manager, right? Just trying to nitpick exactly where the enemy is at all times. Kinstaar and Teeqzy not seeing anyone as of yet. Kamo and Aqua do have a good hand on this game right now, but they're starting to lose all the resources. There's one just up top. And there we go. There's another one.
16.
A great frag found from Kamo again.
16 to 20.
With 6 possible remaining.
17.
Oh, man. It's getting intense. It is getting intense. Up close. Another play. Another moment right now for Kamo and Aqua. They're doing what they need. They're doing exactly what's required. And right now, Kinstaar and Teeqzy, they're not seeing players.
On the French screen, it says, Vive los tacos. Yes.
I love it. But if they get, if Kinstaar and Teeqzy get one more elim, the worst they can do is tie. But I don't know if that's going to happen here.
They're seeing everybody. They're seeing everyone. There it is. Target practice.
How do they continue to find the remaining eliminations? Where are Kinstaar and Teeqzy?
There they all are. There's everybody. There's everyone on the map left. Just in front, you hear the urgency. You hear the calls coming forward. Everybody is out in the open. Aqua is ready to go. He's taking HP loss. He goes for the big pot. Here come a few rockets as well. A huge moment for these two to possibly clutch this out. Can they tie? Can they win? Here they come, all in Stride. Can they pull off one of the craziest clutches that we have seen in Friday Fortnite history? It didn't look possible. In fact, it looked almost improbable. Aqua, Kamo, riding together, holding on, and somehow hitting shots. And I believe that was Kamo who took him down. One up top, losing HP, down to 23. He takes him down, Aqua, with 1 health. 1 HP. There's one player left.
Oh my god.
One player left, and he noticed Aqua saying, oh my god.
He's below him.
I have it. I have this in the bag.
They got it.
I think they got it.
20 to 20, they tied it up against all odds.
Are you kidding me?
What?
Oh my goodness. There was literally a point in time where there was 8 remaining on the map, and I think they needed 6 of the remaining 8, and they actually managed to do it. 40 eliminations between the two teams, 20 apiece, and what a clutch from Aqua and Kamo that happened. It almost seemed like the enemies were magnetized towards them. They continued to come forward. Teeqzy and Kinstaar were nowhere to be found. All they could do was watch the kill feed light up, and we are somehow, some way headed to a 3rd game.
And you could hear just the exasperation in the voice there. How did
Oh my god, oh my god.
2020. Just like the one thing that we were able to understand from that whole thing was 2020. 14-14, 2020. This might be the best losers finals I've ever seen, guys.
This is by far the closest that it's ever been. We've never seen at least on broadcast, we've never had back-to-back tie games. This is unbelievable. 14-14 in game 1, 20-20 in game 2. By far, one of the closest matchups that we have had, but it's obviously come from crazy strides, crazy moments like this one from Aqua and Kamo not going out. And I gotta say, man, 1 HP, 1 health is what he survived on. That's unbelievable. I mean, he gets taken down. That probably puts his teammate in a little bit more of an awkward position.
Teeqzy and Kinstaar can come
right,
third
that
party
kind of,
or something.
And you notice there was actually a yellow arrow that was not far away, maybe like 10 seconds longer. And that's an opportunity where Kinstaar and Teeqzy could have maybe just got a shot off. That changes everything. Could not ask, like Nine said, for a closer losers finals, as we will be seeing overtime. I'll be honest, though, in terms of just momentum, that's got to hurt. That's got to hurt Kinstaar and Teeqzy considering where you were at. You had the game in the bag. You just needed one. You just needed one to at least hold on to it, or rather two to take it, and just in general to allow that a tie would not be a necessity, but still.
And you basically got to just watch the kill feed just light. I mean, you know that you have a certain threshold. And you just got to watch it be hit and hit and hit and hit and hit. Like I said, it's got to be deflating. Keep in mind, I mean, they have one more game, tournament life on the line. This is, of course, losers bracket. So do they bounce back or do they fold? And does this Kamo and the gang just continue to move forward?
I'm curious to see what the drops are going to be, because that time both of those teams used almost like ace in the hole drops right there to try to trick the other team. They tied again.
Yeah,
so what are they going to do
14,
now?
14, and 20, 20. That's
now for my next card.
I'm saying, yeah. It seems like no matter what the pace is, right? Slower pace, they're evenly matched, right? Quicker pace, evenly matched. I mean, it's just such a great matchup so far. And again, this is for a ticket to the grand finals.
Yeah, that's for sure, right? Definitely when it comes down to similarities, these teams could not be more accurate in terms of that depiction. Kamo and Aqua definitely have the momentum on their side, right? Coming from what seemed to be an improbable position.
Are they seriously all dropping Gotham? Is that? Are we really?
I'm here for this.
Oh man, these guys literally so similar.
So okay, never mind. They have retreated back to their old faithful. They have gone Gotham on one side and retail on the other side. So never mind. I was a little worried, but we just said, all right, when it's all on the line, you try the tricky play. Well, when it's all on the line, now we go back to the tried and true.
We do. We definitely do, right now. Like I said, I like to play actually a lot from Aqua and Kamo to kind of keep up this same level of aggressiveness. Like we said, retail row, you could argue, at least the rotations that he has are superior, but these guys, they want to keep that same level of play. They want to almost act as if this is not just game 3, this is game 2.5. Like we're keeping that same level-headedness and that same aggressiveness and carrying it forward. It seems as if when they are tested the most is when they succeed the most. Already receiving some shots. Actually does jump over a shotgun blast from the opponents. That's just very heads-up play coming through from Aqua. And it seems that there are a decent amount of players already in Gotham City, so already kind of having their hands full. So that's going to be at least, what, all 4? 6 in total. Instantly found from Kamo and Aqua on the other end. By no means the same success rate. That's going to be 1. So a great advantage already gained. It looks like Gotham City may not be the worst call to make at this moment.
I mean, it's a high-risk, high-reward play, right? We know the potential that Gotham City has, Tilted Towers has, whatever you want to call it, right? We know the potential's there. Just the reason we always, tend to shy down upon it is because of the mass risk associated with it, right? But when that, when the tide swings in your favor, Gotham has the opportunity for a ton of kills, and like I said, high-risk, high-reward. They went for it during a time where everything's on the line, right? They're in losers bracket, 1 map away from the grand finals. They went for it, and as of right now, seems to be working out for him.
And the nice thing about this, too, is we've seen both sides apply different strategies and tie both the ways. This is now beyond the point of strategies and counter-strategies working together. It's all about execution at this point. It's all about playing your game better than the opponent plays their game. And it looks like right now a little risky here for Kamo, but Aqua cleans it up. They're going to get the chance to heal on up here. And they have what now? 8-2? Is that what I'm seeing right now? Somewhere in that range, for sure. Yeah, 6-3. My apologies. A little closer than what I had originally said, but
I mean, yeah, as we saw last game, a lead means literally nothing to the last kill at this point. Just as I was getting excited about the mathematical improbability, it just gets swept up under the floor, and here come game number 3.
You somehow manage to commentators curse math.
Caster's curse, I'm telling you.
You casters curse
I have a talent.
math.
I have a talent. I always tell these guys all the time.
It's like a guiding law of the universe that you just managed to beat. That's impressive.
And you take it in like the gambling world, right? Sports gambling, all kinds of stuff.
So there's a lot of fans out there who definitely put some stock in you to root on, or rather to not root on their teams.
Yep.
The Dolphins, the Jets would probably definitely give you a call.
Are you a Dolphins fan? Is that what this is all about?
I'm not. Quite the opposite, actually.
Well, they just won the Super Bowl, everybody.
Yeah. So, yeah, no more tanking.
So that would definitely be a miracle and a half. That's without question. But Here we go. Probabilities out the window. It's all about this game that matters. Clean slate.
You can just hear just the confidence right now. Just you can see in their body language on the game. They're moving. They're confident.
Yeah, they're moving in. Definitely not waiting for the opponent to give them an opportunity. They're just running in. This is more of what we've come to see from this group. And we talk so much about momentum, right? And just what confidence can do for your play style. And I think that when this ball gets rolling, it is very difficult to stop. There's another one. Precision shots. It's been a hot minute since we've seen Kinstaar and Teeqzy on the kill feed in the bottom left there.
It's a quick lobby, too.
They're starting to run out of time. Yeah, only, what, 30 now? 30 and a couple after that?
In what seems like just a few minutes, right? I mean, it seems like we were just talking about kind of the landing spots, the initial first few kills, and next thing you know, I mean, 2/3 of the lobby is already gone.
I will say one thing that kind of is not surprising me, but like at the same time is making me excited is that whenever we start to see Kamo and Aqua start to trail off a little bit, to the point where they just weren't kind of the same team. Like we were talking earlier on in the tournament, how they looked perfect. Like they were having perfect gameplay. They were looking like the best team in this tournament. But when that was happening was when they were playing fast. Whenever they were playing up-in-your-face, fast-paced Fortnite, that's when they were seeing the most success. When they started to kind of trail off a little bit, they got in the stride of not really playing in those, you know, kind of faster-paced styles. It was more of going to retail, kind of playing that strategy out. I think faster pace is where these guys see the most success, and they may have tapped back into that vein again. Aqua losing a ton of HP in that last fight. Was sent to dance, and now here comes the stink bomb. Surely should die, but no! Hangs on, and actually does have his teammate coming to the rescue. Kamo up close.
When it's working, it's working.
Drops one. I will say those were not full eliminations. There are still enemies nearby, and speaking of enemies actually on the other side of things, and much needed so, Teeqzy comes through and takes one down in Fatal Fields. You look toward the top right, you see one soul arrow. He and Kinstar have split up, and I just saw Kinstar actually did find one in the kill feed. A much needed moment, but Kinstar just does get taken down at the same time. Kamo falls as well. Half the lobby has dropped in just a matter of moments, probably from just one squad, if not one player.
And of course it would end up this way. They would both go down at the same time. Teeqzy
getting tagged up a little bit. This could be trouble out in Fatal Fields. His opponent looks like he knows how to play a little bit. Building up high, enemies all around him. One of them is luckily on a board.
Oh, this is massive. This is it. Has to come up clutch. He dies. The game is over, and there it is. He's down, and that will do it. A very long tenured run. Is you got to give some props to Kinstar and Teeqzy, but they will not manage to do it. Game 1, a tie. Game 2, a tie. Overtime, much different. Aqua and Kamo, they've caught their stride, gentlemen. They look to be back to form. The way that they were at the start of the tournament is where they are at this moment. That's the conference you want to have coming into a grand final versus a very top caliber roster like Aydan and Sway.
Yeah, I mean, they get the rematch. We talked about it, right? You know, after the way that winners finals ended up, you knew they'd want that rematch. You know they'd want to play them once again. So we are set up for quite the grand finals. Of course, huge congratulations to Kinstar and Teeqzy for making it as far as they did, securing that top 3 finish. They were very, very close, right? One hair away from making that grand finals themselves, but still a great performance from those two, and I'm sure we'll see them again in future Friday Fortnites.
I'm sure, and to talk a little bit about that last game that we just saw, the one thing that being very aggressive can do is it can force the pace of the game, and we said that there was a split there. The first time that we saw a split from Teeqzy and Kinstar, and it was forced because the opponent had built a big lead from a more aggressive and a hotter drop. So when we talk about why you'd want to be aggressive, that's why forcing the pace of play. You got to love the strategy, sticking to their guns when it mattered most.
Yeah, and like I said, it was kind of like they were playing super fast-paced in the start of the tournament. It's when I think things were kind of more relaxed and they start entering into winner semifinals territory. Losers, you know, kind of finals territory where things are much more slower paced. They want to make sure they're not making too many mistakes. And I think that's kind of where they stepped out of their comfort zone. They want to play fast. And you know, that can be very risky from time to time, but clearly investing at that moment in Gotham City was exactly what they needed, right? They start off the game up by 7. That's what they finish with, a 7-point advantage. And I think it really kind of put, as you called it, Kinstaar and Teeqzy in a really awkward position because they're like, hey, we're down. We've started off this game, we're instantly down. We've been so back and forth. This is by far the worst lead that we have suffered, rather the worst deficit that we've suffered in a while. How do we make up this deficit? And that's when panic starts to set in, and how often it does not go the team's way is usually what we just witnessed. Like, you know, we talk about how down Aqua and Kamo were. That's usually what happens. The team just doesn't do it. They split up and they die. Like, that's just the way that it goes. Theirs was very much an outlier, and I think they're carrying that forward into the end of the grand finals, which should be very, very interesting. That's for sure. And obviously, for those who are out there, we do have to keep in mind, since Aqua and Kamo are coming from the losers bracket, they will in fact have to not just win one series, they will rather have to win 2. Since they've lost previously, they have to kind of reset the bracket versus the team that's coming from winners. Obviously, they have beat them already in terms of Aydan and Sway, so they'll have to do it in back-to-back occasions. However, coming from the winners bracket, Aydan and Sway, they just need 1 series. Guys, before we head to a quick little commercial break, very quick thoughts on your predictions.
Yeah, I mean, I said it coming into this. The team that stuck out on paper the most to me was Aydan and Sway. I've got to, of course, stick to my guns early. They did manage to make it to the grand final. They have beat this team already, and they seem to be playing better later in the tournament. Seem to be making fewer mistakes as time goes on. So I'm going to continue forward with my initial prediction and go with Aydan and Sway.
Okay, 9.
I think the momentum is in favor of Aqua and Kamo. To win a set like that, to make the big comeback, to get yourself to a tie, to give yourself a chance to win in overtime, and then to play almost flawlessly in overtime, even with a risky drop, I think the momentum is in their corner. My big question is, will they have the gas to continue to go? Winning 2 sets, that's a big deal. I think they can certainly take 1. In fact, I'm almost certain they'll take the first one. I don't know if they'll take the second one.
Yeah, that's a good point. And I think, too, it's going to be really important to kind of see exactly how the losers bracket team is feeling. As you've quoted, Ryan, momentum is a thing. And that's what I'm kind of looking at when it comes down to the losers roster, how they can kind of impact things. Obviously, when it comes down to this matchup, it will be an NA versus EU type fight. So depending, usually the team that does come from winners likes to kind of have their server in game number 2. So depending on how that works out, we could need to see a very solid performance off the rip coming in from the EU boys. But guys, feel free to let us know what your opinions are on this matchup. Who will be Friday Fortnite 2019 Week 9 champions? Feel free to follow along. Stay in tune with social media by tweeting at us at UMG Events. Who's walking away as champions? Let us know, as we'll find out that when we come back. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Friday Fortnite 2019, week number 9, as we are entering into our grand finals. Yes, we have finally got here after a number of different amazing moments, highlights, and just overall fantastic series. We have finally gotten to this point, right? We've got one team coming in from the losers bracket, an Aqua and Kamo, who made some unbelievable comeback and forced an overtime game in their losers finals matchup. We also now have Aydan and Sway coming in from the winners bracket, who have looked better than ever, putting up some amazing numbers and have looked like they are one of the best teams, if not the best team in Friday Fortnite for this week. Of course, alongside myself, I'm Landon Lano Sanders. We do have 9-hole Grains and Ryan Fools on the couch, guys. I know we kind of gave our opinions coming into this. Myself and 9 kind of in the camp right now of Aqua and Kamo. We're thinking how that momentum, that losers bracket presence can kind of provide a lot for them. However, in the camp right now of Ryan, having the advantage, right? One roster, this roster only having to win 1 series. A very good situation for these guys. Any kind of a sway, no pun intended, in terms of our predictions, or how are our thoughts in terms of our picks right now?
I'm standing firm. I said it before the tournament started, right? I'm not going to abandon it right in the finals, right? They made it there, so I gotta roll with them. They're in winners, of course. They have to only win one series, of course, to Kamo and Aqua's 2. So things are sitting pretty good in the Aydan Sway camp, at least for now. Feeling good.
Sure.
Cool. I too will stick with all the preaching I've done about momentum, and I think if you look back to that winners final set, it was just a matter of Aqua or Kamo getting the one elim at the very end that they both had a shot at. I wish we could have broken that one down and done a little John Madden analysis on it to figure out exactly what happened. But if either one of them had gotten that, they would have won.
Sure.
They didn't. I don't think they make that same mistake twice.
Okay, I think that's valid. Like obviously, from a backward perspective, I know I'm kind of rooting on, or rather, in the camp of the losers bracket squad for the moment. But I think that is a valid argument to make. I think all of us really wouldn't be shocked if this one does get reset and sent pretty much to another, in terms of a second series. But I think in general, we do have to kind of respect the guys both of Aydan and Sway. Right, they've really kind of started to turn up. We've talked about clutch really for both of these teams. Sway has been very clutch for this team. If it wasn't for his play, kind of at the end of a few different series, they wouldn't be sitting right now in the grand finals. They very well could be this team coming in from the loser side of things. So I think that in terms of consistency, and I think just in terms of just overall clutchness and ability, both these rosters sit very kind of similar in that aspect. And I think both of them do succeed when it comes down to a faster pace as well when it comes into Fortnite. They definitely prefer fast rather than slow, and I think that's one thing that I'm very interested in terms of Aqua and Kamo, because whenever they play fast, they see more success. They have to be careful with that when it comes into grand finals. But I will say, whenever they were entering into the stages of more momentous matches, when things were kind of put more on the line, outside of that last overtime, they've played slow, and it's kind of led to them seeing more scary results. It's led to them having to make almost improbable comebacks. So I think that their lives would be a lot easier if they keep playing that fast-paced style and they try to get through this first set, as fast as possible, because that's always a big thing. And obviously, Ryan, you have a lot of experience when it comes into coaching teams and momentum. When you're coming down from a loser's bracket, getting that first one out of the way and pretty much just putting it out of your mindset as soon as possible is always the best.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the only thing to really, at that point, keep in mind is just the stamina factor, just the amount of matches being played back-to-back, right?
Right.
Also, you get to let these teams make adjustments, so if a team does lose the first set, they do at the same time have the ability to make that adjustment as well. So, to me, I mean, the biggest actually variable we haven't talked about yet is the fact that one of these teams is EU, one of these teams is NA. It's always the thing to think about as well, is not only do you have to kind of play the kill race format, not only do you have to kind of, play the game in that style, you also have to keep in mind the difference in servers, right, and how you play. Do you make adjustments based on what ping you're on? Do you make adjustments based on, are you on the NA server or on the EU server? Do you want their server first? Do you want your server first, right? So those are things that you also have to think about. And guys like Aydan, for example, have been doing these kind of kill race styles for quite some time now. So to me, I like to lean on sort of the experience that he has in these sort of scenarios, and part of why I kind of chose them coming into this.
I think that's a great point to bring up because, like in terms of the way that servers will work for this, as you mentioned, right, NA versus EU, kind of playing those advantages and being aware of those is incredibly key. Like I think in one of the earlier matchups that we had, I forget, obviously we've had a lot of games today, but I forget who it was exactly who kind of had I think it was actually Typical Gamer. They were playing versus an EU roster, and it was a matter of, hey, we're up early, this is great, we're playing really solid, and we were off host, and then things started to kind of cater off a little bit. Had they kind of kept at that same level of play, they could have been in a much, much better position. So, like we said, it kind of, depending on who will be off host for this matchup, that could really tell the story of how this one plans out. But it looks as if Aydan Sway eyeing up Gotham City, while on the other end, Kamo and Aqua, maybe outskirts, if not in the center of Salty Springs, maybe even heading toward a location just outside there. So both teams definitely playing more aggressive rather than the latter. As Aydan and Sway actually will go ahead and dive into Gotham, Kamo and Aqua on the outskirts. So you kind of get somewhat of an idea for how both teams are sitting at the moment. And instantly, 2 players drop down from Aydan.
Instant.
He's returned home. He's in his home in the finals. Batman has arrived to Gotham City to defend.
He's got the cape to prove it. He's got the shot to prove it as well. Fantastic work. Somehow that enemy lives to see another day. One more shot. I think that they would be down the wire. And there we have it. Just lasering player after player. 4 eliminations off the start coming through from Aydan. He's got the chug splashes and as well, he's got that grapple gun.
I'm good. This is free. There's so many people here, bro.
And that call from Aydan saying, hey, there's so many people here. There's a lot of opportunity for us to thrive.
You talk about confidence, right? It's so free. I will say, though, I was taking a look at Kamo and Aqua's cams at the start of this. A lot of people went salty as well. So as impressive as this is, and by golly, it is impressive, I think we're going to see similar numbers start to come out from the other team as well soon, because this is always a spot that you can expect to see a lot of people. You see a couple trapped there, one running away, one on another roof as well. They're doing their job. They're doing their thing, man. This is going to be a high-scoring Grand Finals if this first few minutes has been anything to show.
Yeah, I mean, Kamo and Aqua have to basically hope they're not pushed by sort of the wrong people, because if you look right now, we're obviously only looking at Kamo has 2 assault rifles, both of which at fairly low ammo counts. So they get pushed by a couple players with a shotgun, for example. That could create some trouble. Luckily, it looks like Aqua has a much better kit, has the grappler, has the tac, has the shotgun, has everything you really, really need, and they're starting to rack up those kills like you mentioned. But just like that, I mean, a combined 16 kills already.
Well, look at this lobby as a whole. There's only 39 left.
Yeah, I feel like we've been in the game for like 5 minutes, and it's already 60% wiped.
I feel like, too, both of these teams, just in terms of that pace that we've been discussing, as Kamo actually fills the feed there. I feel like both teams are kind of motivated to play fast, not just because of the scenario we brought up with Kamo and Aqua in terms of their fast pace, keeping that up. But I think for Sway and Aydan, they also feel the pressure to play fast as well, knowing the result of how the other team has played, knowing the ability of just trying to get off those jitters, the fact that they haven't played a series in a few hours. I'm sure that they're kind of aware of that as well. So I think both of these teams are motivated to put up high numbers and to maybe play more aggressive rather than more slow, if you will. And that could lead to us seeing a lot of early big numbers, and that could also lead to us maybe seeing a few early exits as well, depending on the situation.
And the wild thing here is every time an Elim gets had, you hear someone say, nice. They all know how valuable all these are. And fast gameplay is confident gameplay. The fact that both of these teams have their foot on the gas the entire time tells me they're both feeling good. They're in that flow state. And let me see right here, as we can see, that's 20 right now that we're at.
19, I think. Or wait, no, you're right. Yeah, 20. I was looking at the wrong screen.
Yeah, 20 that we're at right now, and it looks like, I think it's 10 to 10 right now.
Wow. Well, there you have it. You can, like I said, we talked about how things couldn't be more accurate. That seems to be the case as well when it comes down to this match. Just fantastic stuff. Really from both of these teams. And I want to point out as well, we got to take a quick little gander at Aydan's screen. They are actually playing on host right now. So for game number 1, we are on NA host, meaning that Kamo and Aqua in this particular situation are at a disadvantage. We'll see how they cater to that. We'll see how that kind of affects them. As if you're EU, you just want to hold on. And if you're North America in this situation, you really want to try to grab as much of an advantage as you can.
I mean, I'm just going to go for it.
And there are a few explosions. Aydan's saying, I'm just going to go ahead and go for it.
In Reaper Park. I get a little nervous when I see him flying over there. He's going to take the fight.
Might be sweaty. Yeah, there's people sniping at me too from Starry Suburbs.
Getting sniped from Starry, players below him. So he's going to actually choose to potentially isolate the player over it. The snipe. He gets sniped by someone else, though. Unfortunate turn of events. Luckily, looks like his teammate is going to be in front of him. That's going to be an easy knock.
What a smart decision to immediately decide to go for the one on the hill. It's going to pay off big dividends there, but that was potentially a very scary situation. So the presence of mind to immediately separate himself from what could be the bigger fight, at least until his teammate comes and sees another. Now it's just a matter of Sway rotating over here. You have to imagine licking their chops. What could be some great numbers. Can he get this Elim as well?
When he actually has someone landing on him, Aydan instantly receiving the negatives. Actually, players trying to go for the W key. Little do they know, Aydan has taken a quick little elevator, places down the pyramid. That's going to stop any progression the enemy has it. Trying to outbuild the controller master. It's going to be all related around the shots, running out of overall materials. And Aydan will fall. Here comes Sway, though. The perfect opportunity for him to make the ultimate difference. They're investing a lot right now. And this perspective in this play, could they both go down? Still surviving, and Sway pulls it off.
Danny, call him.
Oh my gosh, Sway. 16 HP and a dream will get off the revive just in time.
That one more bullet, and he's likely dead from any of those weapons, but the storm is close.
Oh, no, the storm.
I think they picked up a pad, though. They did.
They did. Yeah, I think Aydan actually taking down one of those enemies did find a jump pad. And and they have the ability to make it boosted, so they have a long way to run.
They do have bandages, though, luckily for them, and 2 campfires at the very least, so that should give them enough HP. And like you mentioned, they do have the ability to create that boosted launch pad, so they should be fine.
Just better hope
getting
nobody's.
close, though, yeah.
Better hope that nobody's playing the gatekeeping role here. If someone is, better hope they don't have the best shots. Let's see.
They're going to have to go for the orb and kind of cater that forward. Kamo Aqua, this is their chance right in stride. Aydan Sway, they're in transit. This is your chance, and you see them already going for a little bit of a split, right? Right now, Kamo outside of Salty Springs, Aqua outside, or rather inside, of Fatal Field. So hitting shrubbery trees along the way, this is what they need. This is the progression they need to make, and really, information is currency.
Is Sway going to make it?
No way.
Oh,
From the looks of it, Sway did make it through. He hasn't gone down in your top left yet, so he probably got out with 1 or 2 HP from that orb. And you got to see he's starting to bandage up a little bit. Aydan taking a very, very low health as well. Still a pretty close match in terms of the score.
Ich versuch grad den einen. Nee, komm zu
Camo
mir,
and
komm zu
Aqua
mir.
have a little bit of an advantage right now just for the fact that obviously their
schon
opponents need to start healing.
Hab noch
So go
einen.
ahead and push in this bubble shield, get that first down. Keep in mind, like
fighten
you
halt
mentioned,
auch.
we
Das sind
are
zwei
on the
Teams.
NA server, so for them to keep up, for them to even stay, you know,
Nee, noch
have a
nicht.
little bit of a lead,
Nein,
right,
die
is
Snipe,
all just
scheiße.
so huge as we head into game number 2.
I think Sway and Aydan actually at the top of this mountain right here.
Ach, End und so, die sind auf den.
Yeah, they're dropping down right now. They're going to steal an Elim.
Ich hab da grad einen Benny. Ja, okay.
There's actually one more toward
Oh, Aydan sniped 1, Sway got the other, so it's a 2
southeast.
kill.
Yeah, they're
Nice.
going for that double campfire strategy, so they'll at least take solace in stealing a few out from Kamo and Aqua, but still do hold on to that mobility, trying to head on back into Salty Springs, try to get to these fights first, and while they aren't doing so, this is just an advantage for Aydan and Sway. They're happy to hold on to these situations. A little bit of a awkwardness placed down with the bounce pad. There we go. Back in the fray. Like I said, during the moments where Kamo and Aqua needed to find players, they either didn't, or when they did, Aydan and Sway were there to help and pretty much take a few of those away from them.
And now look, they're immediately starting to follow each other. Or I suppose maybe it's not quite as mutual as you might think. Sway immediately opts to follow Kamo and Aqua.
I did another one if you want to hit
It's a great option for them to try to at least identify some of that. And so what's the counter to that? Splitting immediately and trying to cover as much ground as they can with that hoverboard. I believe that Aqua's hoverboard actually got stuck in the ground. That was a very unfortunate spot. You saw looking a little shaken up by that, but they have the mobility to move all the way down to moisty palms. We haven't even gotten to talk about it, and now every piece of foliage becomes something scary.
It does. You crouch for a moment, and you are a prop. You could be a cactus. You could be a flower pot. You could be anything. Anything you want to be. But you don't really get the choice. So it's just a matter of rinse and repeat over and over again. Maybe we'll enter in moisty palms. Maybe not. We'll have to see. I'd personally rather not have to say the word moisty palms ever again, but Season 11 is upon us soon, so there's that.
Hey, Landon.
What's that?
What do you call sweaty hands?
Sweaty.
Ah.
What about like the center of the hand when it's sweaty? Like,
oh, he knows. He's just not going to give me the satisfaction.
would you say that the palms are fairly moist?
Palms are sweaty, knees weak, arms are heavy.
Mom spaghetti.
They definitely see him.
I actually like spaghetti a lot. Lasagna, for me, is hard to beat, but fried spaghetti, tell you what.
I wasn't
Definitely make my hands
expecting-
get sweaty.
I wasn't expecting having to fill this long. I wasn't expecting the players to not be able to find somebody for seemingly 2 or 3 minutes. Now they have located some, and this is a big elim right now. I believe if it's not tied, it is very close to tied, and that might be the tiebreaker right there from Kamo. I think that was only a knock. So yeah, looking around here to see if we can find another. Where are they at? Not going to wait to find out.
I think there might be one more player left. I know he went for the knock, and if that's the case, that player still would count.
Nee, hab ich nicht. Aber
There
End
should be
irgendwo.
one more enemy still left up. Like we said, you never know, but regardless, though, a great situation, just trying to capitalize off what has been a very solid game from all 4 of our players.
Ja, ich hab den Kill bekommen.
And Aydan and Kamo kind of leading the way for both of the teams right now, both in double digits. At 10, actually, to be specific. Trying to get back in the zone, trying to get away from this storm, as pretty much 3 out of 4 of our players were at the moment in the mix of it. Aydan from long range fires a shot, and we'll see. It was Sway. Sway got it just in the nick of time.
8, yeah, 10, yes, 18 to 17.
18 to 17. You hear it there? Why would we expect anything different?
So we have basically these teams within 1 point as we head into the second game. Of course, obviously, when we play 2 maps, but this does head to the other server now. So it is going to be Aydan Sway with a 1-point lead. However, if you're Kamo Aqua, you're honestly pretty okay with that for the fact that you did that on the NA server. So you basically have what essentially is a tie game coming on to where you have the lower ping, you have the advantage. So if you're them, you're feeling pretty good about resetting the bracket. That being said, though, these are players who are used to this.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong. In this situation, what I think a situation could be is that you are Aqua and Kamo. Like we said, they've been playing faster more and more. That's where they've seen success. They're now on their server in a similar situation to the way that they play the overtime out. Do they play super aggressive? Do we see them just, run into a place like Gotham City or run straight into a Salty Springs? Or do we think they kind of keep composure with what they've known? Do they try to pretty much go for the Hail Mary, or do they keep going for the little run passes, the quick little screen sets, if you will?
You are throwing some terms that a lot of our viewer base will not understand.
It's okay.
But that's okay.
It's all right.
To your point, though, I think that if it were up to them, they would opt to go Gotham. But I think because their opponents also like to go Gotham, I think they're going to stick Salty. And I think that one of the reasons that they opted to go there is because it's not as hot of a drop as Gotham is. And, of course, they were off server, as you mentioned. But I think even on server, they know that, okay, if we go there, we're going to be fighting over the same elims. That might put us behind way early on. What if they get the better loot? What if they get more elims? If they go to Salty, they're going to have that to themselves.
To me, it's one of those situations where I think you should always, honestly, depending on the what's going on, always play your game and stick to your game plan unless the current circumstances in front of you don't warrant for it. When I say that, I mean if you're up by a ton, right? Like, okay, maybe if you're a team who likes to go aggro Gotham, if you're up by 17, maybe you probably shouldn't, right? Maybe you should play a little slow, right? Same way, if you're usually a team who plays fairly passive in the beginning and you're down by a lot, maybe you shouldn't just play super passive when you're down by a lot, right? But when you're at essentially a clean slate like this, to me, it's like play your game, play your bread and butter, play what got you to this point right now. Don't get in your own head and change anything up. And as I talk about Gotham,
they listened.
Question answered. Here we go.
We got a 4-man Gotham, so I mean, there's a good chance that this first series or our tournament will end in Gotham City. I mean, depending on how the lobby goes, it could be some mayhem with no Batman in sight.
Not as of yet.
Or 4 Batmans, which is equivalent to no Batman.
That's true. Depending on how you look at it. Never know, man. This is crazy. A lot of intense moments right now. Kamo and Aqua, in terms of their situation, they've got the advantage when it comes down to internet. Aydan and Sway not backing down. Both rosters with their strong suits. Like we said, Kamo and Aqua, would they go back to we just treated them oh so kindly? Absolutely. I think, honestly, you could even argue Aydan and Sway coming here is a lot more of an impressive stature. That will be Sway already coming through and taking down one. That will be a knock. I mean, there still will be enemies around this position. I think actually the call is being made. Hey, there are players just right around the corner. That's great work and great communication coming through from Aydan. Now we switch over to Kamo and Aqua, who I think Kamo actually just came off of knocking the first. So kind of in different portions, or rather different areas, different quadrants of Gotham City, and both teams are finding success.
Aqua taken below. Aydan actually gets taken down. Talk about the risk associated with Gotham. We don't know exactly what happened, but he does get full elimed. He's going to give Kamo and Aqua an opportunity here to potentially pull away. Sway fighting for his opponent's reboot card.
We know Sway to be clutch. Can he do it again? Trying to go for the wall replacement. It does take him down. You see a little bit of a delay in the shot, but not a delay in the reboot card. grabs it up, and Sway is basically saying, or rather Aydan is saying, hey, don't worry about it, man. They're losing health. They're having some issues. Let's keep it going. Let's keep this momentum forward. Let's act as if that reboot never even had to happen.
I mean, compared to the last clutch he had to make, this one's small potatoes, right? 200 HP versus 16 HP the last time he had to do that.
Small potatoes. I like that.
Yeah.
Now Aydan gets to kind of pick up where he left off, get his loot back.
Noch einer gleitet.
Meanwhile, though, it does look like his opponents,
Ist
Kamo and Aqua, are starting to clean up out in Gotham, using those grapplers. Dive bomb onto this player. He's going to get taken out.
Es war der oben, ne, von Main.
Currently 9 kills between the two teams. 6 of them is all Kamo.
And this is why they make this drop, right? Especially when it is on server. There's always the risk that you and the opponents kind of share the piece of the same pie, but if you outplay them, you are taking pie from them, which is just as sweet, if not sweeter.
It's true. Stealing pie is sweet and also at the same time not, but depends on who you are. Depends on the situation that you're in. Who knows? I think Aqua's grapple gun might be a little bit glitched out. There we go.
Okay,
I feel
all
like
right.
you feel like the panic, right? Like,
I think he goes, phew, like just to be safe, but just to make sure that we're all good. I don't want to lose anything. Every moment, every advances you can grab, it matters, and it looks as if all the focus is pretty much going toward the orb. That should provide a lot of abilities to go for the rotations. Of course, just trying to go for some last-second loot, get that inventory, that resource game up. There we have it. Players going toward the top. Sway maybe disagreeing. So unfortunately, he's just on the cusp of maybe making it in. There we go. Just a little bit short. I think Aydan actually did give the call and said, hey, join alongside me. So team splitting up.
This is the big moment, right? The last time we saw this happen, almost like magnets, people came to Kamo and Aqua. We will see if that is the case once again. They've already managed to get one. Another one coming around, the Reaper. But I think this time the Reaper might come in the form of Aqua and Kamo.
Never count out the Reaper.
What if they are the Reaper?
It's Reaper Park.
Everyone's a Reaper.
He's in there somewhere.
He's just hiding in one of the many nice homes. How much do you think a house would cost in Pleasant Park?
It's not about dollars, it's about souls.
Ooh.
A soul for a soul.
Oh, behind me in the forest.
Instantly Aydan receiving some negatives. Actually does receive a shot from the back, and actually that's going to be a junk rift. That's going to definitely cause some problems. Managed to dodge that one out, a cop car.
I see. I'm going to shockwave at him.
Never nice to have that be jumped, or rather dropped right on your head, and a great shot. The shockwave grenade coming into good usage. The TAC SMG to bring the entire structures, or rather the structures down. Reveals the player, takes him down. Another one still just ahead. NA versus EU. Aydan on a controller. Take your pick.
I box up.
And continues to be consistent. Still venturing forward. Sway providing support from the back lines.
Gonna clear up that second kill. Looks like the third player might be potentially running away. It's gonna at least give them some more grapple. A little bit of an upgrade in terms of weapons.
He might be too far. He's over there. They were over there. I'm gonna grapple that way, right?
It's been a minute since we've seen Aqua and Kamo find anybody here, so it looks like the rotation war, at least for now, being won by Aydan and Sway here. And now this is the big part. We said this was going to be a really high-scoring game, but we're down to, what, just over 30 left currently in the lobby, and we only have 12, 13 elims, somewhere in that range, attributed to our players here. That number is going to climb steadily right now. But these are the elims that are big right here, being able to move in and identify, and so efficient with them. Every single shot hitting, and I think our producer just clapped.
I would too after something like that. Another highlight for the reel, I'm sure. Just great work coming through from Kamo and Aqua. Back and forth, we start to count players out. We start to think, hey, here comes the advantage for the ladder. And instantly the other squad begins to reply. Here's the reply coming in from Sway. Taking down these structures, just pretty much trying to W key and edit his way through. And there we have it, another one being granted for Aydan. Sway, obviously not the most when it comes down to eliminations, but he has been there every single time. And here comes the venture. Look at this, 3 players taking down a lot of his health right now. We know him to be an incredible architect. Let's see how his management skills go. A lot of bodies to manage, a lot of players to account for. Still holding on to the high ground. And still locking up a few of these pyramids, giving the call out to Aydan, saying, hey, I'm one shot. A lot of this resides on you. Look at all of our health for all 4 of our players. It's slight. Camo is low. Aydan is running out of mats steadily. This could very well decide how everything begins to go. Sway takes down another. All 4 players still breathing. But not by much. Not by much at all.
Literally everyone is tagged up right now. Sway got a little bit reckless with that grapple earlier. Had to quickly kind of stop and make sure he saved his health. Luckily, Aydan came to the rescue, and you're able to kind of separate some kills out. But, man, things are getting close as we wind down. Less than 20 potential eliminations left on the board for our competitors. It looks like currently Aydan Sway do have more kills
Aqua
on this server.
Jeez. What?
Kamo has been sitting on 3 HP forever, and Aqua managed to get 3 knocks, one of which was just below his teammate.
Goes down.
And Sway goes down. Not like this.
He's also taken out officially.
Aydan just gets out.
There's not that many elims left either. If they're going to get the reboot, they have to get it now.
I just don't think he's going to be able to do it.
He's thinking about it. He actually just asked Sway to count the kills.
I need these kills.
Saying they're down by 2. They came in with a 1-point advantage. It's a 1-point game, folks. We've got 11 players still left up alive. Hoping to add that in terms of a +1 for Sway. This is it. And if he takes down a majority of these players, he's all good to go. Like we said, not a crazy amount of resources. Does have a few minis to spare. And looking to pretty much just find the chinks in the armor, if you will, for the opponents. Just trying to push forward with attack SMG. Here's the time. Backing up, reassessing the situation, maybe trying to bait out a few builds because, boy, does he not have the resources to spare.
He's low on tack ammo as well, you can see.
Back against the wall. Walls that he can't build right now.
Literally.
And the last thing he needs right now is for Kamo Aqua to continue fragging. His kill feed is still blank for now, but he knows that he needs these kills. He said there's going to be one. Lasers the first player. Gets the kill.
He put up the wall. 3P. The 3P.
It wasn't even Camo in them. It was just another player in the server.
He still doesn't find a whole lot of resources. This is not a great situation. And there it is. Taken down. We'll assess the scores, and he's already calling out we probably lost.
I think it's currently tied. Aqua just got a kill as well. That should be it.
Yeah, this is it.
Oh, my goodness. Camo and Aqua holding on and staying strong.
But lass auf den Klaus hier gehen.
It looks as if they have, in fact, reset the bracket, meaning that we will be going to another series.
Okay, ich geh runter. Ich geh runter.
As these guys are carrying on with momentum, they're feeling confident. I gotta say, they have every right to feel that way, all things considered. They've looked so strong, despite Aqua being taken down. Camo is pretty much just off of fumes.
I was going to say, are we 100% certain that they are in the lead right now? Okay, we are for sure. Okay. Thank goodness, because I was about to say, I don't think they know yet. They are locked in this fight, and with Aqua down, I don't know that they've really had a moment to take a look at the scores and see where they're at. Camo is playing as if he has to have this and gets the knockdown, and now I think there was a little bit of a laugh right there. So maybe they have indeed counted it up and they know. But my goodness. The last set decided by a single elim. The first set of the grand finals decided by a single elim. And my goodness, you talk about blow for blow, haymaker after haymaker. These Titans have been throwing at each other. What a remarkable grand finals thus far.
This has been crazy. It really has been. I know it was going to be close. We all kind of thought that it would be exactly that, but in the end, you could argue Aydan Sway, maybe they'd run into the wrong squad. They get their hands full there, Ryan.
Yeah, I mean, it looked like at one point, too, that obviously I think it was Sway who grappled into like 3 enemies, and they managed to get alive. So you're thinking, like, all right, like, that was potentially the turning point they kind of needed. They got the kills under a tough circumstance, and then from there, unfortunately, like I said, Sway went down early. Aydan tried his best, got the first kill. It just was a third party came in and kind of ruined the fun. And Camo and Aqua clutched up when they needed to, of course, got those kills, got the last one they needed, and now they find themselves just 2 maps away from becoming our champions. They did the hard part. We talked about the toughest part is just getting that bracket reset, getting to a clean slate. They now have that clean slate. It's been a very, very close set of matches so far, and you got to imagine these next 2 are going to be very, very close as well.
Yeah, and normally right when you're coming from the losers bracket, you take down that team, you reset it. There's a very high percentage that usually relates it back to the team that just won a series because they know that they can take them down. But I will say, if we're looking at just in general how this tournament has gone, we're looking at a 1-1 scoreline, right? In terms of the winners bracket earlier on. Now in terms of just the overall grand finals, it is currently 1-1 in terms of the sets. Guys, it has been a crazy grand final up to this point. It's been honestly a crazy week number 9. That's without question. That goes without saying. Feel free to let us know your thoughts right now. We're going to go and throw it to a quick little commercial break. But when we return, it is time for our actual final grand final set. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Friday Fortnite week number 9. As it has been a crazy tournament up to this point. Like we said, we're entering into our final set. Kamo and Aqua have officially reset the grand finals, coming in from losers. Now it is anyone's game. You win this series and you are champions, no questions about it. It's been an incredible tournament up to this point. Definitely one for the record books. We've seen some incredible plays, some amazing moments, and one that leads to our current breaking point. It looks as if Aqua already off the rip is spawning a few players already toward a llama. That's always lovely to see. But it's myself, Landon Lando Sanders, joined in part by Ryan Fools, along with 9Ho Grains. Aqua putting up some fantastic sniper plays, which this is what you love to see if you're an EU fan here, guys.
It is, but got to be... Whoa, okay, gets the elim. I like it. Got to be careful. This sniper is the only weapon that he has right now. Begging for something else to come out of that. He's going to have to make it work. Not a lot of ammunition right now. And you see, once again, they've opted to go for a slower opening here, being off host. So, again, trying to adapt and change their strategies based on what is necessary. I'd like to see them rotate back closer to each other right now. I think this is a very difficult spot to be separated in, and it looks like they have done so.
Looks like Aydan's getting tagged up over in Gotham City right now. Has that campfire. Trying to heal up. His teammate Sway in engagement gets the first down.
Be careful, he's gonna be on one of the buildings. He just padded.
Communication. They know there's a player above, potentially one in the building as well.
He might. I'm shooting him. I need your help though. He's out at the front.
There is the player that he was speaking of. Sway. It's a nice double composed shots. Gets that second kill. Aydan trying to push a player's box in. This great team are coming in from Aydan and Sway to clean it up. Once again, leaning on that Gotham City strategy. They got to live or die by that city.
Putting on for their city right now. Trying to hold on for the squadron. Love to see it. Great work coming through from them. Still, like we said, holding fast right now. A lot more resources gained for the opposition as grenade launcher actually gets brought out. Aqua comes through from the skies and enters on in, but the fights are not over. Aqua, in fact, actually loses a decent amount of health. 56 to be exact, but they continue to move forward despite all of our players losing HP and maybe having a few sporadic moments. They always come through with the biggest of replies. They always make it seem as if those situations never really occurred in the first place, or as if they have no right in truly being nervous about them. Dusty Depot, the current base, the current setup, the current fortress is there we go. Aqua not even missing a shot. Keeping up with that accuracy, unbelievable. This will be going and grabbing those resources from it. Just fantastic stuff, really, from everybody. Everyone's laser focused right now.
Well, they have to be. You'd hate to drop the first set. You got to come out with some firepower here, and that is exactly what the Gotham drop is going to give them. But great responses here from Kamo and Aqua saying, okay, we'll go with the slower drop and keep up nonetheless.
Looks like Aydan and Co. still sitting in Gotham City. Meanwhile, Kamo and Aqua trying to survey, heading over towards Loot Lake. They're trying to chase whatever players are rifting out right now. We currently have Kamo and Aqua with about a 2 elimination lead. Looking to extend that right now as they have found a couple players over the lake. Stink grenades coming out. It's going to be a very easy down. The other players out behind him somewhere. No, it is actually going to be below them. Good hit coming in from Aqua. Takes him very low. Easily finishes the second. It's only a down, so that means there's at least one more. Avoiding the junk grip.
Goodness gracious.
There is the third.
Nice, they say right there. Gotta love it. I just love even now on stuff that may seem a little bit more mundane compared to some of the crazy shots we've seen them pull off in the earlier rounds of the bracket. Now everything gets a let's go or a nice here. They understand they are so close, they can taste it. They've already gotten revenge, but they want more. They're greedy.
Can't blame them for it, that's for sure. Greedy mentality when it comes down to this. You want every elim you can find. Looks as if Aydan Sway currently already on the journey. Kamo Aqua looking to do the exact same thing. The orb, hopefully not of confusion. There we go. We're starting to build up. We're starting to get the idea. I'm curious, looks as if the path for Aydan seems to be more toward the factories, Salty Springs type position in Kamo Aqua. Not too uncommon, right, to kind of venture off toward Pleasant Park. Not a bad rotation. Obviously, a lot more real estate, if you will, for Aydan and Sway, but possibly a lot more opportunism for the other. Here comes the bubble shield. Here come the explosives. Most likely a grenade launcher being involved in some capacity. As Aydan does miss out on his first shot, misses the second one. Still has yet to receive any damage.
Bro, I have like 3 people on me.
You hear the disappointment in Aydan's voice saying, I got 3 people on me. I need some help. I need some support. Actually coming in from the top side, the player actually just jumped on top of the bubble shield, so a few of those shots actually did not end up landing, considering where they were coming from, that downward point of view that Aydan sat at for the time. Shoots at the floor and actually gains quite a bit of solid loot from it, one of those being the Chug Jug.
I have 0 mats.
Currently sitting with very, very low materials.
1,000? I need some.
You have 1,000, really. I have 10 combined. That's always going to be nice.
Looks like Kamo Aqua currently starting to kind of pull away a little bit. I think the score is somewhere around 13-6.
Yeah, it seems like
This is the NA server.
Yes, it is. And I think the fact that they have stayed more closely together, I think is what's making a big deal. You see when Aydan and Sway go after people, it feels like they're a little bit more separated, so there's these moments where one of them has to hole up a little bit, wait for the other to move over here and save them. These two have been right next to each other the entire time, and the efficiency in which they've been getting these elims is really making the difference right now.
Couldn't agree more. Aqua, Kamo maybe feeling more and more confidence as time goes on. Here comes the storm and the bounce pad from the opponents. They are seeing everybody in the game right now, and Aqua even finding a few in stride. Wonderful, wonderful execution. Calling out the bounce pads. Like we said, not the greatest health spot right now for Kamo, but he'll go ahead and find a med kit. Definitely not as calm for Kamo and Aqua, but for good reason. They're seeing players constantly. Aydan right now only 2 eliminations to his name as of this time. You can honestly just kind of tell based off the communication as well, a lot more relaxed when it comes into Aydan and Sway. It is all but the opposite for Kamo and Aqua. Aydan still trying to push through the structures, be aware of such. Like I said, a lot better when it comes into resources. He can thank his good old buddy Sway for that. The flint knock from the top side does not land. And actually does push off Aydan a decent amount. Trying to push him off stage, if you will. Still does come through with a nice set of AR shots. And Swage rather should be there for the clothesline. In fact, he will be. So great execution from these two. And a much needed execution at this point, considering how much action we've been seeing come through from the Europeans.
Go ahead.
I'll say it's a great performance so far on the NA server, and it makes you just, should give you that much more confidence, of course, heading into the last and final game of our grand finals on your home server. They could do this on the NA server. I mean, you already know they could do quite a bit of damage more on the EU server with that better ping, with their shots registering a little better. So if you're Aydan Sway, you need to turn up the intensity right now, because you do not want to be heading to the EU server with that kind of deficit.
No, and Landon Love you too, goalie. Landon, I saw you lean in right there to double check the scores. What's your update from what you've seen?
So I was actually looking to see exactly how many elims that Sway had, because we were kind of talking about how Aydan was a little bit lower in that category. He's currently sitting at 10, maybe 11 after that last fight. So I will say that, you know, depending on the score, it obviously is currently an advantage, as that's just going to keep enhancing it right now for Aqua and Kamo. But Sway really is kind of carrying the load on the other side in terms of things. I know he's kind of in double digits, so he's kind of been saving the team in that aspect. But still, you're looking at about to be 15 elims coming through from Aqua. Kamo not all that far behind as pressure plant. Pressure no longer applied, as they'll do all the damage necessary. And like I said, making it look easy. Just fantastic execution right now from these guys. And like we said, a newfound confidence, 160+ ping. They have no worry about that. They have no care in the world about it.
34 elims in this lobby right now. 34, and there are still 9 left. They are almost certainly, you'd have to imagine, going to approach the 40 mark.
Literally fucking free building, dog. RPG.
And Aydan only has 3. This is not what you expect.
It's just unfortunate here. Sometimes the momentum can be very strong, but he's got an opportunity to close this one out. Nice builds. Gave himself the chance to engage on this one at a little bit higher. And I'm very curious, where is Sway right now? Coming in maybe from a distance, but it seems like they're just a little bit more separated. And Aydan is going to suffer for it.
I downed one. Like,
You see Sway's on the total opposite side of the map. Aqua and Kamo are closer to him.
So that should give what? Sway has 10. I think Aydan has 3.
13
out of 34.
21 and counting.
Let's say we're gonna likely end this with a 10+ kill lead coming onto the EU server.
Let's go.
It's already starting to put an idea in the mind right now of Aydan, right, kind of sitting in the respawn screen thinking about what's the call, what should we do next game. It's got to be Gotham City. It has to be, regardless of EU servers. They've done that even on EU servers in past. They may have to do it again. Chug splashes, a few high fives along the way. Is Kamo and Aqua pretty confident they've got this game in lock?
Soll einmal zu Sway gehen lieber oder nicht?
I just don't think Sway's really seen that many players recently. Like, and we were kind of talking about how he entered into that double-digit range, and that was about maybe 3 minutes ago.
Yeah, he hasn't found it. You know, that's so unfortunate, too, because Aydan was the one who found them all. Yeah. And unfortunately, Aydan found them all, or they all found Aydan, as the case may be. And you see right there, 13 to 23. That is double digits. Still some more elims to be had, but right now, as long as one of them just mirrors Sway or keeps at least in the same general vicinity, I think he'd be able to at least limit any damage that he could do. And it does look like they're rotating over to that area right now, trying to put as much as they can on me. One has been found. See the rotation. A poor, unfortunate soul who had absolutely no chance. Maybe the partner will fare a little bit better, but you let him build. You done goofed. You let him build.
That tax sub is just so strong and so accurate in these guys' hands.
Still peppering him up as he tries to get away. These guys are hungry. As am I. But them, in the game terms of things, they're feeling good. And here we go, the rush as well. W key mentality, as there we have it, another one about to be solved, but no, it's actually not his teammate that was just behind him. It's actually the enemy, so Aqua falls. Kamo now left to possibly go for the revive if even needed, as that's going to be Sway, who does end up locking down at least once, so does enter in finally to that 11 elim range, but still should be another player around this position. Only knocks, not official elims. More still could come. And Kamo not too far off in the distance, maybe having a fight of his own, or maybe just could be trailing off. From this point of view, there's the TAC SMG. Players up close. Sway finds it. These are all massive, and it looks as if Sway will have a hand in taking down the final 2.
25 to our 17. They're up 8, bro.
So 25 to 17 is at least the score that they feel is accurate, which thankfully does shorten it up a little bit, right? Looking at a double-digit deficit now to 8. that kind of, gives a little more peace of mind.
Yeah, I mean,
it's going to be good for them, but still, to no avail. The damage was done.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a deficit enough to where you have to hit the panic button, but I think it does give a situation where you do still need to play pretty aggressive. I mean, keep in mind, this isn't the first set of the series, right? This is the single last map in the grand final. So if it's me, I mean, I personally gotta kind of put all the cards out there, right? It's not big enough for you to put a 2-split, but I think it definitely warrants, like you mentioned, at Gotham City, some kind of fairly hot drop or some sort of kind of aggro play, because if you let Kamo and Aqua start to kind of get out ahead early, I mean, it's just the game's gonna get away from you before you know it.
Right. I mean, that'll force the split. We saw that in the last set. If you get in too big of a deficit too early on, you have to split. The choice is kind of taken away from you. And it feels like such a long time since we've talked about these this new matchmaking and some of the players that we've seen in the lobbies, rather. But, I mean, it is still very scary to go off and split against players of this caliber. And we've seen that is what is, at least in my opinion, gotten Aydan and Sway in a little bit of trouble. I feel like they've been a little bit more split up. And we see right here when Aydan went down, Sway was on the complete other side of the map. But I will say Sway got 3 elims there at the very end. If they win this by 1, 2, or 3,
right,
you can look at that exact moment where Aqua went down and Sway clutched up.
Yeah, did all he could. When it came down to the final stages, right, just great execution coming through from Sway. 13 eliminations in the final moments. But still, I got to ask you guys, I think we all kind of have an idea for Aydan and Sway. Probably going to be making their way toward Gotham. It's not too surprising. They've already done it on EU servers. Why not do it again? Like I said, we could be surprised. But what do Aqua and Kamo do? Right, you have an 8 elimination advantage. By no means are you feeling comfortable with this. It's kind of in that range of like, hey, we played well, but by no means are we writing this one off. Do we go back to Gotham City? Let's say this. Let's say that 100% Aydan and Sway, they're flying in. It looks like Gotham. If you are Aqua and Kamo, do you follow them? Do you venture elsewhere? Do you take the route of going more the Salty Springs, the retail row position? Or do you join alongside them and maybe try to steal a few elims away?
I mean, in my eyes, you have a lead. It's a good lead, but it's not super like it's not basically anything that can't be erased, fairly quickly. So to me, again, business as usual for them.
Yep, I agree completely. Go with what got you here at this point. If it was a 10-point lead, a 12-point lead, more than that even, I would agree. I would move away. I would just try to protect your lead, go for a slower drop, but these guys can put up 80 limbs in a heartbeat. You cannot allow them to farm this area by themselves. We saw what it did for them last set. I think they're going to try the exact same play this time.
Looks like that will be the case. Look at the top right of our screen. We've got arrows aplenty. That's exactly all for our final map being played out now. Can Aydan and Sway bring this one back? Being down by 8 elims coming into this. They're looking to rewrite the script. Going to try and become champions again for Aydan. For the first time for Sway. Aqua and Kamo would be a great addition for them. Kamo becoming a runner-up in the first week of Friday Fortnite, has yet to visit the grand final since then. Be a great opportunity, like I said, to finally get that championship on board, add it to the resume, the one of many things that you can have for him.
At the pump, shit. Been fine.
Oh, man. Kamo got tagged up really bad. There's a pump in there. Immediately calls it out. Can Aqua get there in time? It does look like Aqua got in. They're going to have to be careful still. That person is reasonably well holed up.
Nice.
All right, I heard a nice. I'm going to assume that means one went down. But, I mean, still, that's very, very scary to take that much damage that early on. Sway actually has put up some big numbers here early on, and it looks like Aydan is going to come in as well. So for the time being, at least, Aydan and Sway have gotten the better of Gotham. Now, we know people come into Gotham even later on, so Battle of Gotham is not yet totally won, but I'd say this has to be a good feel for Aydan and Sway, who looked a little demoralized at the end of that last game, but again, keeping yourself within striking distance, so important despite what server you're playing on.
Yeah, definitely one of those places where you can never quite feel safe, right? No matter what the circumstances, always seems to be someone sort of lurking through. And we see Aydan find a few more heals. Can definitely help his teammate out for sure. Only 2 kills right now for Kamo Aqua. Of course, they came in as the lead, so all they got to really do is more than anything maintain, right? Just maintain, let the server play out. We're already at 57 players left. They just want that number to tick down, play their game. If they do that, I mean, they should be on their way to a championship. If you're Aydan Sway, it's time to put the pedal to the metal. You gotta play basically 8 kills faster than you normally would.
I guess the one worrying thing for me is that you notice Aydan Sway, they're late. Kamo Aqua have already left. Like they're still already kind of venturing. You notice Aydan's trying to get here as well, and I think his realization was, oh, they're leaving. We need to do the exact same thing. And that's just overall the mentality that Kamo Aqua have, is to say, hey, we want to try to venture out. We want to try to play more aggressive than the opposition. And they're willing to rotate first despite having a lead, despite having server advantage. They're rotating first, and I like that call. It looks as if Aydan and Sway maybe feel the pressure and at least jump in the orb before the ladder. But regardless, though, starting to feel a little bit more pressure as time goes on.
I'm heading that way. Yeah, I see people fighting.
And it may be an opportunity for a split, as you see Aydan Sway at the start of game number 2 playing much more strong, right? They've cut that deficit a little bit. Down by 5 in total, but it looks as if Kamo Aqua venturing back toward Pleasant Park. We've seen a lot of these off-rotation be very influential. On the other side, though, Aydan, not a sigh of relief, almost a sigh of worry. Taking a big shot. At least Sway does take down one with the rifle from 109 meters. So trying to soften this up as much as he can.
These players
there they are.
Players doing a decent job building for now. That's actually going to be Aydan who gets shot in the back as well.
Nick Mountain and Depot,
Has to be careful.
He's pushing up to me.
Getting pushed by one, getting shot in the back by the other. This could spell trouble for Aydan Sway. He has the med kit. Has a decent kit. Meanwhile, Kamo Aqua continue to frag out. Fight comes in, but it brings Aydan down to just, I think, 8 HP left.
I have bandages here. I have to heal, though.
Managed to stay alive. Luckily, has some bandages.
I have bandages here. I have to
Man,
heal,
things
though.
are getting close.
Talk about just barely holding on once again. Sway almost has to play a bit of aggressive defense here. Can't even let anybody get close to his teammate. And talk about clutch right there. Popping around the corner and getting it done. You hear the call, Aydan saying, I should be fine. Bought him just enough time. And my goodness, Sway. Sway wants this victory so bad.
He does. And he's been clutching up when they need him to most. Playing so well. Like we said, given the opportunity, given the chance, Aydan Sway still seeing players, at least in terms of Aydan's perspective. Sway just decided to venture off, which may or may not be the best of situations. Aydan does have the grapple gun, trying to single out the enemy, trying to get closer and closer to his squad mate.
I'm gonna fight him.
I gotta say, in terms of the pool that they have available, they've got a lot of players around this position. This is exactly what they need.
He literally just using all his grapples to get away, bro.
Aydan having a hard time of trying to keep pace, keep track. He's worrying about wasting all the mobility on just one player, and it looks as if he will, in fact, have to do so. Final grapple gun.
The player's running out of the zone. So he's wasting.
They really don't want to stay along with Aydan. They're not interested.
Basically wasting his mobility to chase a player out of the zone.
On the other end, look at this. Aqua, Kamo. Players aplenty. And players always kind of outside of their fortresses that they build. One on the bottom tier, not doing any damage. Most important factor about it, and there we have it. That's going to be at least 3 players in the feed. Sway, though, comes through and takes down one. So at the very least, the deficit is being managed. Nova, you got to be ultra careful of it. Sway still going off. He's at 10 eliminations, guys.
He's at 10 of the 21 that are in the lobby.
He's in his mode. Rushing on in, and I was going to say for a moment, I thought those were all enemies. It's actually just zombies. He has to be careful.
Those hurt.
Losing some valuable HP. Thankfully, Aydan's going to join in the fray, and here comes a storm, so this will delay a little bit. They do have a bounce pad, but my goodness, guys.
That was horrifying.
You guys saw a Benkert over there, too, yeah? Benkert's being guarded by that zombie. But
I have a hoverboard. Just go. I have a hoverboard.
So currently, what, 12 to 10 right now in this game. They came in with a 8 kill deficit. So they're actually currently down 6.
Okay, still plenty of elims left on the map. I think that's what,
24 left on the map.
Yeah, 24. So over 20, it's going to be plenty. Again, this might be the most important rotation of the game. going all the way here to the top. Who is going to find the players? I think that's Kamo, who spotted a couple out there in the distance. Can he clean it up quick enough before there's a rotation table to be made? It looks like Sway was fighting some as well. So once again, they both seem to find players at the same time. Who can clean it up quicker?
See if Kamo can do it. You see Aqua coming in from the skies. Great execution at the same time. Aqua takes down one. Sway does on the other end. These fights are coming down to the wire. Very valuable. Quite literally currency. Kamo trying to take that high ground advantage and actually does knock down the player that existed just above, trying to fire out a few shots and keep consistent with it.
Play me in the box.
Calls out, I put him in a box, I put him in the 1x1. Now's the time for execution. There's the window, and there is the slay. Great work coming through from these two. As Aqua will clean it up, but you notice every single time, Sway is here. Sway is picking up frags time and time again. Aqua on the other end, lovely, lovely play. The trap up top, and the window, and the edit that allows for the quick shotgun reaction. Is there continuing to see players where they venture out, guys? This is great if you are an EU fan.
This is huge. We talked about this being the most important rotation of the game, to set yourself up where you think people are going to be. A great shot there, going to melt off the shield, but that means that they've at least found one more up top there that they're going to be able to chase after. And they see him off there in the distance. The hunt is on.
Has 2 more grapples.
There's
He's
some
one to get
players
all
up
the way
there.
up there. Oh boy.
This is it. This could be what they need. This could separate themselves. Here comes the trap. Everyone having to be aware of that. It looks as if Kamo will escape with that particular elimination. You see how low he is on health, though. Let's talk about how many players are around this position. It may not cause the best of results. Fading out of Valhalla. And on the rotation of which they find themselves atop Greasy Grove. May not find that the most interesting. Taco time may not be their thing. 15 players left alive, and it looks as if Aydan may have spotted one of those players out. There comes the instant knock. Finalizes the elimination. Storm starts to move in, trying to play that gatekeeper role. Keeping in mind, Aydan and Sway have decided to split. They're no longer with one another. If they drop, you could argue that could be it.
Oh, Sway took a lot of damage there. Lost all his shield and half his HP.
I see 2.
You can just call ACs 2.
Aydan spots one, gets the down.
Spots
the teammate. Go for the quick. He's gonna actually decide to play medium range, try to get the laser in on him.
Gets it done. It took some time, but that's the issue when you're on 150+ ping. And Sway is given some good communication, so you'd like to think that he's not under duress, at least for right now.
And I do believe with 10 on the map, I think the game is currently tied in kills. With 6 players left on the map. Mathematical improbability. I get to finally say it. I didn't get doomsdayed by the reign of terror. Aqua's going to add another kill to the arsenal just for good measure, but only 4 left on the map. A 44 total kill game so far. We're not touching it yet.
Oh, that's the way you want to see it end between our competitors, though, right?
Yeah, I mean, like I said, you can't ask for a better ending, and you see Face Sway is going to disconnect out of the game. I do believe, ladies and gentlemen, that will do it for us. You can hear the happiness in the voice.
Look at the edits.
Became a little less urgent, right? A little less crazy, a little more happy. And I do believe, given that disconnect, given these kills, that Kamo and Aqua will in fact win back-to-back sets in grand finals and become our champions of week 9.
Yeah, that's awesome. Massive congratulations to them. And to think about where they came from as well. We talk about their deficits. We talk about their issues that they suffered, the insurmountable lead they managed to overtake. Literally, it came down to clutch plays, and that's oftentimes how a lot of titles are decided as well, or through the clutch plays, or through the thick and thin. Unbelievable run for these two as they are, in fact, your champions. Massive congratulations to Aqua and Ghost Kamo. These boys deserve it. coming in from the losers bracket, resetting it as well. And once they caught their momentum, once they kind of caught their stride, they were so difficult to deal with. But at the same time, while we have to give congratulations, we also have to give a huge GGs to Aydan and Sway for putting up one heck of a performance. They were undefeated until this particular series, right, making their progression in from the grand finals, or rather from the winner's side into the grand finals. So you got to give a lot of props to those boys as they played their hearts out.
They did. And I mean, that last game, to be tied at 21 at the very end of all that, 21 elims for both teams in a losing effort. They played their hearts out, like you said. To go that hard at the very end of all of this marathon of a tournament, and they still managed to put up great results there at the end. My condolences to you. Next time.
Yeah, absolutely. Right. I mean, like we said, they were absolutely the target. I know for you guys as well. Like, they were the roster where it was like Aydan Sway together. They're going to see success. They're going to have to. Right? They've placed 4th previously in Friday Fortnite. They increased that with a 2nd place finish. By no means is it a championship or a title, but at least they have shown signs of improvement. And boy, did they really start to turn up, especially when it came down to their early games as time went on. I think they started to kind of catch their stride a little bit and really kind of improved from there. But in terms of Aqua and Kamo, these guys, from the very start of the tournament, looked like it was easy. They made it look like it was simple. They rewrote the script from what we thought would be a much slower week. They broke some records. They're putting up some insane numbers despite all of the logistics that are going on with Fortnite right now. They broke barriers, and they showed that, hey, it doesn't matter for us. We're going to play our game, and we're going to dominate. They maybe strayed away from their game plan at times, which I think kind of allowed for them to struggle. But once they kind of got back in connection with it, they were unbeatable. Straight up. Absolutely unbeatable.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about on paper, kind of those two teams looking like the strongest two on paper. When it came to on the server, it definitely looked like Kamo and the gang were definitely stronger on the server, obviously, than they were on paper. So, good, huge congratulations to those guys. And my pick got close, got second, right? I probably apologize, guys. I probably cursed you for that one once again. But either way, it was a hell of a grand final. Like I said, we got the 2 series that we were hoping to get. We've had close matches throughout the entire day, right? But this wasn't our only close series. We had a number of fantastic matches. So it's been a great day of Fortnite.
Absolutely. Yeah. Absolutely. Nine, any final words for the people out there?
You know, I think that winners, losers, and grand finals combination was probably the best Fortnite that I've ever seen in Friday Fortnite. Winners finals being decided by 1 point.
Yeah.
Losers finals being overtime, and then close in overtime. Set 1 of grand finals being 1 point, and then both teams tying in the final game, but there just being too much of a deficit to overcome. What more can you ask for? Great show.
I don't know if it gets closer than that. I really don't. Ryan, any final words for you?
That's to me to echo what you said. It's been an incredibly close day, a bunch of great games all around, a bunch of great players. So thank you so much to all the players for coming out and giving us something great to talk about, something great to watch.
Yeah.
And just excited to potentially come back, in future weeks.
Absolutely. Absolutely, guys. Well, it was a fantastic week indeed. Week 9 showed us some amazing moments. We also have to give a massive congratulations yet again to Aqua and Kamo for closing out this week and becoming your champions. Very much and well-deserved for those two, as they are and will be crowned champions for the first time. It's been a little bit, right, since we've been packed with Friday Fortnite, but it was a fantastic one to say the least. Like we said, I want to give a massive thank you to you guys for tuning in all throughout the day. It was a phenomenal broadcast to be a part of, and if you'd like to keep the conversation going, feel free to interact with us on social media. Feel free to tweet at us at UMG Events, or rather at UMG Gaming, excuse me, and also feel free to visit our website at umggaming.com. Like we said, we want to thank you guys so much for tuning in, and for the entire broadcast team here at the UMG studio. For Ryan Fools, and 9 Whole Grains, I'm Lennon Lando Sanders signing off for the final time, saying congratulations again to Aqua and Kamo for being your champions. And like we said, thank you all for tuning in, as we will see you all next time.